Welcome everyone to the Radiant Heroes Major number 2 for the Calling All Heroes initiative. I'm Epitomes, joined by Dor, and we are so excited to be bringing you the playoffs of this event.
That's right, baby. I mean, we've had some fantastic competition up until now. Calling All Heroes is going swimmingly as it ever could be. Last week, we had our Swiss rounds. They went great. I have no complaints, and I can't wait to see what the teams are offering up today.
Yeah, and for those of you who do not know what Calling All Heroes is a gender inclusivity initiative for Play Overwatch, where they allow people of all marginalized genders to play in these types of tournaments. And we also actually have 2 different circuits running today. We are going to have the Challenger series that is right now, and there is a little bit of action that you will be able to catch later today for a Diamond and Below circuit that is the Rising series.
Yeah, Rising Series, I mean, it's important to give those players the opportunity because it's not just a space for the most competitive of players, right? It's anybody who wants to get their toes in, dip the toes into the community who might not have that opportunity to otherwise. It's been fantastic. And like we said, not only do we have that, but we've got the big one going on right now. It's been super competitive. We started off with our Swiss stage happening last week, and we've ended up with 8 teams here for double elim playoffs.
Yeah, 8 teams, rounding down from 24 in the Swiss stages, so it's been very, very competitive all the way through, and these teams now fighting for the top spot in an attempt to get the circuit points that are going to be awarded in order to get them to the end of your event for the Calling All Heroes circuit.
Yeah, and let's take a look at how those Swiss rounds did go. We had, of course, more than just the teams we can show here, but we have more than a bucket full, to say the least. Those top 8 are what you're looking at, though. NYXL Academy, I mean, Tala, a big 6-0, I think is a statement coming into a Calling All Heroes major that is almost inarguably more competitive than each of the previous last ones as the competition just continues to rise.
Yeah, I mean, more competitive experience on every single one of the players as you continue into the circuit. And NYXL Academy, obviously the last winners of the previous Calling All Heroes minor. But those 2 after Rift Guardians were the ones who lost in the last Calling All Heroes minor. And Timeless Ethereal also having a win in the Calling All Heroes circuit so thus far.
And I think this gives us a good idea of kind of what it has looked like in recent time. But let's go ahead and take a look at the point standings overall, what people have gotten from all of the Calling All Heroes events, because this is what qualification begins to look like when you start to look towards the big one at the end. Timeless Ethereal capping off particularly well with 63.75, NYXL Academy winning that previous one at 6K, and then the other teams starting to fill out behind them, but it's becoming a little bit too little, a little bit too late for some teams to get those points in the door before it's too late. We talked about it, I remember, at the first major about, okay, you need to be winning and getting points now because it's only going to get more competitive, and to watch that kind of bloom and come to fruition has been wonderful.
Yeah, and the way that the circuit point standings work for Calling All Heroes as well is they're awarded to the players, so it really encourages these rosters to stay together and try to foster that talent and synergy as a team rather than just individual talent and mechanics. And I think it really goes a long way to see how long these players have stuck together and how they're still competing together by the end of this year.
Yeah, we've got our points that we get to dish out at the end of this, but we have 2 days of competition to go. Let's take a look at how those are going to shake down with our bracket. Like we said, we had the 8 teams qualify: NYXL Academy, Bad Boys, Strix Bad Blood, Titans Blue, Timeless 721 Black, Rift Guardians, and Team Yippee. Tal, who's sticking out to you here?
Well, obviously we have NYXL Academy. They've been pretty consistent throughout. Bad Boys, the roster that was just announced, though, and they're already going up against the big bad NYXL Academy, previous Calling All Heroes minor winners. Timeless Ethereal is also a huge contender here, and they've been very competitive all the way through every single time I've seen them play here.
Yeah, I think there's a certain degree of pedigree that some of these teams begin to bring that have stuck together for so long, and also have a fair amount of resources being pumped into them. You see the support that Timeless Ethereal's roster gets, right? That Titans Blue roster gets, that the NYXL Academy roster gets, right? These are teams with fully fledged staff ready to help them and help them improve. And when you're talking about a tournament where a lot of the time you're looking to keep that team together in order to keep the points all congregated in one place, it's really important that you have that good support system. And so I love that it rewards teams for investing in their teams in such a serious manner.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they're going to bring out today. For our first matchup, we have Rift Guardians already up here on the big stage up against Team Yippee.
All right. Rift Guardians versus Team Yippee. Let's kick things off. Rift Guardians, a team that is, I think, extremely scary is probably an understatement, Paula. I mean, they're coming in with a roster full of pedigree, but for me, the highlight is looking at that DPS line of Mercedes and HK. Whew. Those two can get some damage done.
Yeah, and lots of experience as well. HE also having a win under their belt previously while playing for, I believe it was Altiora Artemis in one of the previous Challenger Cups. So definitely a very, very scary team to be going up against.
Yeah, a ton of mechanical skill and plenty of experience in competitive play, not just in Calling All Heroes, to kind of back that up. This is a roster that brings a ton of pedigree. It's also a wide roster that brings a whole host of players alongside it. I'm expecting big things from them, and I'm curious to see what they actually bring to the table in terms of compositions, because we've had World Cup going on, and that's kind of been dictated by, okay, what do our players happen to play? Whereas a lot of the Calling All Hero stuff has been very meta-dependent, but with patches having come out since Overwatch League happening, or the finals of that tournament, and all the shifts that have gone on, I think there's a little bit of room for both comfort picks and also experimentation within the meta, and Rift Guardians, with their wide roster, with the flexibility of these players, are really in a prime position to test a lot of that out, and so that's what I'm looking for them in particular.
The last Calling All Heroes minor as well, Junker Queen was really strong, so a lot of that was dictated by can our team play Junker Queen and those types of compositions very well, the dive compositions. But this time around, that's been kind of tuned down, and the rest of the squad, we're going to see what they want to play. I mean, it was fun while it lasted.
You know what? It was fun for a day. I'm glad we've escaped Junker Queen's rulership. Nevertheless, we've escaped into a new meta where we get to watch Team Yippee take the helm, a team with a little bit less depth in terms of roster, but still brings a bit of flexibility to the table with these players. I think they are going to have their hands full, though. Like we said, already that DPS lineup is going to be tough to match, but then trying to match a Rift Guardians that could be bouncing all over the place compositionally is going to be pretty tricky.
Definitely feels like compositionally these teams are going to be very comfortable with the dive compositions, seeing what heroes that they are comfortable with. So it's also the onus of a lot of this play is onto that support backline to see if they're going to be able to get that burst healing up and be able to peel for one another as well.
Yeah, keeping alive in these situations is really, really tricky. That being said, there are opportunities to escape. I think for all the dive that we see, for all the Winston that's been extremely prevalent in Overwatch 2, just to the fact that it's so consistent, it can be played kind of as a default on a lot of maps. Map pick does matter a ton for these teams, especially heading in to a best of 3 first to 2 like we have in this first round. If you're winning that first one on a dive map, taking that second pick and forcing it somewhere else is vitally important.
And looking at the map pools that we have in play for this first round, it is going to be first to 2, and it is control, hybrid, and then escort. We only go to push in the first to 2 if there is a tiebreaker. So headed on to control. Not sure what we are expecting to see just yet from these squads. Arctic Peninsula also in the map pool.
I mean, this map pool is ripe for diving. You've got everything you could ever want in there, except for maybe what? Lijiang Control Center. Everything else is relatively diveable. Some RAM could likely be played on a couple of these maps, but by and large, it's going to come down to those Winston compositions when you're vying for both control of the series and control of the control map. I always talk about how first to 2, it is a brutal format, right? You've got to get through the early rounds, so it's going to happen. But how quickly you can get blitzed out of an upper bracket with the first to 2 can really catch you by surprise. So you need to be quick to adapt. That means not just adapting, saying, oh yeah, it was Ilios. We just don't play the dive map, and then we take our second map pick. No, you need to adapt on the dive map. Like it needs to be quick. It needs to be as soon as possible. Dropping down to lower bracket, especially in a bracket that's this contested with incredible teams, is not something you should ever be okay with.
At the very least, they don't have to worry if they do drop that series because they still have that second chance in the lower bracket. So right now, we're still all up in the upper bracket. We're all happy-go-lucky and getting a little bit of that extra comfiness, that cushioning that they could get in before going down. But the loser deciding the next map will also help them be able to get onto their own territory as well, even though it is first to 2.
That first 2 is starting off on Ilios. I kind of foreshadowed a little bit of diving that's going to be happening, and it is almost certainly going to be happening. We watched the last Contender season, Wisp running around on monkey compositions, plenty of other teams kind of piloting them, finding massive win rates on Ilios in particular. These are two teams that look to pilot dive compositions, but only one of them can prove better than the other, especially on the battleground like Ilios, a map that offers so much up to these teams. I want to see good positioning from them. I want to see good staging for fights and good neutral dives in order to gain those positions. And then I need to see good execution on the dives. And obviously, like you were talking about earlier, keeping that backline alive.
And I kind of still have World Cup brain right now, and I'm wondering, is someone going to take out one of those birds? Is someone going to come in and look for the high ground control? But I'm really hoping that they are going to go for those dives, because it seems like much more coordinated here. And since they've been playing together as a team, these two teams, for a while, they would really have that coordination when they go for the dive compositions.
Yeah, I mean, my biggest question about the dive compositions, obviously you talk about the birds. On Ilios, it can be somewhat prevalent. The Echo's actually been kind of a fan favorite as of recent here to kind of put a ton of pressure onto the Winston in particular. Out of the dive compositions, also does decently well into the Diva. But outside of the DPS, I'm looking at the backlines, because as much as a lot of teams and contender teams have taken it for granted, be like, oh, yep, we just run the Lucio Ana, yada, 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 we're on our way. Maybe mix in a different flex support there. As of recent, you know, you see teams experimenting a lot more with the Moira, a lot more with just a little bit weirder picks when it comes to that backline. Nothing too out there, but plenty of variance, and it's those small changes that make a massive difference, right? Something like a Lucio Moira with the Rush plays very different to a Lucio Ana, where you're much more backline focused, trying to keep her alive.
Yeah, the Ana, it definitely feels like a huge target on her back when you're playing the dive compositions with the Lucio as a secondary backline, and your entire team is trying to go in on their backline, and all of a sudden you're alone trying to keep them up from afar, and you really have to be landing those sleeps if you ever do get dove. Headed on to well for that first matchup. It's looking like HQ, don't do this to me. Are you hovering the Echo?
I'm fine with that. I'm cool with an Echo pick. Like, it slots right in. I mean, Tara's going to have a bad time, but that's Tara's problem, not mine.
I mean, it's also just a question of, is Orion sticking on Jono and Orion? Is this backline what they're really going to be keeping? They're just going to allow that Echo to be up in the sky, putting that pressure alone. And it seems like Team Yippee also going to match that Echo pickup. It's basically a mirror matchup on both sides, other than that, just that Echo seems to be out of place in the dive composition, but they're trying to take the high ground control now.
Straight up match for either side. It will come largely down to high ground control, but mostly who can kind of neutral a little bit closer to the opposing sides on a poker away, pull out that biotic nade cooldown, pull out the packs from the Brigitte, or maybe even pick up the monkey here if HQ can find it.
Yeah, that monkey got real low on Team Yippie's side. Rift Guardians looking to try and get that first touch, and Team Yippie, they're still fighting for the high ground, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to get a little bit of a touch from that Tracer, but it's Orion that's getting a lot of pressure being put down. The biotic nade gets the purple down onto Terra. Now without a tank and Team Yippie, they are going to back off that point.
Oh, I mean, what disgusting peel from Rift Guardians. Jono, Cat, and HK saw Terra dive in and said, absolutely not. Orion didn't even have to break a sweat to get away from that dive, and it's rewarded with a really nice point tick, 20% on deck as well. Some nice ultimate charge. HK's almost up to a duplicate already. I mean, the sticky bombs have been disgusting from this Echo, and an early ultimate very well could win this next fight for them.
Mercedes and Sunshine having a little brawl around the end, but it seems like Harlequin also just getting so much pressure put down onto her that it's really hard for her to get that control. They're still being able to push them pretty far back into their spawn, and it's just that Tracer on Sunshine that's trying to dance around this backline a little bit more. Cat going for the dive, now getting a lot of damage. Harlequin neutralizing HK, though, is going to allow that stick from Sunshine finding two. Orion going down as well. Backing off now is Jono to regroup with the squad, and the point flips.
Sunshine and Harlequin are kind of cooking. Not gonna lie. It was great picks, but I'm surprised. Again, I mentioned HK had the ultimate up super early. You shouldn't be going down with duplicate in hand as an Echo that quickly. So some mispositioning on their side, but it's no big deal. Now they're coming in with double DPS ultimates. First of which is gonna miss, but they still have plenty of time to build up towards that nano boost, the primal rage, the rally, and all those tools that could get Rift Guardians across the line.
Both duplicates available for both of these teams. Nano boost goes out onto Terra, and that dive comes through to just force them to back off. HK, however, the pressure onto the backline is immense. The duplicate onto the Tracer, trying to charge up that pulse bomb as quickly as possible. Primal rage to get that bit of overhealth onto Terra, and now the duplicate forced out of HK by Harlequin. Cat, even with the primal rage, is able to find one on the other side from Rift Guardians, but it's still just going to be Team Yippee holding on to that point. There's not a lot of support for this Winston.
I mean, this is a massive push by Rift Guardians. They're going all in on a fight that they were losing, and they're winning it nevertheless.
Cat able to find another, even with that rally being popped by Team Yippee, to get that bit of armor and overhealth as well. Now a duplicate from Team Yippie's side in order to keep contesting this point. The Winston gets a lot of health onto this Echo, but it's just not enough. The pressure from above from HK cannot be matched, and Harlequin goes down in a bit of a stagger while Terra's still fighting, but is anti. There's nothing for this Winston, no support from the rest of the team, but dancing inside the bubble may allow him to escape.
Rift Guardians, they're just stuck all in. If they lose this fight, it's too punishing. If they win it, there's something they get out of it, but they've given up 80% in the meantime. It finally caps over, but at what cost? Every ultimate down the drain. You get the tick eventually. You allow 80% through. At this point, it's a neutral game. The kitchen sinks have been thrown in. It's elbow grease and bullets for either team. That's all they have to work with. Maybe a primal rage coming up for Terra soon. If Mercedes finds this pulse bomb, we could say goodbye to this first map. Whatever goes down, this is certainly the last of it.
Yeah, the fight was extremely extended from Rift Guardian's side, and they expended a lot of ultimates, but they're building up to the nano boost steadily, and they also have that duplicate almost in the back pocket of HK. Now fighting above for the high run once again, looking for a dive from Terra to initiate this fight, but it's going to be HK with the duplicate. Now looking for the Ana, finds how to WASD, and now using the primal rage, double primal rage from Rift Guardians on the field. Terra does find one with the primal rage of their own, and unfortunately HK just falls off the map trying to chase down Harlequin. Harlequin, although 1 HP, still able to get a bit of a touch in. The rest of Team Yippee looking to regroup, and that Tracer still sticking on to flip that point. Overtime initiated in Rift Guardians. They failed that last fight.
Rift Guardians got to get into this next one real quick. They have a nano boost, which is a huge ultimate. If they can pick off WASD before this rally goes off, call the fight, it's already over.
They're looking to get aggressive. They want to keep them inside of their spawn. HK shredding through Terra. She's just absolutely gone, even with that health pool. And now the nano boost onto Cat. Even though there's no primal rage here, there's no choice but for Team Yippee to back up.
Now it's all about juggling the point. Fortunately, because Waz didn't get picked off too early, the rally does come online with Harlequin gone. That's a lot of the lethality now lacking for Team Yippee.
That rally from how Waz is able to keep them up for a little while longer, still contesting around the point, and a little bit of that extra sustain, but Kayla falls quickly after that. Brigitte goes down, and Terra has to find something on the Doomfist, still fighting for it, but Mercedes dancing around that map. First point secured by Rift Guardians, setting the pace for Ilios.
Honestly, after losing Terra, I've got to give some credit to Yippee. They did a great job of trying to stabilize play for that rally, but Harlequin going down just as the Q button is pressed by WASD is quite an unfortunate series of events, to say the least. If Guardians end up taking that first map. Awesome consistent play, some good ultimates, and also that one all-in push, that fight that took, what, 9 years to finish, ended up going in their favor. If that went wrong, it would have been all downhill, but their bets pay off, and now they head into Lighthouse with a one-map advantage. Same compositions coming to the table, but does Terra actually want to stay on this? Let's see. No. Okay.
No.
Expected swaps.
Being trolled in the pre-round, name a better pair than that in Overwatch, and now, I mean, headed on to Lighthouse, they should be able to get some good captures, especially since Rift Guardians, they've proven that they're very good in a battle of attrition here, in those long extended fights where they seem to prevail.
Yeah, Yippee continue to want to take that aggressive step forward, and Terra just pays the price. That happened in the final fight on the last point as well. The Winston getting punished for just diving a little bit too directly. You see how Rift Guardians kind of set up in neutral, make a neutral dive, and then go? Team Yippee are kind of skipping a step in that regard, using all their cooldowns to go to the high ground, and then they have kind of nothing for the actual fight.
Rift Guardians seems to have a very good understanding that Ana is really what's keeping them alive, so the peel there is really immense every single time Terra tries to go for that dive in the neutral, and gets punished very, very heavily. And even though the anti-nade usually isn't punishing on its own, the rest of the team is just right there to follow up.
Yeah, it's like a Venus flytrap closing around Terra every time they try to dive in. Being said, if they could be a little bit more coordinated about that dive, Team Yippee can be very dangerous, as they are putting Cat in a bit of a corner.
Yeah, Cat going to have to go ahead and leap towards the team, but they're still holding on to that point. Team Yippee looking to round around and find their healers first off. The support's still alive though. Mercedes goes down in a trade with the DPSs, but now Cat going for the dive on the back line. Once again, Kayla and How to Was are unable to keep themselves alive. Jono, however, goes down to that pulse bomb. Good stick from Yippee.
Again, you see the difference of peel for these backlines. Yes, Jono does eventually go down, but the ease with which Cat was allowed to take down Wazda and Kayla is kind of unacceptable in situations like this when you're trying to rely on that high ground as the anchor point for a lot of your composition. An early pick by Mercedes certainly does help the position for Rift Guardians a bit on top of that, and allow them to build up towards not just a duplicate, but possibly a rally that can keep Orion alive, and a lot of other tools that are just going to put Team Yippee further and further in the hole that's continuing to be dug by Rift Guardians.
Now with the duplicate online from Rift Guardians, they're just on such good pace with their ultimates. Terra going for another one of those dives, and even though the backline, oh, it's nothing. The nano boost does come through, but Orion goes down. How to Was finds one before falling, and now Rift Guardians, they have a Ana duplicated by HK, looking for the nano boost to get the extra sustain. A really smart duplication from HK after Orion went down early into that fight, and now just headed on to the point with the Primal Rage, trying to hold on despite the rallies from Jono. There's still so much pressure being put onto the back line of Rift Guardians. Terra still looking for the point. Mercedes holding on with Contest, using the blinks on the Tracer, and Team Yippee, it's looking like they're trying to let this one go. That Terra still wants to go in, but there's nothing to be done.
Yeah, it's just so well played by Rift Guardians. Whether it's a staged fight or whether it's a fiesta, they're connoisseurs of clownery in many ways, Rift Guardians. Their ability to take these extended fights and play them when they're broken down has been their boon through a lot of this. I think a lot of that comes down to just solid understanding of what their win condition actually is. You saw, yes, we traded Anas there at the beginning of the fight, but the big thing is that Orion got the nano off before going down. They knew what was most important in that fight was that they got that ultimate off before anything. After that, the Ana can go do whatever she wants. She'll go back to spawn, go to another map, do whatever, take a break, take a bio. As long as you press that nano button, you're all good. And that nano resulted in, what, 2-3 kills amongst all of that? And as long as they held that position, they were going to be fantastic. And that happened fight after fight after fight, where it would get that small early fight planning and then carry it through an extended fight.
Not to mention, HK just had a really good duplicate onto the Ana, knowing that they needed a little bit of extra sustain, and they had actually 2 nano boosts into that fight, one of them onto HK and another one onto their tank. So it was just so powerful and oppressive over here on the Lighthouse. They weren't even able to get a single percentage on that second map.
Yeah, with how much they're pumping out, we're gonna have to start regulating nano boost. I'm not sure that's is that approved by the FDA? Can we get that tested?
I don't know. I think that they might need to get something tested, at least on Yippee's side, in order to figure out what their win condition is going on to the next map, which is going to be their map pick and from the hybrid map pool this time around.
Okay, so let's kind of walk through this together and think through what we might want in terms of picks. Because the dive composition, I don't think is working. At least not with the Ana Brig. If they want to switch to something like a Lucio Moria, play a little bit more rush style where they don't have to worry about that backline as much, I think that could very much be an option for them. But amongst Eichenwald, Midtown, and Numbani certainly seems like the pick I kind of want to play the least. as them, just because that traditional flex support backline is very relied upon, especially for point A over on Numbani. So that kind of leaves us with Eichenwald and Midtown being picks. Midtown kind of harkens towards a full composition swap. If they want to just pull the big shiny red lever on the wall that says emergency and go for it, I'm all here for it. If they want to keep it at least in the same-ish vein, Eichenwald's certainly there and offers up a lot of compositional diversity.
Seems like we might be getting that map pick through soon. It is going to be
Okay.
Numbani, which you decided was the one that you wanted to play least, but maybe they're really, they have a lot of, I'm not sure what to call it, a lot of reliance on that backline. They believe in their backline to be able to pull this one through for them. And maybe we are going to see compositional swaps here. I mean, the Winston is definitely a really nice tank because you're able to fight for that high ground so readily, but you could also perhaps slot in the Diva as well to these types of compositions, and maybe there will be a little bit more of that comfort and survivability as well.
Yeah, Numbani gives so many opportunities in terms of dive tank play, and the flex supports don't need as much peel here because they have that high ground to kind of fall back on. So maybe that's what they're looking forward to. Maybe they're saying, okay, our more aggressive dive style can rely on this high ground to keep our support safe, as opposed to trying to counter dive like we saw a lot of Rift doing in the previous map. Also, I think they're just trying to double down on what they think they're good at. This is a team, like I said, with a pretty slim roster that very clearly wants to play one type of composition, so coming in trying to change that identity as opposed to fix the small things that are going on might just be the better plan for them.
Yeah, it seems like the dive compositions are just so steady for Team BFE. It's what they know, and they are playing what they know. And going into Numbani, I'm really curious if they're going to try and switch things around. They do like the dive compositions, but on the side of Rift Guardians, they are playing the exact same composition, matching it pace for pace, ultimate for ultimate, and they seem to be just coming out on top of these fights every single time.
Yeah, we'll see how Yippee deals with the architecture of this map. We'll have to check compositions first. Like you said, there are inklings of divas floating around, potential backline swaps. That is a change that I'm all down for. Waz swapping over to a Mercy in order to pocket Sunshine on an Ashe. This feels, especially on defense, like a good time. On the attacking side, it might be a little bit more difficult to find purchase with that Ashe. Is spending that Coach Gun cooldown to get to a high ground up against a dive team like Rift Guardians, I mean, you're basically signing your own death certificate at that point.
Well, the only good thing is starting on defense, you're able to just get up there for the first time, wait for the cooldowns to come back. But on the other side, Team Yippee, it's going to be very interesting to see how Kayla fares in this, because whenever you see that Echo Mercy combination, any of the birds together, then you really have full custody of the Mercy as a DPS player in the air. So it's going to be difficult to get Waz disconnected from the Echo in order to peel for Kayla if it does come down to that. Cat going for those dives, and now without the Brigitte for that extra peel in the back line, it's definitely going to be tough for the survivability of the Ana.
Yeah, it's tricky for the backline issues, actually. Waz has some tricky decisions between Sunshine and Harlequin of who to damage. It goes on to Harlequin, and it's a great dive. Orion and Jono already out of the fight.
Okay, Harlequin doing very, very well right off the bat, but Mercedes and HT, they do find the DPS and the tank in exchange. Terra going down, but that's not going to matter. Cat's already backed off pretty far, and there's not a lot of sustain here for the tank, but they're going to not allow that second tick to go up onto the point just yet. They escape to the high ground for now, and Sunshine this time getting the Mercy pocket as the dive comes through from Cat.
I love how patient Rift Guardians are being about retaking this point, though. They allow the tick to come through. They're waiting for the sports to get back up. They're slowly pushing Sunshine away here. This is very measured over.
Yeah, and Rift Guardians, they do like that slow play style. They're very good in these long drawn-out battles of attrition. They're good at waiting to the regroup, and now they have that pulse bomb on HT, looking for the stick onto the Winston. Doesn't find it. Cat, however, will be able to take the Ashe out of the fight. Harlequin exchanges that for a kill onto Orion, and now missing a little bit of that extra sustain, while the resurrection from How to Waz finds Sunshine to come through. The Valkyrie has been popped for a bit of extra sustain, and the Blaster does come out from the Mercy in order to get a little bit of extra damage down as well. However, with Cat putting so much pressure onto that back line with the Tesla cannon, they're having to retreat all the less.
Yeah, this is getting really tough for Team Yippee. Yes, they got that tickler. Yes, they got a very successful fight, but we're halfway down through our time bank. It's running a bit slim, as are the ultimates. for either side. You're looking at that nano boost from Kayla, though, to be the real knockout punch for Yippee.
Still fighting the high ground. Cat is just getting such good follow-up from H-Key time and time again. Look at that sleep onto Cat, but H-Key still finishes it off because there's just too many targets for Kayla to try and hit, and they're just struggling to stay alive. Now Terra electing to harass Rift Guardian's backline out of the fight with the Primal Rage. Cat popping their own Primal Rage in order to escape from the damage and pressure of Team Yippee as the rest of the team regroups. But now the duplicate has been forced out of Harlequin with the Tesla. And the Bob, of course, from Mercedes coming through. Harlequin in the air. Not really a lot of things to be done when you're that low HP.
Rift Guardians are just controlling this beautifully. Not overspending in ultimates as well. They still have a nano boost to match Kayla's. H-Key's pulse bombs have been a nightmare for Terra to deal with 24/7. This is a fight that very well could go their way, but Yippee have even ultimates. It's just a matter of if they can find a good opportunity to pop that Bob, split this team in half, or maybe shut off one of those tanks who are trying to dive. If they throw it onto Cat while the dive's coming in, they can keep Orion and Jono alive. There's a lot of chance here to get some damage done.
The nano boost onto Cat, though, and immediately Kayla, they were just shredded and out of the fight. Jono, however, from Terra will go down, and it seems like Orion isn't going to be anywhere close by to help out. The Bob does come out from Sunshine as well, and it's just a bunch of zoning to make sure that they're off this payload. Now looking to escort into the streets phase.
Streets does change the texture of this map quite a bit. The Anas no longer have kind of safe havens to sit in where they're free to shoot from where they will. This feels a lot more like Ilios, right, where the teams are going to be tasked with keeping their Anas alive from their respective positions, whether it be the high ground or the long sight lines that Kayla will be offered. Rift Guardians look to kind of scoot up here, gain an early position at this corner, but I don't think they're going to take any aggressive dives down the road.
Yeah, Terra just making sure that they don't have that dive from Cat onto the back line here, since Kayla is still very, very vulnerable. But the one thing they do have in the kit is that resurrection to bring back the support or tank or whoever goes down if need be, and Rift Guardians finds that early pick.
Bomb out, takes down Kayla. That's brutal for Team Yippee. I mean, it's basically lights out there. Yeah, they just have to evacuate as quickly as possible.
They have that Valkyrie, so I'm wondering if they're looking for the risky
they're
res.
trying
They did
to-
drop the bubble. Oh my god! They got the red slap onto Kayla! That was so risky, but they peeled for it very well. Terra knew what the win condition was there to keep pushing this payload forward, and they're able to execute it very well. Now taking control of the high ground as well, but it seems like this fight is going to be extended by the Primal Rage Cat, just looking to try and sustain out this backline, but there's just so much dancing around that is happening from the side of Team Yippee that the Cat can't get a good dive out.
Yeah, the res was sick, but unfortunately, in order to cover the res, it required all 5 members of Team Yippee to hold themselves up in a small room, which is one of the less safe places to be against Rift Guardian's composition. Now, though, they're taking a position out and around, and with 4 ultimates up, this could be very lethal.
H-Key getting caught out trying to harass the backline, and Sunshine on a pretty decent flank, looking for the low health of Orion. Still down immediately. There's that Ana now out of the fight, relying on the sustain of Jono. The nano boost did go out onto Jono before, and the rally is available, but the Bob now from the side of Rift Guardians should be able to clear and disengage.
Upanas have just been the flavor of the day, haven't they?
Public enemy number 1.
Yeah. I will say, Team Yippee having spent a fair bit going into that fight, Rift Guardians match with only 2 ultimates of their own, they have a lot of sustain to make their way through this one. Yes, Kayla has a nano boost, but sticking on the Mercedes certainly does bode well for them. Rift Guardians have tools here, especially that rally if they want to make this one go long.
Harlequin looking to shred through all of Cat's health, and it's looking like it's working. Having to disengage now after the initial dive, and the rally does come through from Jono to get the overhealth as well. Harlequin gets low, but with a pocket of the Mercy, especially now that the Valkyrie has been expended, is going to allow them to push forward towards this point. Still being contested by HQ. Risky res from how it was, but Terra comes back in now, a second tank into this fight, a 6th player for Yippee, trying to push them forward. It is still a contention, but it seems like they might be able to get themselves off. HK still able to stay on top, and Jono just whacking away with the flail, trying to get the sustain through. It is going to be brutal to try and see which one wins out in this battle of attrition. Now with fishing with the pulse bomb for the back line, but HK doesn't find it.
I mean, HK, one of the most experienced players in this lobby, needs to show that grit and metal right now, blinking towards the cart every couple seconds just to keep that overtime up. Oh, and forces them away. One missed dive from Terra has burned down the entire clock, and with it, the push from Team Yippee slips through their fingers.
Round 1 complete, just on the verge of getting to that second point as well. Rift Guardians setting them up for a very, very clear win condition here. They need to get that little bit of extra time onto the first point as well. And I think that they've fought that first point very patiently and very well, so I have no doubt that they're going to be able to get control of the high ground.
I mean, Rift Guardians just turned into monsters on second. What are you going to do? Like, HK started going sick. Play your defense. Team Yippee should be feeling pretty good, though, with this high ground access that they'll have in the kind of safe sanctity of that elevation that's going to offer up to Kayla.
Yeah, Kayla at the very least is going to be able to have a little bit of extra survivability and safe haven in this high ground, since How to Was did have some very, very good reses in the last fight, but it seems like just a mistimed dive, like you mentioned, it just wasn't enough to push them past to that second point. Mercedes switching onto the Hanzo is going to be an interesting pick up against this Ashe, though.
I'm a big fan of the Hanzo all the time. I think look, you can call it what you want. You can call it cheese, you can call it corny, you can call it RNG, but it's powerful. And I think there's no questions about that. It'll fill the same role as what Harlequin does, right? Putting a lot of pressure onto the Winston, but also has the opportunity to put that pressure a bit longer range if the supports happen to open up their sight lines. Like we're seeing now, Mercedes working their way up to the high ground, looking for just any vulnerable player, and because the Mercedes is so good, Yippee just has to respect it.
Harlequin just able to peel for How to Was and allow them to get back to full health, but Orion finding some huge picks onto the DPS line of Yippee. Orion just another one onto Sunshine right after the resurrection comes through. One less tool in the toolkit from How to Was, and Team Yippee, they're just giving up that payload for free. 5 minutes for Street Phase up to point B.
Yeah, I mean, Waz has been great with the resurrects, but re-resurrected Sunshine there, but it was like, why are we born just to suffer? As Sunshine gets taken down for like the 5th time directly after a res. It's good stuff by Rift Guardians. They may not be able to pick off that res, but they do cover the person being rezzed afterwards pretty consistently. Now heading into B with an enormous time bank, a pick in the back pocket of Mercedes, and a cart that is cruising along. I see no signs of this stopping anytime soon, Tala.
Seems like in this first of 2 series, Rift Guardians are looking to come out on top and doing so in a dominant fashion as well. There is just so much time left in the bank, and Mercedes, oh, even with the projectiles on the Hanzo, is able to take down Harlequin twice in a row now, and there's no resurrection from How to Was. It's just not a good position, it's too risky. Now it's just looking to peel for the backline and try and get a little bit of extra damage, but because Sunshine is that secondary DPS, there's no damage boost, and Terra just falls without the sustain from the backline.
Yeah, you saw the backline wasn't even dead. The backline wasn't even dead. Terra was there. The backline was just being zoned away by Hanzo arrows being thrown through a doorway 24/7. That is the power of the Mercedes Hanzo. You don't even need the kills. You just have to throw arrows that are scary enough that the supports can't cross them. Rift Guardians have been nothing but phenomenal this entire time, being able to change where their focus was from pressuring out Terra for virtually all of Helios to shifting their attention towards the backline a little bit more here on Numbani. It has been a masterclass so far.
Terra able to snag away the play of the game by getting that first few picks on that first point of Numbani defense. But now looking at how this match went, Rift Guardians, there is a reason that they have been on top of the Calling All Heroes circuit thus far. There is a reason that they were the 2nd place winners of that last Calling All Heroes minor, and there's a reason that they come out on top right now today.
Well, I suspect they're looking to improve on the 2nd place, Tala. and in a tournament where there's a few more points up on the line as well. It's big stuff for Rift Guardian. It sets the tone as well for the rest of the bracket for them. They get a couple of maps out, get through it, get to the next one. These weekends can be very long, and so for them, it's good to preserve a lot of that energy. That being said, over on the other side, Team Yippee did not go down without a fight. Yes, it was a dominant performance by Rift Guardians, but Yippee showed us a lot of really strong stuff, especially in those direct dives, some strong DPS performances, as well. I was very impressed with Sunshine and Harlequin's ult usage on the Tracer and Echo in particular. If they can continue to keep that up and have a few of those pop-off moments to just get them through some of the really tough fights, this team very well could go a long distance in the lower bracket.
Yeah, that first point Helios was definitely one of the more impressive moments of brilliance that I had seen from Team Yippie's squad, and they have a second chance in this lower bracket to run all the way back up to finals. It's just not over yet, and they have more chances to prove themselves.
I'm curious, has this been the fastest match in the bracket so far? I mean, let's go ahead and walk through the others, because Strix Bad Blood versus Vancouver Titans currently 1-up for Strix. Timeless Ethereal is 1-up over 721 Black. And Rift Guardians, we saw the 2-0 happen. It seems like all these matches have been particularly quick, which means that the next round of games should be even more exciting.
Yeah, but don't go anywhere just yet. We are going to have an interview with the winning squad of this upper round thus far, so hopefully we'll be able to talk to one of the cooks in the kitchen for Rift Guardians to see what was going on through their heads during that last match. Hope you didn't go anywhere. We are back with an interview from Rift Guardians with H-Key to try and see what was going on during their last match and what was going through their heads. So hello, H-Key, welcome and congratulations on the first win of the day.
Hello, thank you.
So going into this match, what were you thinking? What was the preparation like for your team thus far?
I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't a huge amount of preparation specific to Team Yippee, mainly because the previous part of the tournament hasn't really been streamed, so there aren't really like a huge amount of resources to really scout teams specifically. You mainly get a feel for teams just based off of scrimming them and just like what you know about how they play. Overall, Team Yippee was pretty standard, aside from their comp on Numbani being a bit different because they didn't include a tracer.
Yeah, for sure. And now going into the next one, do you think that you're going to be able to keep this dominance going? And are you hoping that you are going to be able to continue further than you did in the last minor?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident. I feel like my team is always playing really, really well on game days. Although Timeless Ethereal, the team that we're playing, is a very, very strong team. We didn't unfortunately get to play against them during the Swiss stage in this tournament, so it's not super well known exactly how we're going to fare up against them. But I'm really excited nonetheless.
You know, HK, I've cast you for what feels like eons at this point, so I have no doubts about what you can actually get done. I want to put a little bit more of that spotlight on you. You've been talking about what your team's been able to do, but by God, that stall at the end of Numbani B, what's going through your head in that moment? Because, I mean, Cat was eating bullets for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, was not ever going to be able to touch. You're out there blinking for your life. How do you pull that off?
I mean, it definitely does come down a lot to my team as well. I don't want to be too selfish in that respect because I mean I was just trying to blink as much as possible. If my team wasn't there with like the immense amount of pressure that they had, it wouldn't have been that easy for me to pull it off. And there were a couple times where I was off cart, and honestly, where I just whiffed super hard. I could have done a lot more when it came to actually killing stuff. But my team had my back, and they stepped off the cart. So unfortunate for them, but we managed to get the win there.
And it looked fantastic at that. Is this how you expect a lot of the matches to go? Not just in terms of you guys winning, but of course, compositions. It was pretty clear that it was what Yippee wanted to come in and to kind of mirror the Winston against you guys. Should we expect more compositional variety from you heading into further matches? Is that something you think you're going to need against other teams?
I think us and most teams are pretty comfortable running the Winston composition. So that'll be either Tracer Sombra or usually a hit scan like an Ash or a Hanzo with a Tracer. And apart from some maps where you could potentially like get away with Brawl on like some of the King of the Hill maps, I think most teams are going to be pretty standard with some form of the Winston dive.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And now going into this matchup, you mentioned you were playing against Timeless Ethereal. Is there a team that you are really excited to play in this tournament thus far?
Definitely Timeless Ethereal because they're one of the few teams we haven't played against at all, really. We've never even really scrimmed them. So I just want to, clear up that unknown element. And then also, of course, New York Excelsior Academy because they're a very, very strong team. And I'd love to win against them.
Yeah, and it's only very early into the day, but are there any shout outs that you would like to give before you move on to the next round of the bracket?
I want to give a shout out specifically to Chime. He's a player currently on the Rift main team for contenders, and he has been so instrumental in helping our team. He comes to a lot of the scrims and coaches and helps out with everything, from one-on-one VOD reviews to like team stuff. And he has just been so amazing, especially because a lot of the other coaches that we would normally work with are super busy with their own projects. So Chime has been so fundamental to this team.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. I mean, shout out to Chime for helping your team get this far. And of course, shout out to you and your team for being able to win out this very first round, get this day started nice and quick 2-0, dominant, easy fashion for you. And best of luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Bye, HK. Whew. All right, Tala, that leaves us with a little bit of information to go through. Let's talk bracket. Let's talk who survived this first round because holy cow, it's been a pretty quick first round for Rift Guardians and Timeless Ethereal. Those two are going to go at it next. I'm curious to see as well how it goes because Rift Guardians are trying to open like the Schrodinger's Overwatch team in Timeless Ethereal that they haven't really gotten to see yet. And so that should make for some fun stuff. And then the upper one hasn't even been decided yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting. I think Strix Bad Blood versus Titans Blue, that's wondering what's going on up there because Strix taking that first map off Titans Blue. I mean, this bottom half of the bracket going a lot faster. Timeless Ethereal, Swift 2-0. And I mean, Timeless and Rift Guardians meeting each other pretty early in the bracket. I mean, semifinals. It's definitely going to be a tough one.
It's going to be tough, but nevertheless, we've got a lower bracket filled out as well. 721 Black and Team Yippee are soon to be joined by a couple other people. But like I said, lower bracket, look, you said at the beginning of the broadcast, I think it's complete copium. I think it's complete copium to say, oh, we have lower bracket. It's okay if we it's not. These teams are brutal. You cannot lose. Otherwise, you have to win like a bajillion teams against or games against crazy good teams. I don't want to be there. I don't want to see or be within spitting distance of the lower bracket if I'm any of these teams. It is going to be a dogfight down there, and I cannot wait to watch from a comfortable distance away what happens through the rest of this bracket. But we will be watching what happens in the rest of this bracket in just a bit, guys. So we're going to send you to a quick break while we load up our next match.
Welcome back to the Radiant Heroes Major 2 of the Calling All Heroes circuit. I am Epitomes, joined by Door, and we are so excited to be getting into the upper round semifinals for this playoffs bracket.
Gloves are off. We're not playing anymore. It's all first to threes from here on out. That is talking full on big Overwatch matches, and the first of which is going to be played between NYXL Academy and Strix Bad Blood. It was nice knowing you, Bad Boys and Titans Blue, but we're going to go ahead and toss you down into the pits of the lower bracket and deal with these two teams right now, who we haven't gotten to see either of up until now, but we do know that NYXL went undefeated in the Swiss stage, and Strix Bad Blood did not. So I would tip my hat one direction to start things off.
NYXL, also the previous major winners. They've got a lot of players on this squad. Not sure who the starting roster is just yet,
and a
but
fancy
this
graphic.
is stacked.
Yeah, this team, alongside their what can only be described as beautiful branding, has a ridiculous roster. I mean, they are just hoarding the talent. When I look at this roster and I see the players labeled as substitutes, I am worried. It's like when your substitutes look like other people's main rosters, we've got problems. Sniper Kindred locking it down, have the full breadth of the tank roster pretty much locked down. Wisp, Spun, Snoz are a set of DPS that need no introduction, and then a backline that obviously gives you a lot of reliability, especially a player who I love giving shout-outs, Wicca, a phenomenal player and person.
Yeah, this is definitely a very, very formidable roster to be going up against. And on Strix Bad Blood side, looking at who they have, they've definitely got a few players that are formidable forces. X10 on the DPS, definitely someone you have to watch out for on the squad. Mari holding it down on the tank. I'm assuming it's Mari, but she has decided not to tell us how to pronounce her name. So we will be saying Mari.
We can just put in a different vowel every time.
Murray.
Mori. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're going to regret that one. Yeah, like you said, though, this team certainly can put up a fight up against NYXL. It should be said, though, it's just always going to be an uphill battle. Give credit where it's due. Strix came out with a solid record from the Swiss stage. They did not just barely qualify. They qualified strongly. They also picked up a big win in that last round up against Vancouver Titans Blue, a stark one at 2-0. They've got to maintain that momentum, though, throughout the series, and especially through the starting map, as it's going to take a lot of effort, right? It's one thing to be able to kind of cheese out a first to two to kind of blitz a team and catch them off guard, but a first to three where there's so much time to adapt. And when you're talking about a team like NYXL who has so much depth to their roster, so that is to say they can adapt a lot, it's going to be pretty tough.
Yeah, especially when you have the number of substitutes that they have, so you can have players kind of playing their more comfort picks rather than having them always having to try and play the entire flex DPS roster, the entire flex support roster, and how, you know, you have to play all of the hit scan heroes. You just have players that can kind of conform to their niches, especially having variety in the tank line as well.
Yeah, it turns out there's advantages to bringing a small army to an Overwatch tournament. Next thing you know, it's going to be an Overwatch League team comprised of just all one tricks for every hero. No more roster cap. We're done with it. Like we said, though, rosters will come into play at some point, likely later on when we're talking about flexibility. But first map is the same. We're starting off things on Ilios, which I think we kind of hinted towards last time. Tala likely means a lot of Winston.
Yeah, and when it comes with Winston, I think we might be seeing that sniper starting off on this NYXL roster. On the other side, it seems like they should be pretty comfortable with that same type of dive composition. Their DPS line with Extend and Mini should be able to dish out on both the hit scan, you know, Extend being comfortable on the Ashe as well, and the Tracer.
Yeah, what I'm actually curious about is what NYXL are likely to bring to the table. Because with Snozler in to start things out, you have a lot of interesting options. Snozler's got a particularly wide hero pool that can utilize a lot of different stuff. Bun, I mean, likely to lock it down on whatever hit scan and just be completely oppressive, to say the least. There's no questions about what's coming out in that regard. But then you look towards how the matchup's going to be played, because yes, you could bring the same composition to the table, but how you pilot it changes a ton from team to team. We saw in the last matchup, right? A much more aggressive playstyle versus one that just wanted to peel away and play a little bit more patient. I suspect NYXL are going to be taking up a little bit more of that ladder play style, but there's still a lot of play to be had in terms of aggressive play. Like you said, X10 especially can bring that to the table.
Now, it seems like we might be starting out. Actually, I should not say that because I don't know what sub-map we are going to be starting out on
call
just
it,
yet.
call it.
Okay,
Take a shot,
so
take a shot, take a shot.
I'm just going to see if the RNG gods are on my side. Is it going to be Lighthouse?
Ooh. I'll take a Ruins. I'll take a Ruins. That's my call.
Yeah, what if it's neither of us? What are we going to do? Like rock, paper, scissors to see like who wins
No,
the
I think
bet?
we have to both sit with RL and chat can be right.
Oh,
Which I
right.
hate saying. I hate saying that chat could possibly be right, but like, I guess they can have the point.
Yeah, chat can have the point. You know, we can be like 0-0. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't want to track this for the whole weekend. I've actually got a surprisingly good track record of just calling it. I think I'm like, what,
Well,
4 for
you
5
did
or
call
something in the
Ruins, and
past
we've been
Contender
flying
series?
over Ruins for a little while. Oh, wait, Lighthouse! I win!
Oh my. Okay.
Unless-
I give up. I'm gone. I'm leaving. Are we getting baited? I don't think so. Nevertheless, we'll
Wait,
see
no.
what we get. The maps actually don't change that much in terms of team compositions. Ruins might bring a little bit more to the table. In fact, I wouldn't mind a little bit of Sniper Bun. That's not to say Sniper the Tank and Bun, but Bun playing on a sniper. God, I mean that is just a delight to watch.
No, we're actually going to have Bun playing on the tank and Sniper playing the snipers. We're going to have a Widow over here on the Lighthouse.
already hurts. Tom, stop it.
I mean, we still don't know what's going to be coming out just yet. Still waiting a little bit on the players. And, I mean, we can speculate, we can theory craft on what we might be seeing. Maybe some off-meta picks.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of off-meta opportunities. I mean, the DPS bring a lot to the table. Snoz can play the Pharah if they want to, which I would consider off-meta if it weren't for the fact that we just got done watching like all of EMEA, as well as I'm sure
Oh
you
my goodness.
got done watching plenty of Pharah play. Yeah.
First
I'm so
hand, by the
sorry.
way, I also saw a lot of Torbjorn and Roadhog, so maybe that experience should not 100% be trusted, because sometimes the Torbjorn was a troll pick because they wanted a 1v1, and sometimes they literally did it because it was their team composition, and it worked.
Yeah, it's tough to tell in a lot of situations. Calling All Heroes has been pretty solidified in terms of its meta. I've been surprised to actually not see more shaking up of things. When the meta shifts, people kind of... I'm going to use the word cower because I think you're just fearful if you're not exploring more meta options, but tend to fall back a little bit towards Winston compositions when the meta changes just because they're so solid, right? Like, you can never go wrong with it. But that being said, with all the reach patches that have gone through, I think it does open the door for some pretty interesting things to come out should teams want to shake things up.
We did it. We're on Ruins. You win. You can have the point for this time around.
Let's go 5 for 6. I've got a great record on 1 in 3 chances. I don't know what's up with that. Nevertheless, so Winston compositions on either side, they do change a little bit, though. We don't get those echoes coming out like we expected. Actually, they were alluding to it earlier in our interview with H-Key, but a little bit more of that Tracer paired with the Sombra. We talk a lot about the Sombras and being able to coordinate with teams, but Mini and Bun truly do have a ton on their table in that regard, and I will be paying a ton of attention to not just their EMPs, but their manual hacks and their translocator uptime, right? How much damage are they getting through? How much ultra charge are they generating? At what pace? Because when you're in a head-to-head like this, getting your EMP 20% faster makes a world of a difference.
A complete mirror matchup on both sides, and you've definitely been shouting out the CPS line from NYXL Academy so far quite a bit. Going to look for a bit of a fight around the top. The statue, Mini looking for the hack onto that health pack early in order to get the extra sustain onto their side. Snozzler, though, X10 being caught out, and now trying to get the shred from Snozzler onto the back line and the tank. It's forcing a disengage here from NYXL Academy. This should allow them to get first capture.
Yeah, I love how wide NYXL took their positioning there, right? Allowing themselves to wrap around Bad Blood as opposed to Bad Blood, who kind of tried to spearhead through Sniper to start things out. Didn't work out too well for them, but this next fight also will still be empty-handed. Neither team's got ultimates on deck, so Bad Blood's got a pretty solid chance at finding an engagement.
Yes, Noslar just being a pest in the back line as well, looking for the dive opportunities onto the Vegeta and the Ana. They have that peel to come through, but the Pulse Bomb has been charged up so incredibly quickly just from the pure harassment that Noslar is getting just from being in the back line. Gets out the Translocator and Mini finding Jinx. This is just so much damage being dished out by the Tracer in a matter of seconds. Pulse Bomb doesn't find anything, and actually it's opening things up now because Noslar's so focused on the back line and just lost sight of them for a second. Bad Blood's able to dive onto this point, and there's just not enough sustain for Sniper to keep alive despite the bubble, and they flip it over.
Yeah, I mean, early on that was just decided by Jinx getting picked off, right? Snozlar was doing a great job of maintaining a ton of attention from the backline, but unfortunately because that first pick was given up so early, Bad Blood still hold on to a ton of ultimates, but they're behind by 14% or so in EMP. So yes, they have a lot of check marks up there, but one well-timed EMP from Bun very well could bring the House of Cards tumbling down.
And the Sombra matchup as well. Mini goes down, can't build up the EMP. The rally does come through on Bad Blood's side, looking for that kind of sustain, but the EMP is just so impressive from Bun to be able to get that extra damage down, and the health percentage goes down. Everyone on Bad Blood shredded, looking for the regroup now.
I mean, that's just a Bun gap, right? Like, you come in with just EMP against 5 ultimates and you win the fight. There is nothing than just a Sombra gap there. Being said, Bad Blood do have that whole host of ultimates still in their back pocket to use in a critical juncture. They're going to try and find Sombra. This is great, right? This puts Mini behind a whole set of translocator rotation. Snozlar getting picked off. It may still yet be turned into a cheap fight by Bad Blood.
Both of the support ultimates do come through. Mari looking for a little bit of that sustain, but Sniper comes in such a good time and taking out both of the backline supports for Bad Blood. Now the EMP finally does come through from Mini, but it seems like they're fighting an uphill battle already. They're already missing so many players. They're still being contested on the point though, but NYXL Academy has already switched it over to their side. Although the stick does come out from the Pulse Bomb, Sniper comes in to try and finish things off, but it's not enough damage for Mari to go down.
Yeah, but NYXL have peeled away at the perfect time. They understand where the ultimate charges are. Bad Blood has nothing to work with, and Bun is just 18 minuscule percentage points away from having an EMP online that will very much knock the lights out of Bad Blood.
Yeah, Bun, this EMP placement is definitely going to be a huge factor in the next fight. Bad Blood, they need to be looking out for this one. They forced the retreat out of Jinx because of the anti, and Snozlar does fall early, but they still have that game-winning ultimate in their back pocket. They still have that EMP, and they need to be looking out for Bun, who's going to try and pop this, but instead they're forcing them back towards their spawn, taking control and getting very, very aggressive ahead. Now the regroup has to come through. They spotted out where Bun is at the very least, so they're going to back off.
I mean, they back off, but it's just a quick reset, right? Buying time, force Snozlar to come back up. You need the Tracer to follow up on the EMP, so they wisely don't go in that moment, but now, bolstered, all 5 members here, it's the time to strike.
Yeah, they've detected Bun at the very least, and the AMP is just a target for the supports immediately. HAMR goes down so quickly, and they're looking for the dive onto the root as well with the Primal Rage and Sync. The overtime has been activated. NYXL Academy, they flip that point over. 99% for Bad Blood. They're in one-fight territory with an EMP of their own active, but there is just no way that they can touch there.
Yeah, it was final fight either way. Bad Blood did a great job forcing them back. I mean, the pick onto Snozlar was amazing, right? The fact that NYXL was able to disengage following that was arguably even more impressive. The fact that they got out and were able to find a clean engagement with EMP afterwards, and the patience that they showed us in being willing to do that, being willing to allow it to go all the way up to 99%, knowing that they had a very winning fight in their hands, is really nice stuff to see from a team that really derives a lot of their power from being confident in the upper bracket like this. So NYXL are laying the roadwork for some very good stuff. But Bad Blood are putting up a strong fight. Those first picks have been brutal so far, and if they can keep them up with X10 on the Echo, a character that does generate a lot of first picks, it's going to put them in a great spot.
Yeah, that first round was very competitive and very close, but NYXL, their kiting was just superior, especially after the pick came out onto Snozzler and Bun. Obviously, the pacing on the ultimate was incredibly oppressive. Now Bun switching on to the Echo instead of the Sombra, and Bad Blood is doing the same. Once again, just matching up for the ultimates, but Mini this time on the Tracer instead.
Playing neutral, very aggressive position for Bad Blood, but pays off big time for them as AJ and Mars is completely uncontested. So Mini, X10, Mari, they've all got support in the air, and it's easy just kind of clicking on them to take them down.
Yeah, the DPS line from NYXL Academy is able to get a bit of damage down and try and contest the point, but X10 is more looking to try and just burst down the Winston and force NYXL to take a later fight and get that percentage up.
Now it's all about that positioning again, but NYXL has so much ground to cover before they can actually get onto the back line of Bad Blood, which is safely tucked away in this corner. In the meantime, Bad Blood's going to go for a counter dive of their own, separating the DPS away from the Winston and removing the teeth from this dive.
NYXL still pretty solid here. The Winston getting a lot of damage to go down, and HMR and Jam are just so safe up on this high ground. The dive hasn't come through yet, and they're trying to make sure they're not peeked from across the laneway, and they're not going to do so. Bun is looking for the back line, but just gets caught out. Now the dive comes through a little bit late, and the sleep onto Sniper as well. This is just a very disjointed fight thus far from NYXL Academy, but Snozzler comes in at perfect time with the pulse bomb, and now all of a sudden they've just turned it around with the picks onto the back line, and X10 is trying to keep himself alive, but they cannot.
I know I was talking about the position being so good that all you kind of do is click in their general direction and they would go down, but there was maybe a little bit more nuance than that for Bad Blood that was required. The supports did a great job of keeping themselves alive, but because X10, Mini, and Mari were just shooting 5 different people in 5 different places, the target focus wasn't there, and NYXL were able to exist for far longer than they had any real right to in the face of the positioning of Bad Blood. Now, NYXL are offered that same advantage, but aren't able to take advantage of it, as Aramori's gone down early.
And the rally from Bad Blood's side as well allows them to get that little bit of extra overhealth to come through. Sniper wants to go for the dive to hold on to the point. The Primal Rage with a bunch of overhealth now onto the Winston to allow him that bit of extra. But Jinx can't come in time, and Aramori has a long walk back to spawn before he can help out this tank. The new Nano Blade from ADMR is going to come out the Nano Boost onto one of the players, and X10 actually duplicates the Ana, immediately shredded out of it, and a chaotic fight from Bad Blood is going to result in the loss of the point.
Yeah, that was a really sizable commitment by NYXLA, willing to kind of go in with that last Nano Boost from Aramori. I think that's actually paid off. Mari, having used a Primal Rage, buys a lot of time, and I think enough time for Bad Blood to all get back. It's full 5-on-5 yet again here, despite the chaos.
The ultimates, though, it's NYXL that has that rally available. It allows them a little bit of extra sustain here, and Mini is being harassed down by Snozzler, able to pick up the health pack as well and just get back up to full health while they're still fighting that above high ground fight as well. X10 really looking for that control and trying to protect the supports who are just sitting up onto that high ground.
They're doing a much better job of it now than they were in the last fight. That high ground has been solidified for Jinx and Aramori. Now it's just about holding on to that point. Bad Blood, the onus is on them to make the engagement.
Okay, another duplicate onto that Ana. They're really looking for these Nano Blades. I don't know if this was an accident or I don't know what's happening with them, but they're building up that Nano Boost very, very quickly and immediately goes down onto the Winston. Sniper now going to look for the dive onto the back line with the Echo Nano Boost, and now just disengaging back to the point as soon as Amari comes in.
Alright, Bad Blood have to take an engagement from a pretty tricky position amongst all this chaos. NYXL still have ultimates.
Well, we got another duplicate onto the Ana from X10's side, and they're looking for the fight onto the point with the overtime now activated and still being contested. The Nano Boost doesn't come through from the duplicated Ana, though. X10 goes down quickly because of the shred from Bun's focusing fire, and they're using that Primal Rage to get the extra sustain with the rally on the other side. It's basically 2 tanks on the field from Bad Blood's side, but once again, rally comes through on NYXL Academy. They're just trying so so hard to get this battle of attrition, and Jinx finding Jam as that rally fades away. Now looking for the tank, but there's nowhere to be found. NYXL Academy, it's messy, but they secure map 1.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the few places that they were getting tripped up by Strix, but by and large, we're able to fix a lot of their mistakes on the fly. Again, something that I expect of a team of this caliber, and also dish out a lot of hurt of their own. That last fight was a beautiful example of some nice creativity. You brought up the auto swap, but I can't get over Bun just like jumping like they're reaching for the cookie jar on the top shelf every time to just land one more healing shot onto the Winston. Oh, what wild sights that map made for. But it was a back and forth point. I mean, we were playing hot potato for a good time, and I think that's just indicative of both of these teams' understanding of the macro game. They both came in and were very measured with their ultimate usage and respected each other's ultimates a lot. So you saw Rally get popped on the point. The other team would then abscond, allow them to cap it over. Then the next team would come in, pop a Primal Rage, and the other team would say, no, you have it. You spend your ultimate, and then we'll come
No,
back
you
when
can
you're
have
done
it.
with that. Yeah, we'll take your leftovers. That happened a few times, and it's such a good understanding from these teams of what is coming at them, what they're willing to spend, and what for they're willing to spend it.
Yeah, and now Strix Bloodbud, they are going to be headed onto their own map picks, so they're going to be able to have a little bit more of the hometown advantage, so to speak. But I'm wondering with the Echo picks, is this like duplicating Ana, just like the new meta or something when you pick Echo, because they're trying to get the nano boost up in like 10 times faster than you normally would? Because I feel like we saw Ana duplication almost every single time. We see a lot like Winston maybe once.
Well, I think the question that I should ask in return is, who is the most often person to die first on these teams?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, and then you're like, oh, I wonder what I wish I had after my Ana's dead. Well, I would kill for another Ana.
Oh, well,
so
yeah.
that's it most of the time. And then, like, the last time was because the bubble got placed, and so the Ana on the opposite high ground couldn't see the tank, and so we're like, I guess we need an Ana inside this bubble. Buns up to the challenge. They make do with what they've got. It's really great on-the-fly decision-making coming out from these teams that's allowing them to do stuff like this, but the on-the-fly changes have to be made by Strix. So as we head into a map number 2, there's a lot on the table here. We've gone over a map pool previously. I believe it was, Midtown, Eichenwald, and what we ended up playing, which was Numbani. It's going to be Midtown of those 3.
Well, Midtown is going to be an interesting one. I feel like Midtown, you can play a lot of those rush compositions as well, so I'm wondering if they're going to be a little bit of a change up from these teams and switching instead of the dive into more of a brawl rush.
I suspect that we at least had maybe not a full brawl composition. I know, speaking to Wicca, speaking to HKey in the previous match, they were talking a lot about how a lot of these teams are coming in kind of prepared to play the Winston explicitly. I think NYXL has the flexibility, should they want to swap to something like Ramatra, to swap to something like a rush composition, or even an Orisa that we saw at some of the World Cup games could be very prevalent on this map. But for now, I'm still expecting the Winstons to stay, if not the backline shift to something more like a Lucio Moira or a Lucio Kiriko to enable a more rush-style variation of it.
Yeah, it's a possibility that we might see the Ramatra, if not the Winston as well. But it's just, back and forth for both of these teams. I think a lot of them are really solidified and very comfortable with the dive composition. So I wouldn't be surprised to see another variation of the Tracer Winston with potentially an Ashe for that high ground control, which there isn't a lot of on Midtown, or the Sombra.
Yeah, that hit scan's kind of the big question. I mean, don't get me wrong, Bun was doing a phenomenal job. I have not seen the Bun Sombra until now. The Bun Sombra is cracked. I need more of the Bun Sombra in my life. And the Echo is just as good, but the hit scan is something that I think NYXL have in spades, and if it's something they want to lean on, like you said, with that Ashe, it's absolutely a very real opportunity. The Hanzo as well is very strong coming through this initial A choke point. It's something that I always shout out. I think it's a pick that can come out on basically any map, but here especially, it's particularly good.
The Hanzo is just really good at that zoning control. I mean, the Dragon Strike, most of the time you don't see a lot of people dying to it, especially in higher tier play. But the Bob dishes out just that much more damage and lasts a little bit longer. So it's, a toss-up between those two DPSs for the hit scans.
You know what I really want? I just want one Reinhardt game. Can I ask nicely? I know we're expecting like tiny Reinhardt buffs or whatever Aaron was hinting at, but
I saw so
God,
much
I would
Reinhardt.
just kill for it. I need, oh, what, for World Cup?
Yeah, so many teams played Reinhardt. You know what they did? They played Baptiste Reinhardt, and then they would amp Matrix and Ryan Firestrike, and they would just one-shot somebody, and it'd just be like, okay, I guess they're not fighting the next fight then.
I miss the good old days of Reinhardt compositions, but unfortunately, Ramatra just got put out, and it's better Reinhardt. So, yeah, that's a far more likely brawl option that we should get. I don't think it's poke, unless, like I said, the Orisa that started to see a little bit more play during World Cup. I have no clue if that was like a player-specific thing or if it was like they just thought they had the sauce, you know? But I'll give them some credit and say they might have had the sauce.
I mean, Orisa is a very tanky tank, you know? She can absorb so much pressure with the javelin spin, and also has a little bit of CC with the javelin spin and the javelin throw. So, you know, she's a very tanky tank. She's a very horsey horse.
Well, you actually hit the nail on the head there, right? As a tanky tank, you're very good at keeping other less tanky tanks away from you. And so when you're talking about long sight lines like this and trying to stop a rush or a brawl composition from engaging on you, there are very few toolkits better than Orisa's in the game at being able to do so. So it's certainly an opportunity for them, but I think it'll still likely be backed by a lot of the similar trimmings that you would get from the rush compositions, be it that Hanzo, the Ashe, the Tracer, and then the standard backlines that you expect.
I feel like it sounds really, really silly to say that she's a really tanky tank, but it's like Ramatra is not a tanky tank.
You remember release Overwatch to Orisa? Oh my god, that was
she was
too tanky of a tank. That was we had problems.
But it was so fun. She was so fun. Well, still waiting to see what's gonna happen on this Midtown map. A little bit slow getting into things. We're off to a little bit of a lull start.
Okay, it's just a nice, easy first day. Second day, it's gonna be back-to-back-to-back maps. We're gonna force the teams in. You're actually gonna finish one point, head into the next. They're just gonna be like chained together. No breaks, no nothing. Nah, I think we're just about locked in for this map. Midtown, our first Midtown of the day. I'm very glad that we started to get some diversity. I was worried we'd be just playing Numbani because all the teams wanted to play dive, but Bad Blood has freed us of our shackles, at least for now. It may not be freeing us from the dive shackles. We'll see that in just about 8.2 seconds. We have been freed from the Numbani brace. See what these teams have to offer up. NYXL do make one change in bringing in Jinx, I believe. Outside of that, nothing too crazy.
Was Jinx not in the first map? I
may just be crazy.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jinx was here the entire time. It's okay. It's early, at the early hours of 1:25.
Oh, that's why. Okay. I remember saying Wicca and seeing Jinx. Okay, sorry. Jinx is Wicca. There you go. That's my confusion, and I blame Wicca.
Yeah, Wicca, why don't you just have the same gamer tag across all platforms? Why are you Wicca and Jinx?
You need the lore fill in here. Wicca's only good on Wednesdays. Wicca Wednesdays are a very known threat to contenders teams everywhere.
So change your name to Wicca on Wednesdays.
Yeah, you just change your name on every other day is the game plan.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well, Jinx Wicca is going to be brought into this NYXL match on Midtown. What a shot from Bun. I don't know if he actually saw Extend, but a great shot nonetheless. A good pick off onto the Extend, who now has a long walk back from spawn, and good build up onto the Dragon Strike as well. Mari gets shredded, and the rest of the squad looking to disengage off the back of that tank going down.
Yeah, I see why people, you might not like playing against Hanzo for one reason or another. One-shots being the one reason and the other. But oh my god, Bun just fun policed the entire Bad Blood roster. And now there is a re-engage eventually here, but it's going to be very tough, especially without Mini.
Yeah, this tick is just so close to getting off, and it's just no support for this front line, especially with AJMR going down so quickly. Bun is really fun policing, as you called it, with the headshots onto the back line, getting the high ground so early, and it's just incredibly difficult to dive anyone on the NYXL roster because their peel is actually just so strong. Mini goes down despite supposing to be just that annoying little pest in the back line. Bun on fire, on pace to the Dragon Strike already, and they still have 5 minutes left over for Streets phase.
Yeah, I actually think they're going to pay the price big time. It's a small thing, but taking that re-engage for Bad Blood gave NYXL a significant hand up in terms of ultimate charge that they're about to eat from the hand of very soon.
Dragon Strike, we're just looking at it. Snozlar with the Pulse Bomb is able to find the entire backline of Bad Blood. You all of a sudden have no sustain for the tank. Mari down to such low HP and just kind of backing off for the rest of the squad and waiting for the healing to come through. And now they're almost already at point B, in good position, have control of the high ground, also have so many ultimates in hand as well.
Yeah, bad news, Tala, it's not over. You only have a Pulse Bomb versus what? Dragon, Nano, Primal? This is not going to be fun for Bad Blood.
Okay, at least the stick goes on to Aramori. Aramori does fall down. There's the Dragon Strike. It does a lot of zoning on the payload, but they're still going to be able to contest momentarily with the Nano Boost onto Mari. Now the Primal Rage in the back pocket of the Winston here, and they're just harassing Bun, and as soon as Bun goes down, now it's just backline bonanza. There's not much to be done there for Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful start. That was the best thing that Bad Blood could have possibly had happen for them to pull back that fight. If that Pulse Bomb hits any other target, even the Brig's not enough to fling the fight in your favor in that regard. You had to get the Ana. Mini did their job phenomenally. It allows the rest of Bad Blood as well to pull their ultimates up out of the trenches. So now we're actually fighting on a pretty level playing field, and one that Bad Blood have a positional advantage in with controlling this high ground.
Yeah, Bubble now onto the backline once again, looking for the rest of the supports. Now the sleep does come through, the Primal Rage comes out, but the anti is not quick enough there. So Mari is allowed to get a little bit of that extra help on trying to peel for the backline as well. The rally from both of these Brigitas now looking for the sustain. And as the harassment comes through from the Primal Rage on Sniper's side, Bun finds X10 once again. Bun back to his Bun policing duties, anti-nade onto the Brigitte. She's gonna go down very quickly. Sniper harassing with the Tesla cannon and looking for Mini now, who's really just being a pest into Bun's backside as they're attempting to push this payload forward. Aramori able to get a nice anti-nade to finish off the tank, and it's just set point C fight for Bad Blood all the way.
And it all goes back to those early Primal Rages from Sniper and Mari. Sniper just gets the better of it. Mari jumps back with like 200 HP, ends up all the way behind the team. And you know if your front line becomes your back line, you've got problems. Bad Blood now can start to try and fix a little bit of that positioning, put their tank in front of their supports, and take this head on. But NYXLA just have more ultimate charge to work with. Double DPS ults are going to prove really lethal and hard for Mari in particular to play into.
Snozlar also having the Pulse Bomb, if they can get a good stick here. Oh, didn't actually get the stick onto Jinx, or onto Jam, but HMR is going to go down nonetheless, too preoccupied with trying to shield away the Pulse Bomb from Snozlar, and they're missing that Ana, and it really slings this fight towards NYXL's favor.
Yeah, Bad Blood actually, if they can disengage this, I'll be pretty impressed. It's not easy to get away from this fight, but they should just be backing up towards their spawn expeditiously, to say the least. And they have gotten away, having only lost one player. So good disengage. They come back with ultimates, and they should be able to fight NYXL again on pretty even terms with both teams having the Nano Boost. You're now looking at Sniper and Mari who gets the better dive.
Oh, Aramori getting very, very low, though. There's a little bit of that biscuit, and now the Nano Boost onto the Brigitte just to protect the backline. Mari doesn't have the disengage, almost made it out, but Bun is able to just release the tank out of the fight. Now the rally from Jinx to attempt to keep the rest of the team up, be a makeshift front line for NYXL Academy squad, and it does work out in their favor. Now a huge stagger from NYXL Academy onto Bad Blood squad. Mari does come in at the last second. Jam might be coming up in time for a bit of extra sustain on the contest, but it's a Primal Rage that's really going to allow this battle of attrition to be extended from Bad Blood.
If they can buy time, they can get that rally up as well, which is going to bolster Bad Blood so much.
And there's the rally as well. Jam comes in with the rally and just going to try and push forward. Sniper uses the Primal Rage in order to try and keep contesting, even though they still have that 2-minute time bank to fall back on. Still, they're still trying to push forward. They want this to be the end of it. The Dragon Strike from Bun does zone quite a bit, and HMR gets very low on Bad Blood's side from a shot off of Bun. However, they're still able to back off.
I think the Dragon Strike was probably too much there from Bad Blood. They could have rested for just a moment, but nevertheless, now they have this forward position to hold in. It's a little bit awkward, but they're making NYXL pay for taking this space with that Nano Boost onto the Winston.
The nano boost is going to allow Sniper to get very, very aggressive than he was allowed to previously. Oh, Mari on the back line of NYXL Academy, though. They're just harassing the front line of Bad Blood out of the game. So they're not allowed to get for that last touch. Mini goes down and touches a little bit too late right after the fact as well. Now a full cap from NYXL Academy to start things off on Midtown.
Yeah, a sick cap by NYXL Academy. Their first 2 points were ridiculously strong, right? The rate at which Bun was finding picks, the communication of the team, their ability to put Bad Blood on the back foot. I mentioned it earlier, but turning their front line into their back line, you've got to have a team twisted 10 different ways in order to do that for real. But Bad Blood had some shining moments for sure, especially on that C point. Some of the engagements they made, some of the disengagements that they were able to pull off were nice. And if they can keep that up on their own attack, I suspect things will go well for them. Compositionally, nothing's likely to change, though they will match that Hanzo.
That Hanzo is such a key factor on point A, especially. Bun was just able to get so many picks early. It was just immediate pick off onto X10. All of a sudden, DPS line shredded, and then you're really just focusing on Mari, which is isolated away from the back line. They have to disengage. And that was just really what allowed NYXL Academy to get the full capture, because they had so much time off of capping the first point so quickly.
It's going to be really difficult to just match the pace alone. 127 on Midtown is nightmarish pace from NYXL Academy. Bad Blood, though. Need a little bit of luck. Need a little bit of whatever it is that makes Hanzo arrows connect to heads. Deflector shields. Blessings,
from
yeah.
the gods.
Luck. Some would say aim. Some would argue against that. I'm not sure which it is. But X10's up to the task.
They've already pushed past that first choke at the very least, fighting around the fire truck, but haven't taken control of the high ground. It's a drop down from Sniper, but Aramori gets harassed out of the fight so quickly, already missing that Ana. It seems like NOXL Academy, they are losing their foothold on point A, and Bad Blood, they're looking for the harassment so quickly. Now already able to get that first tick at the very least. It seems like NYXL Academy, they are postured for a re-engage on that third tick.
Yeah, they should be able to get it a lot cleaner than Bad Blood were able to get theirs earlier as well. Throwing in that early dive from the Tracer, now the Winston can kind of set up a small base on point. A counter dive from Bad Blood is nice, but an anti-nade wards away a lot of the pressure that Winston would be putting on them normally. Sniper juggling the healing alongside Snozlar. Has it done it for long enough? The sustain here from NYXL is beyond impressive.
Bun once again on his point A antics, able to take down 2, and now they're looking for the back line of Bad Blood. Aramori does fall, but that's all that NYXL is going to bleed in this fight.
I mean, what a ridiculous retake. The time bought by Aramori, Sniper, and Snozlar in that whole engagement. The anti-nade initially, Snozlar with the touch, Sniper setting up base, and then the heals, my god, were everywhere. Bun finishing it off. That was a symphony of perfect Overwatch, but now Bad Blood are coming in and they look pissed.
AJMR goes down, Pulse Bomb doesn't find a stick onto NYXL's backline, and Aramori survives the engagement. A Dragon Strike to zone out a little bit longer for NYXL Academy as well, and Snozlar still holding on to their own Pulse Bomb. I mean, this is not good pace just yet to match what NYXL Academy found in the very first round. It's a minute, almost 2 minutes for Bad Blood.
That arrow allows them to throw the Dragon behind AJMR, cutting off the escape for Bad Blood's flex support. Now they're stuck here without an Ana and with a whole lot of hurt coming their way.
They're just going to be able to dive in with that Primal Rage. The rally from Jam looking to stave off the pressure of NYXL's Winston, but X10 still goes down despite it all, and the disengage is there once again. Mini going down late as well. A little bit of a stagger now onto the DPS of Bad Blood.
I mean, this has been played beautifully by NYXL. They're never overextending as well. They're poking out just far enough to find that one pick and then going right back into their Hermit Crab shell. They've got plenty of ultimates to deal with those of Bad Blood coming up in just a second. But that being said, Bad Blood do have ultimates, and this is their moment to try and cap A.
The Dragon Strike does find a bit of damage. Jinx goes ahead and uses the rally in order to stave off the pressure once again. Aramori still having the nano boost in the back pocket and could turn the tide of the fight. AJMR has the nano boost of their own. Primal Rage already been used. Mari needs some sustain, but goes down. The nano boost hasn't been used by AJMR. On the other side, though, they're able to get that nano boost through 2, and NYXL Academy, they're forcing Bad Blood back once again. The anti-nade is so powerful as well, and now it's just left up to Jam, but they can't do much. Doesn't have rally, doesn't have an ultimate, going to back off and regroup. Now 30 seconds, it's final fight territory for Bad Blood with 2 ultimates in the pocket.
I mean, we were asking for a Hail Mary from Minnie earlier with the stick onto the Ana. I hate to ask for a second prayer, but by God, Minnie, if you gotta get your team through this, that is the only way.
Going to get a lot of damage onto Bun. The healing is there from Aramori, but Snozzler is just shredding through the support line of Bad Blood. There is no healing, no sustain. The stick does come through onto Jinx, but it's not on Aramori. They still have so much of that sustain, and the other pulse bomb from Snozzler does miss, but Aramori still such a huge factor. You need that Ana out of the fight. You need the sustain to be gone. Lucio goes for the touch and gets it, but is immediately shredded. HMR wants to go in, wants to follow up, but there is just no one to swift step to on the point. NYXL Academy 3 points to 0 on Bad Blood's map pick.
I mean, this has been... I use the word masterclass often, but this time I don't mean it lightly, by NYXL Academy. Not to mention Bun, who was a force of nature on Midtown. How do you deal with this, Hanzo? Shot after shot, pick after pick. They were just a problem that couldn't be dealt with in a lot of ways. And then when you put on top of that the re-engages that NYXL were coming out with, their ability to play through the mid-fight and adapt in those moments was ridiculous. I look at the re-engage on A after they lost the initial fight. I look at the compound fight that they took on B, where they dive onto the high ground, use that Primal Rage, and then push them all the way back to the end of B in kind of one fell swoop. It's moments like that, the re-dives, the re-engages, that make NYXL look a cut above the rest.
This was just a clinic on how they were playing a Midtown. They were just, it was clinical, it was surgical. They were executing it so well. They played it incredibly patiently. They had a step 1, step 2, step 3. They had like a 10-point plan on how to win this map, and they executed it so well.
So did Bun, actually. Executed a lot of people very well, might I add. Yeah, I was excited. I brought up the Bun snipers early, and oh my God, Bun snipers never failed to deliver. I have no clue what you do. Now, if you're on the other side, Bad Blood has had a tough time playing against NYXL because, yes, they shifted things. I thought Midtown was a good pick to change the texture of the series massively, right? You bring those snipers into the fold, you change the front-to-back fighting style for these teams, but it seems like what we had kind of prophesized at the beginning of the match is coming to fruition, and that NYXL not only have roster depth, but they've also got depth in terms of every single one of their players' hero pools. They're going to be formidable pretty much no matter where you take them. I think the name of the game now for Bad Blood is just make yourselves as comfortable as possible and hope for the best.
Yeah, and there's no more counter picking now. They once again have their own map pick, and this time it's going to be an escort map. And if I remember correctly, I'm actually going to take a peek at that map pool once again, if I can find it. Do you remember what it's looking
got
like?
Dorado, Circuit, Route 66 in Gibraltar, and you know what? We can theorize all we want, but why don't we just leave Bad Blood to do it? And when we come back from this break, we'll have a map pick.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here for map 3 after NYXL Academy take a dominant 2-0 in the first 2 maps up against Strix Bad Blood. I am Epitomes, joined by Dora, and we are incredibly excited to see what these 2 teams bring to us next.
That's right. Look, I talk about it all the time, and I talk about it a lot in First to Twos, about the big shiny red lever the metaphor that I've beaten like a dead horse at this point of you when to pull it best. But it's time to pull it, right? I think we start looking at the red lever and we just yank that thing if we're Bad Blood. Make ourselves as comfortable as possible. Say, forget trying to counterpick NYXL. It's not going to happen. They've got like 20 players on their roster. It's too much to deal with. Just pick Gibraltar. It's where we're going to be most comfortable. And I think it's going to be a pretty solid look for them.
Yeah, Gibraltar, I mean, with a lot of the Winston compositions on Watchpoint Gibraltar that we see a lot, just so many dives, but maybe they are going to be able to see a little bit less of the Hanzo. I'm not optimistic about that, though. Bun is still going to be a force to be reckoned with if they allow him.
What about the Widowmaker, though? What about the Bun Widowmaker?
No, not the Widowmaker.
Look. I don't think... I'm not saying it's going to happen because, you know, Widowmaker these days. But come on.
No, they're going to switch their entire backline. They're going to make Wicca play the Mercy, and they're going to damage boost the Widow the entire time. I mean.
That's exactly what I want, Tal. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's exactly the people want to see the Widow Mercy pocket.
For Bun, I would Mercy pocket for Bun. No questions asked. Every day of the week. That being said, it is likely that we get a bit more of the standard. I don't think it's likely to be the Echo. It's likely to be alongside the lines of the Ashe being played alongside the Tracer. Winston comes into the fold, obviously. I mean, it's Gibraltar. What do you expect outside of that? My question is actually what we get for backlines, because a lot of the evolution of this within contenders and the Overwatch League is that defense is very cozy. Defense is so privileged as to be able to play potentially 2 flex supports if they really want to be greedy, because they have such ridiculous high ground, and the attacking side really can't afford to match that. Whereas some other teams want to play a little bit more safe and just utilize that high ground as a very, very safe place for not double flex support. I'm really interested to see whether or not either of these teams gets into that. They both certainly have the flexibility to. I think especially with the backline of NYXL A, they would be well acquainted with such compositions.
NYXL Academy, seeing what they're going to pull out, though they are on the attack first. It's more of Bad Blood that we're looking at. It seems like they're sticking with the same hold, but it's the Ashe this time around. Not going to trust NYXL Academy until this phase is over, because I see Reinhardt, and I want them to play the Reinhardt with the Mei.
They did it the other map too, so I'm done getting baited, my heart getting toyed with, my 1,000 whatever
Your
hours
feelings.
of Reinhardt can just go into the drain. Yeah, like Sniper's just here to tug at my heartstrings and nothing else. Snozlar and Bun, though, have some fun stuff to offer up. We're likely to get some sort of long range hit scan, whether it's a Sniper or whether it's an Ashes. Yet to be seen. Sniper will swap over to the Winston. I'm not getting baited here. Yeah, there we go. All right. Not double flex support for either side, but still opting for an Ana, so they have a lot of value to pull from these high grounds, respectively. It's a matter of who can keep them in those positions for long, because this rotation you see already coming out from the likes of Bun and Jinx is very powerful. The angle that you get onto X10 and Crew here is ridiculous.
Yeah, just being able to take this really high ground with the help of that Symmetra TP right off the bat, and now just able to take control of the payload from above. You're not allowing X10 or Mini to have that angle across. Mari has come in to try and protect that scan DPS, try and protect those angles, and the anti does force Bun off the high ground at the very least, but Mari has to disengage very quickly.
I love that the dives from Mari are being kind of paired with the anti-nade as a very aggressive tool, but it means that they also don't have the anti-nade as a counter dive option should NYXL look to take advantage of it. Like right now, we just saw the anti-nade used. This is kind of prime opportunity for NYXL to step forward with such a critical cooldown being missing. Oh. And there you go. Step forward, AJMR down. Fortunately, X10 was able to, in the critical moment, take that pick back.
Now without a tank, they're still not really contesting the payload, not trying to push it forward, but they should be able to creep past the underpass.
Dangerous cross. Oh my god.
Okay, well,
You ever played Frogger? It's like trying to cross the road.
What? Jam, unfortunately, going to fall there. Just gonna let Bun spam at them from across. The sleep does get onto Sniper, and they are antied, so Sniper can't really go anywhere though.
Yeah, HAMR's been really on it with these anti-nades lately. Sniper has been on the receiving end of many of them, and now Bad Blood for it get a great position to fight.
Mari looking for the dive onto the back line. It's going to be right there. X10 finishing that off, so stalling out the push, but look at how far the payload has made it. They've barely been contesting it. They've mostly been fighting for that high ground and kind of just having one person creeping along the bottom, and nobody's really been trying to contest.
Slow going here for Mini. Yeah, I was gonna say, you still have to pass the charge like 2% on that pulse bomb. It's gonna be a long time either way, but this position from AJMR Bad Blood, it's just so hard to actually get to.
Okay, Aramori going down to the pulse bomb. That was a nice stick from Mini to take down that back line, and once again stalling out NYXL Academy's push, and they're going to have to back off once more, wait for the regroup, but they still have control of this high ground. Bad Blood hasn't really been contesting it. There's more looking at the cross from the other angles.
I mean, why do they need to contest is kind of the question we start asking ourselves. Their supports are already in a very good position. Jam and AJMR don't want that high ground. Nobody else does. The high ground doesn't have vision around that corner either. It has some access to the back line here that should make them a little bit uncomfortable with the pulse bomb online, but as long as Jam and AJMR don't get sticked by this ultimate, oh, they've been separated away.
Yeah, now Nano Boost does come through from AJMR. Jam should have a bit of extra survivability, and the stick still does go through, but the Nano Boost, the damage reduction, it's not going to be enough because of the Primal Rage that Sniper takes out, and AJMR, despite landing the anti-nade, is not going to be able to take down this Winston that's just diving onto the back line. The support's out of the fight. Doesn't look like there's going to be a touch here, and should be a free point A as they head onto the hangar phase.
So yeah, NYXL win there, but I mean, let's look at what the meat and potatoes of that were. Bad Blood absolutely held up. NYXL had like 30 seconds left. This is by far the best start to a map we've seen out of Bad Blood thus far, and if they can keep this up, find a place to stabilize here on B, especially with a Bob in tow, very well could turn this into a map.
They do have control on top of the airplane hangar. The Bob does come through. Okay, Bun is really going to have to find a way to shred this Bob. The bubble does hit down, and X10's Bob finally does fall after Bun just focuses down calmly on top of this airplane hangar, but now being doved by Mari, getting a lot of that ultimate charge just off this single dive, and Mini has just not been, we've not been paying attention to Mini, but Aramori has been consistently falling to Mini's attacks and harassment from the behind.
Counter dive though does look to be pretty successful. Roots down have been traded. Mari wreaking havoc here for Bad Blood, who now have control of the ship and high ground to work with. This is gonna be now much harder for NYXL. I think a lot of that goes back to that pick that we were talking about, right? On to Aramori, who doesn't have the same high ground access. We'll be generous as the rest of this team does. Everyone else is just kind of looking down at Mini picking apart their Ana. Just be like, I guess we'll try to trade it, but you're definitely gonna die. Now, the trade looks far better as Aramori's up on that high ground, gets the nano boost out early, and can get a lot more done.
Yeah, the nano boost on Sniper, but he slept for a lot of the majority of that nano boost. Doesn't mean that X10 won't die to the Tesla cannon, though. But now being harassed out, going back onto the airplane hangar, while Mari is just so deep into NYXL's back line. Bun goes down so quickly, and Aramori, there's nothing that they can do to save that. And it's just Sniper who's isolated on top of the airplane hangar. Now, the rest of NYXL Academy not having that high ground access just yet, waiting for the regroup. But in a Winston 1v1, not a lot of damage going out. It's actually the pulse bomb that finds Jam from Snozzler's side though, and now NYXL, they stand a good chance of being able to push this all the way to point B, especially with the picks that they're finding.
Honestly, sometimes it just feels like they pull it out of nowhere, but the pick from Snozzler really got them in. Bun as well coming in on the Genji. Gives them so much more high ground access than they had prior. Suspect it'll actually probably end up swapping unless they just are afraid to give away the ultimate charge with the Genji. Doesn't get too much done here. Yeah, out comes the Hanzo. Expected swaps from NYXLA. Bad Blood though lacking tools to stabilize here. They're going into a fight up against Rally, up against a Primal Rage, up against a potential Nano Boost should it go long, and that fight very well could roll into 2, which means a map end. This is dangerous territory for Bad Blood. This is not a fight you want to lose, or at least do not lose quickly. That's good. Good bit of help. Take it. That's definitely not losing the fight.
Good start for Bad Blood, taking down Snozzler, waiting for the regroup now from the Tracer, and also just taking the pressure off of the back line, who's consistently being harassed by the Tracer in every single fight, but they are losing that high ground control a little bit. Coach Gun could be expended to try and get on top of here, but no, it's just going to be the Dynamite to sniff out where Bun is. However, Sniper using that Primal Rage should be able to find at least a pick, but it's just shredded by HMR and the rally as well from Jam. It's just staving off so much pressure. They've made it pretty far so far, NYXL Academy, but they only have a minute left over and they need to try and full cap here.
Yeah, Bad Blood are playing this so well, right? They trade the rally for the Primal Rage. They still have their Primal available for when the opposing rally comes out. Nano Boosts are dead even. I think the Bob is such a valuable tool as well in being able to shut down a lot of these pushes that NYXL want to make.
And Mini has been playing very well this game. We haven't been just watching Mini go around the back line, but he's just able to take down the rest of the back line from NYXL Academy. And Jinx also went down to Mini's Pulse Bomb with the rally in hand. The Bob is expended by Bad Blood, but the time is ticking so low. 15 seconds left over for the final push.
A lot of ultimates are available. That honestly, I'm throwing a whole Dragon Strike up at the high ground. It has taken nothing less than that to unseat AJMR from that position. I think AJMR might have actually, of their own volition, moved. So what they're trying to do is kind of feign AJMR being up at that high ground and then have AJMR actually be down here for a fat anti-nade.
Oh, able to avoid the Dragon Strike completely. Snozzler does get a bit of damage down onto X10 though, but it's unable to get the kill. However, now with the stick as X10 heads up with the Coach Gun goes down. Mari using the Primal Rage to stave off the pressure, get the bit of health. NYXL, they've used every single ultimate and they are still pushing forward. That overtime's completely active, and the switch with Sniper onto the D.Va, trying to get a little bit of damage through with the defense matrix, but they put the D.Va out into the baby D.Va form, and now it's going to be a lot harder to contest. Dancing around the payload, and the rest of the squad is coming through. X10 onto the Widowmaker. Aramori falls. They need to rely on Jinx and fall back on the Stain from the Brigitte and the Biscuits, but they're just dancing around with the Blinks, and X10 there keep ringing out with this Widowmaker sniper rifle. They cannot touch. Round one has been completed nearly to the third point, but 72 meters.
I think Bad Blood are doing phenomenally right now. This is by far the best that we've seen of them. Their control of the map, their fight planning got way better. Yes, it didn't come to fruition with that whole play from the low ground hit the anti-nade thing, but it very well could have in a lot of scenarios, and even the scenario they got wasn't that bad. They still managed to take out the tank without too much recourse from the opposing side, and that's been the case for almost every single one of these points. I think a lot of the credit needs to be going to the backline. Jam and AJMR have been ridiculous on this map. Every aggressive anti-nade that AJMR throws out is clinical. The positioning from those two has been great. Jam's peel has kept the Ana alive and in it far more times than it should have been able to. If NYXL cannot find a way to get past that backline or to that backline actually, I very well could see them having problems on this defense.
Yeah, Jinx and Aramori don't have that same kind of peel for each other. We've seen them be very, very strong and consistent in the past, but this high ground control, they are just not being able to get a hold of, and Mini is just a constant thorn in their side. Mini has been able to find so many picks off screen onto NYXL Academy's backline with the pulse bombs and just the harassment that they're not able to get the sustain through to Sniper and the rest of the squad.
Attackers incoming.
Now with that high ground in hand, NYXL step up to the plate. Bun playing that patented Hanzo, though, from Midtown is really terrifying for Bad Blood to have to walk into. They've caught Sniper off guard! Oh my god!
Did you see that? The
Sniper
way that
has been removed from the server.
X10 running around the side, and the rest of them are just like silently creeping up, and they're like, okay, hack anti-nade shred, and then they're gone.
Yeah, Sniper just got disappeared. I don't know. There's nothing more to it. Sniper was there, and then Sniper was not there. And those were two
you guys
momentary instances.
And they just destroyed and deleted the Winston of NYXL Academy. However, Snozzler actually attempting to try and contest this payload, blinking around and in a 1v1.
Wow, how did they live?
Actually,
What?
What in the world? Actually going to win that one. How it was like they are surviving for a lot longer than I would have thought. And they were able to actually win the fight. Now it looks like Mari might go down to Snozzler, but not the case since they have that biotic nade in the back pocket from AJMR to just keep that tank up. And Snozzler's harassment has suddenly become nullified.
I mean, Snozzler has been the single most annoying person in this lobby for every map played. I mean, I harken all the way back to Ilios. Bouncing high ground to high ground. Now Bun finding a pick, making things even worse. Badblood just to try and sit up here, but this pulse bomb. Oh, it looks juicy, Tala.
Yeah, the pulse bomb. If they can get a good stick onto HMR, this could spell a good fight for NYXL Academy and a huge stall for them. But they seem to be backing off. They're waiting for some kind of initiation from Sniper and needs to get the heals up first. Now that's given time for Badblood to get their ultimates though, and with that ultimate, even the stick onto Mari won't do anything because of HMR's nano boost. However, HMR does go down. The nano boost has come out beforehand, but because of the harassment from Sniper, the counter dive onto Badblood's support line, they have to back off.
Yeah, there's only one thing better than having ultimates up, and that's having players up. And unfortunately, Badblood did not have those going into the fight. Nice early picks by NYXLA. They buy themselves time to get ultimates online as well. That rally's the big one that I'm looking at. If Jinx can get that, they could sustain through practically anything other than a pulse bomb onto Aramori. And I'm not going to ask for another one of those. I feel like I've already put enough pressure on Mini as it is.
I mean, Mini's been playing incredibly well,
Absolutely.
pressure or not. I mean, this map deciding the fate of the series, whether they can go on and get this series a little bit closer.
Oh my
Mini,
God!
The harassment onto Aramori. You ask and you shall receive, Dorf, because this is happening over and over. But Sniper with the Primal Rage, this is a huge counter to that huge pick that Mini just found, and they're able to get so much damage onto the support line of Badblood. Jam and AJMR going down. Jam going down with the rally in hand. So Badblood will have that for the next fight, but they're unable to sustain through this one.
NYXL now have all the tools to make this a lights out series in the coming moments. 1 minute stands between them and keeping themselves in the upper bracket. An aggressive pulse bomb connects onto the shield of Jam, but not much more than that. NYXL look to disengage from this high ground and not play too aggressive.
Mari taking quite a bit of damage, followed up by the support line though. Bun now using that Dragon Strike to try and clear them off the high ground. What a shot from AJMR. Bun falls immediately. Nano boost onto Sniper, sustaining through the fight, trying to be that tanky tank front line, but Sniper goes down. Extend also able to take down the tank. They should be able to get the cap here. There's not looking like a touch from NYXL Academy, and they're onto the hangar phase now.
We secured an A point in about the same amount of time as NYXL managed to as well. I mean, very similar time banks coming out of there. So high ground control has gone the way of Badblood for now. It really comes down to the combos. I mean, there's pot shots and plenty to be taken in moments like this, and with so few ultimates being online, it really comes down to just who can throw more arrows out. Right now, Bun's got a stark advantage in that regard.
Bun finding Extend, and Snozzler looking to go for the Tracer 1v1, but really just stalling out the cart because no one is contesting payload. They're really fighting for that high ground, and this is a commonality in Watch Point for Gibraltar when people get very hyper fixated on this hangar phase.
I think there's been a reluctance from NYXL to take the fight following that first pick from Bun, but Badblood are absolutely taking it from them as they spent the rally, they spent the nano despite having lost that player, and the re-engage has been so successful.
And Sniper is just all left up to the Winston to try and contest, has that Primal Rage, and Snozzler is going to come in a nick of time to take down Mini and try and stave off a bit of that pressure. Still a contest all coming in from Snozzler, and 1v1 up top in the airplane hangar. Primal Rage still available in the back pocket of Sniper, but he's waiting for some kind of sustain to come through from their supports before he goes for the contention once again in the dive.
I mean, there's no need. NYXL have a whole slew of ultimates, notably the nano boost almost up from Aramori, so they can just hold their cards close to their chest until they've got that critical ult.
Once again, Sniper using the Primal Rage to harass that backline, try and force out the sight lines from this backline, but Sniper just takes so much damage in a matter of seconds just from those two supports. Snozzler finding Mini, however, is huge. He goes down with the Pulse Bomb, and that was the only ultimate they had. The stick onto Jam, and now they can harass the out AJMR. This could be another lights out for this next fight. Aramori having that nano and the huge anti as well into that room. They're just fighting for the high ground and they are succeeding. All that's left over is just the Tracer and being stunned out by the shield bash. It's just NYXL Academy. They win another fight. They live to fight another day.
That was ridiculous. I mean, the timing from Smalazar to time the pulse bomb with Sniper's dive so that they were all forced back into the corner where the pulse bomb was going to be lying. Beautiful stuff. And now with ultimate still, I mean, aplenty. This should be easy for NYXL to take across the finish line. Save for some magic from Bad Blood, but that anti-nade has all but sealed their fate.
Yeah, that anti forces them back, forces the disengage. There's no one there to contest. There's no one to touch, but they still are able to get one in from Bad Blood's side, but the overtime will fade just as quickly. Mari accepting their fate as NYXL Academy. They take the series 3-0.
And I think this is a statement being made because on the other side we have two teams really just rearing to take them on. Timeless Ethereal and Rift Guardians. Their match is still going on. I know both of these want to bite at NYXL Academy. I think after the statement NYXL Academy just made, I'd be a little bit more hesitant about taking a chomp.
I mean, I definitely think Rift Guardians are going to want that rematch down there in the lower side of this bracket, but unfortunately, Strix Bad Blood, they are headed to that lower bracket, the dog fight, as you called it earlier. And, you know, just imagine on the other side, Timeless Ethereal and Rift Guardians, one of them is going to have to lose this series. And imagine you're doing a lower bracket run, just having the time of your life, and you run into one of those giants.
Yeah, it's not a fun time down there, man. That's what I'm telling you. But speaking of not a fun time, basically anybody who had to step in front of NYXL Academy in this match. Oh my goodness. Not just a phenomenal showing of mid-fight prowess from NYXL and their calling, but individually as well. I think we saw literally every single player step up to the plate in some regard. Strix put up a lot of fight. I thought individually we saw some phenomenal stuff from Mari, Mary, whatever it is, whatever that mystery vowel is. We saw some really sick stuff from Mini as well, hitting clutch pulse bombs, finding ridiculous picks in fights that seemed unredeemable, but at the end of the day, the NYXL are just an unstoppable force of upper bracket power.
Yeah, NYXL looking to go flawless just as they did in the Swiss stages, and I mean even in the grand finals of the last minor they went 3-0, and it was nearly with a very, very small round differential as well. They are such a dominant force and they look to continue to be so.
I think it's curious actually what goes on inside this team, because with so many players on the team, that's the one usual downside of having so many players. Your communication structure becomes a little bit bunged up. It's hard to stay so focused, but this team has been on it all the time. So I think it's important that we just ask the players themselves. We'll have an interview coming up in just a bit with one of them to ask what it's like to kind of carry this momentum through not just Swiss stage, but here, and how they're feeling going on to the rest of the tournament.
After sitting on 0 at that time for a little while, we are back with an interview. I am Epitomes, joined by Dor. Hope you didn't go anywhere after the 3-0 series from NYXL, and we've got one of NYXL's players on the line. It's going to be Wisps that is going to be here with us today. Wisps, hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you so much for asking. And you know, you didn't play too much in the match, but how is your team feeling? How are you feeling?
Everyone's feeling pretty good. Yeah, we're doing good. We've been practicing. We've been playing. The Sombra on Gibraltar was definitely the little swap there. That was interesting, but so far I think we're doing good.
Yeah, just a little bit of a surprise, a gift for you right at the beginning of that map. But you know, I wanted to ask, what are your pregame rituals? What does your team do to get in the mindset for playing these tournaments?
I know a lot of people have like certain rituals and stuff. I don't think we do anything as a team, but like personally, I always like make sure to get like enough sleep, if not like extra. And then I try like if I eat something before a match, I always like I don't know, like something like nothing like high in carbs, but those are like my two only things. I know it differs to player though.
Wisps out here supporting healthy lifestyle choices. We love to see it. No, clearly they pay off. You guys are picking up some big wins. Is it true? I'm like checking all my things to make sure I'm not making accusations, but like you guys have not dropped the map yet, have you?
I don't think so.
Do you plan on it? Is that like?
Hopefully not.
It's a
It
little
would
exciting,
be
man.
cool to
I don't know
keep
how to
that.
like tell you this, but we need you to throw a little bit just to make it look a little. We need
okay,
entertainment.
alright.
It can't just be domination from you guys. What's up with that?
Yeah, it would be really cool to go like undefeated for Swiss and playoffs. That would definitely be exciting. We'll see.
I mean, you guys have the tools to get there. I see how deep the roster is. All the opportunities that you guys have. You're a really hard team to counterpick in terms of maps, just due to the depth of roster that you have. Should we expect to see that depth kind of explored the further on we go, especially with the likes of Timeless Ethereal and Rift Guardians on the other side of the bracket?
We definitely we have a pretty large roster. Everyone has like unique heroes that they're better at than others. Like, you know, the reason I'm here is because Snozlar, we would give Snozlar the interview. They're our new pickup playing Tracer, and they have a better Tracer than me, so I don't play like Tracer maps right now. But Snozlar could not join the interview, and no one else wanted to do it, so
you just got tossed to the dogs.
yeah, a
Or
little surprise.
Epitomes' cat, I suppose, is A little
Don't
bit less
worry,
vicious, but
he doesn't bite. He just steps on your head, and I have a band-aid on my forehead because he stepped on it this morning. So he doesn't bite, though. No worries. But I mean, I wanted to ask: is there anyone that you're really excited to play, or a player in particular that you feel maybe a little bit more threatened by, a team in particular that you're excited in this tournament to play?
Probably Timeless Ethereal. They're always a really fun team. They have a pretty interesting like new roster with players that we haven't played against a lot. We went against them in Swiss, but I definitely think like it was a 2-0 in Swiss, but like I don't think that's at all representative of like how the match could go today. They're all really good players. It'll be fun.
Yeah, and then is there anything that you would want to shout out? Anyone that you want to give thank yous or shout outs to before you head on for the day?
Probably my family for allowing me to do this and spend time on it.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. Really good that they support you and allowing you to do the things that you love. So thank you so much for talking to us, Wisvis.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
bye-bye. We'll catch you around some other time. I have no doubts we'll catch them around some other time. NYX are a very, very good team that tend to win matches and make their way into interviews. That being said, we've got more fantastic matches coming up for you guys. Of course, Timeless Ethereal and Rift Guardians is still going on. The lower bracket, the dogfight, is still happening, so plenty of matches are to be had. But for Epitome's Night, that's the end of our day. Dustin and Mox will be taking over for the rest of it. So thank you guys so much for watching us, but stay tuned because there's more Overwatch coming.
Welcome back, everybody. Obviously, thank you to both Door and earlier in general. It was a lot of fun, Moxie. I think that so far we've been through the playoffs, and now we're actually entering, later on in this upper brackets. And I think, Moxie, we're both looking forward to this. There's a lot of exciting matchups, and this one in particular means a lot.
Yeah, there's a rivalry. There is a long-standing rivalry between these two teams, given the fact that in the last major, it was Timeless Ethereal who were able to topple NYXL Academy to be able to take that first position. And wouldn't you happen to know it, in the winners final right now, we're going to get to see that rematch right here, right now. And I cannot wait to see how this is going to go down, Dustin, because honestly, these two teams, I have a lot of respect for all of the teams that kept a lot of their core rosters, moving from majors from 1 into 2, and both NYXL Academy and Timeless Ethereal were one of those couple of teams who did decide to stick with the plays that they previously picked up so they can improve and just gradually add to the synergy already built.
Yeah, I think that's a big deal, right? Obviously, the cohesion between these two, between teammates and players together, really improves a lot of that roster synergy. And going into this matchup, Moxie, between NYXL and Timeless, you said there's a lot of history between these two teams, and obviously leading into this, I think that both of them are incredibly excited just for this matchup, but they will have a chance, obviously, down below if they ever were to drop to that lower bracket.
Well, there you can see the history right here. I love our production so much. I raise a point and immediately they have my back. Minor one won by NYXL Academy, but it's the major that you have to look at for those circuit points. Timeless Ethereal were able to take that win back in April, and now they're going to be back trying to rerun it and do it all over again. Something that we do have to mention, however, about Timeless Ethereal is that their roster, it's pretty diverse in terms of where some of these players are coming from, as you can have a look at what all of these teams are going to be playing for. It is those massively sought after circuit points. The better you do in all of these majors, the more points you're going to be able to accumulate up into the end of this year.
Yeah, that championship obviously is a big deal towards the very end. And, this matchup in particular is obviously the one they're looking for today, though, Moxie. As it stands, you want to look at, what's in front of you. And, both of these teams are favorites in the entire tournament. So, obviously, in this matchup, who would you favor at the moment, Moxie? Who's looking a bit stronger, or is it a lot closer than maybe some people think?
I think it's going to be incredibly close. Like I said, on paper, both of these teams are absolutely stacked. You'll see it when we go through the rosters. You saw it just there where NYXL Academy just looked incredibly strong with like 85% of the Midtown highlight reel literally just being the bun show. Her Hanzo is absolutely terrifying when you're coming up against it, but they're also incredibly flexible in terms of their roster. They're going to have Snozzler come in to be able to play things like that Tracer, but potentially even be able to flex onto other things like the Echo. Sniper previously played the Sigma for them, but now feels like they've actually flexed a little bit more towards the Winston. Wicker, an incredibly gifted Lucio, but can also play an incredibly good Pocket Mercy, and Aramori, who got picked up recently for this team, coming in and getting to play a little bit of that Ana.
I think they really do cover everything on that roster. And, in particular, they just have a really strong team. And like you said, you can't really mention this team without talking about Bun and that flexibility that Sniper's brought in with planks with that Winston these days has really given NYXL that leap, like you said. And they're looking really good at the moment.
Well, it's not just that. All of these players are incredibly flexible. Like, Wisp has played the Sojourn. We've seen so much of these different outlooks coming through. We've seen Hanzo, Sojourn, Widowmaker. Bun pulled out the Genji, which is something that we have seen in the past as well. Kindred can play an absolutely amazing Reinhardt, but also flex onto that Ramattra. So this composition, this team can literally play whatever meta they feel like playing into. But on the other hand, we have to talk about Timeless Ethereal, because if you're going to recognize some of these players from the American side of Tier 2, well, if you've been keeping an eye on Europe, you're going to recognize some of these players too. Hera, I remember, I still remember Hera coming through for SMC and just having such a good Tracer and popping off like crazy, because literally we finished casting that match and I said to you, Hera is going to be that one DPS that puts SMC on the map this season, and absolutely Hero was the best player that team had.
Yeah, for sure. Hero is insane. And by the way, this is not a glitch. This is all Roadhogs. Is their favorite characters? Like, they're obviously not all playing Hog, right? I mean, it's not like you could do that these days, unless you're playing you could play like Roadhog on Well or whatever, the map where you just hook everybody into the pit. But obviously not everybody's been playing that hero. And yeah, like you said, I mean, you covered this team in its entirety. They're just a really good lineup, and obviously they have a point to prove today that they're still capable of beating a team like NYXL.
Yeah, like I said, incredibly diverse in terms of nationality. Hero, I believe, is Spanish. Pa comes actually from New Zealand, was playing alongside the New Zealand team when they were trying out to get into the LAN event for the finals of Overwatch World Cup, all the way when BlizzCon's going to be. Played both the Symmetra, but was able to flex really nicely as well onto things like the Sombra. We've also seen Alisu and Baya, two players that we're going to immediately recall back to with the Munich. Remember, Munich A-Sides contenders, where they have a dream run for Open Division and then topple every single contender's previously pedigreed team to be able to take the A-Sides crown overall. So a lot of synergy already built up for these players as well. But a lot of it, however, in duos rather than the full team, which is something that NYXL Academy is going to have in terms of advantage. And if you're playing Dive, whenever we talk to players and ask how do the comms work, how hard is it to be able to coordinate, it really does feel like that Dive coordination requires so much ingrained synergy on a team that I would give them the upper hand in terms of running something like a Winston alongside a Tracer Sombra.
Okay. All right. That's interesting because, yeah, obviously leading into this, we don't really know because these two teams obviously haven't played each other just yet in the playoffs necessarily. So, leading into this, it's really kind of a point more so that, in the Radiant Heroes Major, it feels like we've had a lot more talent just constantly being injected into the scene. And it's been awesome to see. And obviously, first map will be Ilios Moxie. I think that obviously you mentioned maybe that Dive favoring one team over the other. What do you think coming into Ilios, as that will be our first map?
Well, we've seen a lot of Dive, we've seen a lot of Winston, we've also seen a lot of Echo. I love that now we're actually getting to see Echoes adapt and take on duplicates of Anna's so that they can actually give an advantage to their Winston. There were some really amazing plays coming through, especially for NYXL Academy on that last series, where they have Bun go onto that duplicate, use the nade, use the healing to be able to keep their Winston topped up, and as a result, she's able to just immediately spearhead that dive and keep NYXL Academy in such a really sought after position, the high ground directly on the side lane of that point. These dives are going to be the be-all and end-all of taking this map.
Good point. Yeah, I think that obviously Bun has been a standout player. It's tough because also for Timeless, I mean, they just weren't on broadcast previously, so it's going to be really tough to see if they can actually match up to the likes of Bun, who has been a really standout player. And on this map in particular, like you said, the Echo has really been a focal point. So we'll have to see if Timeless can match that, really high skill level.
Well, we're going to be starting off on WoW, so we could potentially see something like the Echo come through, but more than likely it is going to be that spearheaded dive of a Tracer and a Sombra. There's so much high ground, there's so much flank availability that you're immediately going to be able to pin down and isolate some of those backlines, and it really forces your hand in terms of support survivability to go for something like the Ana, but alongside it field something like a Brigida to be able to duo those two up and make sure that if a dive does attempt to come onto the Ana, you're not just relying on hitting that sleep dart, especially with the changes that have hit into the anti-nade. Purple anti-effect, still incredibly powerful, probably one of the most powerful normal abilities in the game that isn't an ultimate. Problem, however, is that Ana now receives far less healing, so is able to survive a Sombra and a Tracer coordinating alone far less than it previously.
And, on this map in particular, too, with all of the range that you have to go for those dives, I mean, you talked about earlier, Mox, you have to be incredibly coordinated. It's not exactly an easy thing to do. Also, with a lot of these Tracer players just coming in as of late, it's always hard to really get, like, those top mechanical skill Tracer players who are, at the same time, not tunnel vision, right? Because I don't think enough people talk about that really important role that Tracer has to not only be mechanically skilled, but as a Tracer, Mox, it seems like you really have to also be ready to dive with your Winston at 24/7, basically.
Yeah, it's really interesting too when you talk to these players afterwards and you ask them how the coordination works, right? Coordinating and IGLing in terms of something like a Ramatra Rush is vastly different to how they're actually having to communicate with things like Tracer, Sombra, and Winston, because you essentially have 3 players all of who can call out point on which target is isolated and therefore becomes vulnerable. And then it relies on your other two players being able to get into a position fast enough to be able to take advantage of that before that very slim window is immediately slammed shut.
Well, let's see. Well, the first round is obviously, waiting for both teams to get into the lobby, get ready to go. And, that really does matter, right, Moxie? I don't think enough people talk about, because it's a bit RNG, isn't it? When you lock into a control map, because you don't know what that first round, that sub map will be. So, and that really matters, especially on Ilios, where, it could be playing a sniper composition compared to that echo comp you talked about earlier, and even some sort of comp that could potentially boop things into the well on that map as well.
Yeah, if we see Lighthouse, more than likely we are going to be seeing Echo for Echo just because of how sought after that high ground is. If you're able to control the high ground, you get such a good vantage point on the other team and stopping them from being able to rotate easily to the point, so something like a Trace or a Sombra can't literally just throw themselves past the entirety of your team and force you to give up those defensive positions to be able to contest the flip.
Let's get into it. Obviously, between these two teams, it's going to be an incredibly immense everybody's looking forward to this match. I think that it's been an incredibly exciting matchup between these two teams that really have a lot of high skilled players too. I mean, a lot of these players play on separate teams outside of just Radiant, so let's see if they can play. Obviously, we're still waiting for them to get ready to go and get them back to the spawn doors. Obviously, we gotta wait, see what compositions are gonna play. Ruins is the first map, Moxie.
Yeah, Ruins, not well, nor Lighthouse, and this actually opens the door for a composition that we're yet to really discuss, and that's the Junker Queen. A lot of distance, but also a lot of just anchoring onto that point. You have the means of stabilizing with that shout. Yes, you have been hit pretty hard in terms of the nerf coming through, but you still have the means of self-sustaining, and it puts a lot less pressure on your backline to have something like an Ana always keep you up. You can feel towards something like the Kiriko and Lucio, which has less burst sustainability, but a lot more survivability. However, it does make it pretty easy to take advantage of in terms of that poke phase. So it does look like both of these teams are going for the safer option, which is just Winston Mirror.
Okay, see if it works out for them. Obviously, I mean, this has kind of been the meta for a while now, right, Moxie? This kind of Winston Mirror composition feels like it's been, quite the mainstay for the metas and compositions of the game at the moment. A lot of Sombra in general, and both sides, like you said, Moxie, locking that comp.
Oh, Bun got the health pack. The mega health pack immediately claimed by NYXL Academy, and that's going to severely limit how aggressive Timeless Ethereal can be playing on coast side.
One to the left side, Bun already going for the hack. Onto par here, it goes in so low on the left side as well, so has to recall. Plays so well. NYXL already going for that dive. NYXL Academy taking a lot of that pressure, also get the hack onto Alisu and see if the pressure is there. Cal, Maya both keeping Alisu alive. Great job from them to keep the Winston player of Timeless Ethereal strong, while Snozlar still on the backside looking for the Brigitte and finds Baya. Amazing work from Snozlar on the side of NYXL Academy, and also Sniper goes for the dive onto Cal too. So Timeless kind of falling apart to NYXL at the point. They've already lost 2 members of the team, make that 3, and the point surely will go in their favor.
And look how aggressive Snozlar got to actually go to try to press themselves up against Fire on that Brigitte, because they saw very quickly that Pa had not actually hacked the health pack. On Timeless Ethereal's side, they'd hacked it around that Ruin architecture, but they hadn't actually hacked it below where the high ground is. So Snozlar's as well gets to fall back onto the health pack in recall and pressure the Brig even if you get shut down.
Snozlar's been amazing so far in this tournament. Full spawn ready to go, tries to go for the sticky, but it connects onto the shield. Timeless Ethereal of Alisu looking to prevent that pulse bomb from connecting, and then here it comes over for that duel on the left side. EMP from NYXL, but no follow-up. In fact, maybe just about now with the Primal Rage of Sniper, it might be enough. They do lose Bun in the process, though. So it's a 1-for-1 trade as long as they don't lose their Winston. NYXL are still in a decent spot, but a sticky on the Sniper forces Sniper away down to below 100 HP, but has the double support there as well. Not giving it the point, 75%, 2 are being flipped against the rallying Brigitte. Sniper dives into Baya, and then the peel is there from Jinx as well. And now Alisu's left alone. Now they cross that 50% mark. Hira does find our Amori, but doesn't result in them getting that flip. NYXL still holds strong.
The stall is gargantuan as well. Timeless Ethereal Cal is forced to throw in that nano to try to peel the after effects of Bum's EMP. It goes on to Bias so they can at least try and keep that break tapped up so that they're going to have the rally to sustain through. Apart does have an EMP for this next fight, but NYXL Academy have both the Pulse Bomb and a rally to be able to sustain through any aggression that Ethereal want to use EMP for.
Oh no. And Par was pressured out, so had to go all the way away. They did force that rally first though. So NYXL trying to go for that aggressive play. Nade stops Jinx for now, goes so low, but the heals are there. Par again, almost gets one clipped, and in fact, Stalzler's there at the end of it while the EMP came through. So there's not enough there's not enough damage for Timeless to be able to follow up with the EMP. And sadly, NYXL are taking full advantage, though. Cal has found Bun. That's a great trade from the Ana player of Timeless that could give them some opening, as NYXL don't have a lot of ultimates to keep things going. Hero, though, with the Pulse Bomb too, able to find Jinx, so luckily for them, they're able to come back in this fight and reclaim the objective in overtime.
The problem is that Timeless Ethereal had to throw ultimates in to be able to claim that fight win, and Dustin, their back is against the wall quite literally. NYXL Academy need one fight win. They're going to have ultimates to just poke and build slowly up into before Timeless Ethereal have access to an EMP, a Pulse Bomb, or even a Primal. If they lose one player, they have no means of sustaining, except maybe Cal being able to supercharge up this nano boost.
Gonzor playing with the rest of his team, or their team, while Hira on the left side towards the health pack, looking to duel. Gonzor to make sure they can't look for that engage. Meanwhile, Nate used by Aramori has to back up with the Brigitte. Doing a great job just kind of playing together this back line of NYXL. Now they nano re-engage with Sniper on the front line, but nobody's there, just the Winston. Meanwhile, counter nano comes through. Baya as well with a peel onto Cal. Cal trying to play for the life towards that point and desperately avoid Sniper, as well as Timeless get the frontline kill as well, and then NYXL forcing Sniper to fall back and get up towards that 50%.
One lost EMP.
Oh no.
One lost EMP. That is huge for Timeless Ethereal. Now they can build up an EMP of their own and hit it faster than Academy. Sniper's going to have the Primal Rage, sure, but Pi is going to be able to have the rally, and as long as Ethereal don't play themselves against geography, Sniper's not going to be able to juggle one of them off the map for an easy kill. Ethereal suddenly, by dodging that EMP, find this map so much more winnable.
Good at the moment, though. Par has to relocate back. Hira still has the health pack to play around as well. NYXL desperately trying to claim some space, but Hira's been shutting down that mega health pack side. Down to 15 HP though, due to Bun being in a great position. Hira can now fall back towards the back line of Timeless. Meanwhile, Alice, who got slept and hacked on that front line, tries to back up a support. The recall came through. Snowslar Sniper as well, going for the juggle into Primal Rage. No kills to be found just yet. Tries to counter Alice on the backside. Hira's able to find Bun though, and Par can't find the kill, and the Jinx, who is rallying on the backside, has to translocate out. But the Timeless is still up in this fight. A pull spawn from Snozlar's Huge to find Baya. Amazing opening pick for NYXL, trying to go on the front line with Sniper. They're able to find Cal to the back line, removed for Timeless. Not a lot of heals. The Primal still here from Alisu, but is the follow-up damage there? It's just onto an Ana who has that Brigitte support. Not a lot of damage found just yet. Hacked here as well. Snozlar finds Par, and last second NYXL will reclaim that objective. Only a Lucio to touch. Not for much longer, and NYXL will take round number 1.
Yeah, target focus, absolutely pristine that coming through from NYXL Academy. They understand, okay, Primal is there, we're not going to be able to stop it, but there is no follow-through damage. When you're running the Trace from the Sombra, the only way you're going to be able to capitalize off of that Primal is if you juggle them in to the one clips, and there's no nano boost from Cal either, because NYXL Academy make sure that the second they see where the Ana is, they are gone and removed. And what could have been a little wrinkle by missing out on that EMP offset the ultimate economy so much and allowed it to feel such a good backdoor to try to get back through onto that point turns on its head, and Academy are able to take Ruins. But Dustin, we're in for a very close series indeed. The Winstons are going to stay, but with a bigger skybox and less focus for Snipers to be able to take down some of these more aerial focused DPS. We're going to see the Echo duel.
All right, we'll see who can take the advantage there. But obviously taking some Ana shots early on from Cal, who's a standout player for Ethereal. However, NYXL are team with the map advantage at the moment, the round advantage. If they win this one, it's over on Ilios. Oh my god, Cal gets poked down to half HP to Snozlar, looking for that dive. Now comes back for that Winston. The Echo's there as well, but knowing that Alice has to fall back due to that pressure. Snozler coming back to the peel, noticing both DPSs are diving the backline. Par's able to find one. Alice who connects to get as well for Jinx, and unfortunately the rotation took a bit too long. Bun has found Par, but it might be too little too late. Cal has found Bun there. NYXL did claim that point first, but Timeless easily claimed it back.
Yeah, very fast flip as well. No divas on the board for either Sniper nor Alice. So a lot of the spam damage coming through from the Echo, especially those stickies that you really can just use to be able to wall off some of these angles for these ants to play onto, becomes even more important.
Very fast nano being built by Cal, currently up at 75%. Just looking for some poke on that front line with the Winston. Able to take a little bit of damage to get towards that, although an anti-grenade connects both on Tower Mori and Jinx. Oh my god! And Alice who is there with Par too. Timeless Serial, perfect dive from them. Now they have to peel off NYXL's desperation attempt, and they do so quite well too. And surely we'll find the sniper delay too. Amazing work from Timeless Serial.
There's that synergy that we were talking about, right? Those dives, when you see an anti like that, they may be purple, but the green light, it's a go sign. It's absolutely a go sign. And because you have that Echo, because you have that Tracer, you're able to collapse onto these players so incredibly quickly, because a lot of this Brigida utility is already exhausted, keeping the Ana safe as the anti lights onto Ethereal's backline. Cal immediately has to back up. This should allow NYXL Academy a safer approach than last time.
Both Ana's taking with the grenades. Unfortunately, NYXL's not there for the dive just yet. Both on to zone out Cal. Anabu's not available just yet until just now, but it's too late. Bun got the copy as well as a dive earlier on to connect onto Cal, though Par is able to trade it out. That's at least one kill in the favor of Timeless. On that re-engage they go. Sniper as well gets the Ana boost on that front line, while Par looks for the Ana of the back line, but Aramori is peeling quite well on the backside. Snozler's there too, and they reclaim that point as well. So Timeless trying to kind of back up, or kind of finding themselves in a little bit of a soft fight at the moment. Alice who actually wants to go for the dive. They got Primal Rage here, and Cal and Bai are both here. Cal gets to sleep but dies for it. Alice who trades for Jinx. Meanwhile, Bai goes solo, has to rally, get the armor back, can't get the health pack, and avoid dying to the primaling Winston on the inside. You can't really kill this rallying Brigitte just yet until you have some follow-up damage, but unfortunately Bun goes a bit too far into Baya, and that peel was there. So Timeless come back into the point with Hera and the Winston of the point as well. Timeless, fantastic work at Baya, amazing flail on top of it as they reclaim the objective.
Health pack wasn't there, and Bun was not able to sustain. Sniper may have such a huge health bar and primal, but you do not have the means of being able to top up your teammates, and as a result, the Echo and the Winston both fall to the Brigida, who has the power of stunning, and when you're locked in that closer position, you're not going to miss, as Snozler does have the pulse when it's going to be up to this Tracer to try and find an in, but they're very much aware of the potential for the double blink drop down.
And the anti-nade was there. Unfortunately, it's going to peel off. Now we're waiting for that pulse, and it connects onto Baya. Nice work from them to find that Brigitte earlier on. Bun over the top, too, with the beam onto Par. Finds their counterpart. Amazing dive from the DPS of NYXL to open things for them. Timeless, other Winston can't go for that dive. They just delay towards that point and reset fast.
Yeah, they take full advantage of the fact that Snozler essentially cleared all of the normal positions that Ethereal would default back to. Cal doesn't get to play up close in yellow because they're worried about getting double blink pulse bomb dropped from the high ground as Snozler flanks around, and as a result, NYXL Academy get full monopoly on that space and smother Timeless Ethereal's angles to be able to keep any of their players alive, as it's still not final fight territory. Academy only do have a rally up to go right now, so at the moment it's just delay tactics to stop Ethereal from being able to take advantage of ultimate economy.
Moy trying to build up towards that nano. 95% early dive onto them on the inside. Barely stays up, but unfortunately will fall to the nano boosting Primal Raging Alisu. Amazing work from Timeless to dive onto armor early. Then Par also finds Bun too. 2K for them on NYXL's dive. Unfortunately, it's not really working out for them at the moment. Snozler does take down Par's copy and the objective, actually. So Timeless will reclaim it. NYXL just waiting for the re-engage opportunity. Sniper has to jump up to the air. Snozler's still waiting with the pulse bomb ready to go, but it's a pulse bomb and a sniper, although the nano boost is there to negate a lot of that damage. Snozler with the pulse bomb, they know it's coming. Timeless is ready and waiting. Snozler's pulse down to 5 HP. The counter tracer dive was there too. So Timeless doing a great job peeling off NYXL at the moment, but the dive eventually surely will come through from Bun onto Cal, and then they find Cal too on the inside. Snozler also finds Alisu. So last second, NYXL Rikitask will find Par in the air too, and the point eventually goes in their favor. Can anybody else touch here for Timeless? Here it does so. Has to recall though. So the cooldown is removed. The Tracer will try to touch once more to get the health back on the outside. Wrecking Ball and Alice 2 to try to touch as well. Here it does get the second touch in through. Timeless will have 5 people here in this fight. NYXL need to find some damage. Yeah, no ultimates. They back up Hero again, down to 1 HP, just touching his points back and forth. The health packs doing a great job making those rotations. Alice 2 now goes for the roll on the back line, but it's Bun to find 2. Hero and Baya eventually will fall. It took him a while, but Snozlor and Bun connect on the Callan Par 2, and NYXL will close out on Ilios.
Sometimes you just get Bun Overwatch. And I mean, that second to last fight with Bun duplicating the Winston, making sure to entirely shut down any angle that Cal has on being able to heal their team, finding then the enemy Echo to be able to counter the mirror after the ultimate has worn off, just allows NYXL Academy full control of the space. And the second you as a team are forced to swap off of your composition and go onto these heroes that can really quickly mobilize and throw themselves onto the point, you reset so much of your ultimate charges. So even if they're able to pin down one player, and when you look at the composition that you're running up against, the 2 players you might be able to try and take down are the Ana and the Brigida. Everyone else is incredibly mobile and can literally just out-rotate any dive that comes through, and it's just going to take too long. The rally's going to be available for Jinx, and that's literally just going to be the death knell, as NYXL Academy just looks so strong at the moment.
Oh, they do. They look really strong, and that's also, you know, a good thing for Timeless too, because I mean they look good as well at points, right? They had that objective for so long, right? They were in favor for most of the time, but it's these last-second clutches from NYXL. It's not that, you know, Timeless's talent isn't there. It's just that, you know, it seemed like in a lot of these clutch time situations, the NYXL just kept coming through.
It feels like they know how to play their positions better, right? You look at that opening fight into Ruins, a lot of the time when you have 2 Sombras on the board, it literally just becomes a scuffle over who's going to be able to hack Mega Health Pack the fastest in time. And the second that NYXL Academy understand, okay, we have coast side Mega Health Pack, you see how aggressive their positions become because they don't have to jump back to their Ana. No, they literally have to just short hop Winston jump back onto that Mega Health Pack and deny it entirely from Timeless Ethereal, and it effectively pinces the other team and sticks them in a really tough position where they are boxed in. They can't go coastal side, they get stuck in the middle. If they try and go through on that right-hand lane, they're all going to be cramped up in an incredibly small space, and that's the last place you want to be against either a Sombra of EMP, a Tracer with Pulse Bomb, or just a Winston in the neutral with the Cleave. It really is incredibly smart from the dive compositions and the macro heads up from NYXL Academy that we see carried through into not Lighthouse, but well as well.
And I think, you know, we talked about Bun, obviously, in the rest of NYXL, and also the DPSs of both teams, but I feel like specifically on Ilios, it was the bunch to some degree, but also, you know, their backline as well on both teams really played well, right? It seemed like they're, you know, the supports and the Winstons were a lot of the catalyst of why that way in NYXL's favor. And, you know, on both sides, too, it was a really back and forth support matchup, right?
Yeah, and like we said, we saw Timeless Ethereal having some really good organized dives where Cal would be able to land an anti-nade and immediately 3 players would just Bloodhound lock on to whoever was purple and go straight for the throat, straight for the kill, and be able to just clean it up really nicely and allow Cal to be able to hold on to that position. But again, the problem just becomes that the macro was there for NYXL Academy. The second that Snozlor had that pulse bomb, was able to reclaim the high ground and push the entirety of Timeless Ethereal's backline into these really horrible spaces where the Ana is split from the Brigida because you don't want to get double pulse bombed and lose both of your supports.
Yeah.
Something that I'm sure a lot of these players are very cognizant of. We just got out of World Cup where you and I both saw the punishment that would occur when a Tracer has Pulse Bomb and goes for the Brigida and the Ana at the same time. And because the Brig is so used to positioning with the Ana to be able to Brig flail the dive that comes through onto the Ana, they unfortunately get wrapped up really neatly in a very nice bow with a double Pulse Bomb kill coming through for that Tracer. And unfortunately, in that aspect, it worked against Timeless Ethereal.
It did, sadly. Yeah, at the end of the day, they eventually crumbled. And, you know, coming into this next map, I think that they obviously will have some strengths there, but maybe you want a little bit more work done from your front line, obviously. I think at points, Par looked really good. But, you know, what could we say about that matchup potentially? Just that matchup between Par and Bun. I think that obviously it seemed like that's in the Sombra matchup. It was very close. It was tough to tell, obviously, because it's a bit more of that supportive role. But when it came to Echo, obviously both players were shining incredibly well on that second round.
Yeah, so when it comes to the Sombra duel, I would say that Bun had the macro. We saw a couple of times that Power wasn't really hacking those really useful health packs where you deny not really playing the resources for your team to always be there, not for yourself when you translocate out, but more to deny and starve resources from the other side so that a flanking Tracer and Sombra aren't just literally able to sideline all of your resources, which are closer to your respawn. But when it came to EMPs, Paw did better. The EMPs coming through from Timeless Ethereal had follow-up a couple of times. We did see Bun invest the EMP and unfortunately not be able to find any value or lose it entirely in the cast time. And it does feel like they're going to be pushing us back into that Echo matchup as Numbani is actually going to be the map that gets picked up. And this is a really interesting one because you can try and play to the strengths of hit scan where you have something like an Ashe to be able to deal with the Echo. You can position your backline to be all the way up on the high ground and fall back onto that small hallway if an Ana gets jumped upon, which means a lot less pressure on something like a Brigida to be 24/7 babysitting them. But in terms of the Echo matchup, I would say that Bun was definitely ahead in terms of damage output and usages of the duplicate. So it's really interesting to see whether or not they're going to mirror into it again.
Probably. I would not be surprised. And, Mox, I want to get your take on this. Like, what do you think about Numbani at the moment really kind of being a forefront that a lot of the pro scene in general has just been loving Numbani again? It's kind of like a revitalization of the map, right?
Well, it's also only just come back into the map pool.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, obviously that's
like,
the
that's the
factor.
reason why we haven't seen it so much, because they just didn't have the option of being able to actually put it on the board. But...
Okay, but like, why do they like this map so much, you think? Like, what's the reason for picking so much Numbani as of late?
Well, again, it feels
that?
like there are just some really significant spots where a defensive team can shave the time down. Point A can be incredibly hard to be able to coordinate that dive fully, because if you literally have an Ana just sit up on this catwalk here, you can land those anti-nades on the team that tries to dive in, especially if they're favoring the Winston over the D.Va. And if an anti-nade does hit and you don't have that defense matrix to be able to coordinate off, you're going to be waiting for the effect to run out, and the Ana can immediately reposition away from the dive for the peel to come through. And even if you're able to pick up point A, a lot of the time it just comes down to point C and how defensively favored it is there.
Very good points all around, and I agree. There's a lot of micro, especially on first point here.
Yeah. Well, what do you think NYXL Academy decided, since they weren't the ones to pick the map? They get to choose the side, and surprise, surprise, it's defense.
See if they can actually counter Timeless's dives. So far, it looks like Sniper's the one pushing away the backline of Timeless. Meanwhile, the Tracer also was there. Bun takes some poke from Cal early on, looking for that Tracer up the point onto Snozlar as well. Eventually, the dive comes through from Sniper. Has to back up towards the rest of their team, as well as Alice, who goes low. Hira finally finds Sniper as well. Jinx falls from the high ground, but guess who's there? It's Hira behind them. Oh my god, they barely live, or they live as well with some pocket from Aramori, but it seems like Timeless are just picking apart NYXL at the moment. Via eventually finds Snuzlar, who's caught off in a way, but a potential recontest that could still come through for NYXL Academy. Nope. Looks like it's good for Timeless. A very fast point A take.
Cal is such an aggressive Ana. Normally, it should be noted as well, when they play this map traditionally in contenders, they're on the Kiriko at this point, but they want to be able to build up this nano. They want to be able to enable Alisu on the Winston. They're talking about enabling. Hira is going to get spotted out with the pulse pump, but still find the stick onto the Winston. Sniper falls incredibly low, almost goes down entirely because it was actually around an anti provided by Cal, but the break flail prevails, and Timeless Ethereal will be able to survive around corner as Sniper remains intact as well.
A great pulse to force up the nano. Now a counter nano engage from Timeless. This time it's a very proactive dive, enabling Alisu to find Jinx. Meanwhile, Bun has found Hira. Alisu looking for another target, but unfortunately can't find it, although Cal is able to find Bun. Meanwhile, while Alisu is just distracting over here towards this Rhino statue side, NYXL have to keep backing up and giving up some cart space now.
That is a kill from Cal, a sweep onto Bun's duplicated Ana, and then another kill as well. This really is the Cal show at the moment. Their backline is doing so much to be able to hold these Anas as fast as possible. But goes for the duplicate, does take so much damage with the Echo Stickies. Remember, you don't get full access as an Echo duplicate to the tank's health form. it is limited to half, so it does mean if you take those Echo Stickies, you do have to be a little bit more defensive as Sniper with that Primal Rage just pushes right into the back line and almost finds the juggle off.
Close. Nice for Geek to bash back through. Enables them to live a bit longer. Hero's also there for the peel. Par there as well. Amazing work from the DPS, although Par eventually will fall to Snozlar towards the cart, but they're kind of stuck on the high ground. Alice do eventually find them too, and Timeless just keeping this cart moving. Move on to third phase with relative ease.
Yeah, it's a fast time bank, but this is where that time bank really matters. Point C is going to have defensive favored spawns. If you lose a single one of these fights as well, it becomes incredibly easy to be able to see where that Tracer and Echo are trying to flank from. So it's all about this initial dive from Ethereal, as NYXL Academy just goes straight for the Nano, offsetting any momentum Ethereal could try to pick up.
Sadly for Sniper, the flail was there from Baya. Forces that Nano to be wasted again for NYXL. Now they're trying to set up for the dive on the high ground. Snozlar with the pulse bomb drops onto Cal, connects perfectly. Amazing pulse bomb, tough window to hit that pulse too, giving NYXL the advantage in this fight. Timeless now trying to back up, have to use the bubble to disengage, and in fact they find Sniper on the front line. A pulse bomb there, and then Baya with the follow through on the Jinx. So even though NYXL had the advantage, they immediately throw it away, and Timeless gained that cart pressure again.
Bun is going to disengage to try to survive. Does have that duplicate that she's going to be able to use to try and sustain if the group do need to call for a regroup. Most likely it's going to go on to Alisu, but we have seen the duplicates onto the Ana more often than not to be able to get through that Winston bubble and land the anti. But there it is, onto the Winston, tries to just pressure Ethereal's backline and baits both support ultimates in one go.
You bait both support ults, that copy goes away, but they don't have any ultimates to continue this fight, however, sadly. So then they're back towards their own spawn, being pressured by the counter dive of Par with the copy. Now Bun really has to just hide in the spawn while Hero finds Snozlar, so the DPS duo gone. Sniper desperately trying to build towards that Primal Rage. Will get that rally, but nobody's there to touch. With 3 minutes and 23 seconds, Timeless Ethereal capture Nubani.
I love that Ethereal see that they've used both support ultimates and understand that they have a very small window where they are going to be able to use the threat of the rally and the Nano of potentially being able to find a pick and a numbers advantage against NYXL Academy and just push them back into their spawn point. So even though Academy are so close to being able to come in with something like that rally or a nano boost of their own, they just don't have the means of being able to build them up in time. And when the rally is there off of neutral charge that unfortunately is charged up in the spawn, they're just not within distance of being able to touch. Really smart from Ethereal. If they'd play just a little bit more passively after throwing both of those support ultimates in, they would have been punished immensely for lacking that sustain in the long term.
Now for NYXL, I mean, that's a lot of time bank to give up too, Moxie. 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Now going over to your attack, I mean, we could be in for an incredibly long Dubani if NYXL get that roll going, but you know, it seemed like every time they wanted to engage, it was something shutting them down, right?
Well, they had the perfect engage. Snozlar being able to drop from that high ground, Assassin's Creed style, and eliminate Cal with that Leap of Faith pulse bomb. That should have been them immediately being able to just cordon off the choke and push Ethereal into using things like a nano boost or a rally to be able to actually break that dive, plus some really restricted spaces of the map, but they just overcommitted and Ethereal were able to punish. And now we're going to see Ethereal try and do the exact same. If NYXL Academy overstay their welcome in this dive, they're going to be sent packing.
Tracer duel happening on the left side forces Snozlar to jump back towards the team. Timeless trying to take that advantage. Snozlar just has the mini to play. Everyone actually steals it first and wins in that matchup versus Hera. And now is in perfect position to deal with the Echo to Snozlar. Amazing spot to hang out in. But Cal gets that body shot on the Snozlar while falling back. I mean, fadeaway shot from Cal there as Timeless look to potentially re-engage down some of the members of their team, but they do find that Tracer pick, so they can re-engage toward this point with the perfect timing. Integrated will not connect on that backline, sadly, but they're still in a solid spot to touch this point at 98% on the board. Par finds Bun, and they're all here towards this point. Sadly, Snozlar and Bun got picked at the very end, and it's Sleep Dart 2, why not, on to Sniper. They're trying to back up a desperate recontest from Timeless works out.
Yeah, but silver lining for NYXL Academy, because they've been taking more damage, Aramori is that much closer to her nano as opposed to Cal, and that is when we see the real dive come through.
Fun over the top side. And like you said, the nano ready to go for their dive onto Sniper potentially. Sniper goes early. They have to go in a very aggressive position to get it off. Snoz are able to find Par on that front line. Now Sniper is relatively free to look for the back line, but the anti slows down Sniper for now until the Primal Rage comes through the rally, desperately trying to keep them alive. Bun finds Hero 2. And for Timeless, it looks like there's too much. Yeah, nobody else here, Stanley, alive as Cal gets booped off the map from Sniper. NYXL Academy will capture point A.
And it's the domino effect too. Sniper gets bubbled off by Alisu. If Aramori didn't have her nano boost, Sniper goes down. If Aramori doesn't get the nano boost to be able to just allow that cleave to build Primal faster, Sniper goes down to the anti-effect. But the nano boost is there, the Primal is there, and even when the rally comes through from Bayer, no one from Ethereal's there because they're all being juggled off at the point.
Now Timeless in their fight. I mean, maybe they could do something proactively with the nano boost engaged, and they're going to be against NYXL's double DPS ultimate and the rally coming up. Cal trying to pressure out Sniper. No support ultimates to keep Sniper healthy at the moment. They'll be back up. The nano boost on to the Primal Winston 2 to keep them alive versus the pulse bomb of Snuzzler. Sniper again gets poked down. Unfortunately, it's just too much pressure before Jinx's rally comes through. Aramori gets anti-grenaded too, so they have to play incredibly safe at the corner, knowing that NYXL trying to back up, maybe find something in terms of kill potential here in the front line, but Timeless is all healthy, waiting for something. But Bun finds Hero. That's a pick out of pretty much nowhere. Par has to back up, deal with Bun in the sky. Bun, knowing they have the advantage, gets the copy as well onto the Ana. Par goes for the counter copy, finds Jinx too after the rally is gone. Now will come through onto Aramori, who's trying to sneak all the way around. Sadly, is really not going to be alive versus a Primal and copying Winston. Though Sniper and Bun are able to find 2 as well. So backline of Timeless gone. It's just onto the DPSs of both teams to find some kills. Par in the sky can't find the tracking. Snozzler finds Par there as well. And NYXL will keep that cart pushing forward as Heroes pressure down.
Sure, with the Tracer and the Pulseman does have the means of trying to contest, however, if they do want to stop NYXL Academy from taking streets. And it does feel like they want to. They have to be incredibly careful, as Aramori is going to have the nano far faster than Cal once again.
Force bomb out from Hero. Unfortunately, we're not connected. Jinx peeled it off with the nano boost there too. Snozzler finds Hero. The counter Tracer as the cart actually got captured out. And unfortunately for Timeless, Dallas, who did find Bun, it's not enough to give them that cart space. And NYXL look like they want more.
Ultimate economy advantage, Dustin. It's always such a pain when the Tracer finds the stick, but there's a nano boost to be able to protect that squishy. As Cal does have the nano boost now. Sniper, however, immediately going to be going for the Primal. As Timeless Imperial try and peel away, Bayer with the rally, just buying time for the rest of their team to be able to regroup and push Academy back.
A lot of ultimates being thrown out, but no kills. Just Dan Alice, who's still sitting with that Primal Rage incredibly soon. NYXL Academy as well. Have that rally to potentially re-engage with and build a nano boost in this fight. Maybe get Snozzler with the pulse bomb. Yeah, fantastic nade on the Sniper. Forces the rally of Jinx at the moment. Timeless still waiting to use their nano boost. Alisu just wanted to go with the Primal Rage first. Poke out that rally, so that's exactly what Timeless wanted. Now can re-engage with the nano boost whenever they want. NYXL trying to go for a counter dive of their own, but Sniper goes so low. Aramori has not built up that nano boost just yet, so he has to keep, or they have to keep playing the safe. Snozzler go for the pulse bomb. Counter dive onto the Echo. Unfortunately, no kill. Sleep Dart came through onto Alisu to stop the dive for now, but Hero is able to find Bun. Amazing kill. 4 Timeless. Hero is still waiting on that pulse bomb too. Hero around the corner. They're finding the picks to kind of keep holding here. Amar goes so low, takes the pulse bomb to the face too from Hero, and that should keep this hold going for a bit longer. 4 Timeless Ethereal.
Aramori going down with that nano boost, going to be waiting 30 seconds, allowing, like you said, Ethereal to be able to regroup and use this distance, this gauntlet that NYXL Academy have to walk through. The distance, this open space from that spawn, and then the wraparound from the high ground directly puts them into so much poke coming through from Par. So many avenues where Hero can flank, but more importantly, these anti-nade setups from Cal.
It's going to be too easy for Cal to set these up. Meanwhile, Timeless waiting for the dive. Bun, oh my god, goes so low. Goes for the copy now during this fight. Same with Par. Both Echo's using the copy, but it's Bun to get the better of it onto Par. Everybody there with the peel. Eventually, Bun's going to be out of copy for him, but at least they keep their life. Hero also is found by Snozzler and NYXL, you know, kind of playing this back and forth incredibly well now. Minute and 53 seconds left to go. The spawn camp trying to come through from Sniper, build towards that primal range. Cart still pushing forward, has 2 on it. Pulse bomb from Snozlar, not able to find the kill on the inside. Timeless still holding onto the Nano. Unfortunately, Bun gets Par again. Now Nano Boost onto Snozlar to keep things going. Alisu has the Nano on the cart, so they could delay it for their Echo to come back in this fight. As Nano Boost Snozlar eventually finds Hero on the cart too. Even with the rally, they could not keep Hero alive. Maybe NYXL trying to find some more kills as they're running out of ultimates. Jinx building towards that rally. Doesn't have it just yet though. Timeless still have some ultimates to recontest with. Par is able to find Sniper 2 towards that spawn doors. Nice work from Par as well on Bun 2. Nice 2K for them as Alisu just looks to pressure on NYXL for now.
Yeah, Alisu doing such a good job at the moment of being able to zone the backlines that Jinx and Amori do not get POV on the squishies that Academy are trying to use to be able to break Ethereal's defenses. And as a result, we are down to final fight territory. They have the rally, the duplicate, the pulse from so close. But again, Ethereal just have the means of being able to regroup so quickly around spawn. NYXL Academy need a full team kill.
For that dive, though they have to deal with Alisu. Nice flail to stop Alisu for now. Sniper towards that cart, can't find any kills just yet, but they enable Jinx to push up forward now and go for that dive. The pulse bomb from Snozlar does not find any value. Cal so close, and then it goes so low, gets it off before they die. Sniper finds Cal. Here goes to the pulse bomb, but it's stuck on the shield. Meanwhile, Baya has found Bun's copy, but there's no kills just yet. And Anubis re-engaged from Sniper is there. Can they find the kills? Baya finds Jinx in desperation mode as that cart still being pressured by Sniper. The rally is there from Baya to really stop it, and the copy as well from Par. And NYXL have to back up, heal up some space. Sniper goes solo. Bun trying to take down the shield of Par. Nobody can touch. Overtime now ticks down as somebody was there to touch that payload last second. Par eventually out of the copy. Will now be in the regular Echo form. Sniper goes for the dive, gets that primal rage up too, tries to push them off that payload. Cannot find the kills just yet either as Baya is making NYXL's life incredibly difficult at the moment. Just keeps touching that cart. Alisu finds Snozlar too because this fight has been going for so long. Sniper goes low after the primal rage is here. Baya will find Sniper too. Baya also connects with the flail onto Bun and on the Jinx. And Timeless Ethereal equalized the series 1-1.
Look at the positioning of Cal. Look at the positioning of Cal in that last fight. Nowhere near the payload. Because they understand that if the Ana goes down, the team's chances of being able to hold on to Numbani go down the drain alongside it. You look at those health bars, you look at the target focus. Timeless Ethereal are shot calling to the absolute pristine ability of who is going to be coming up onto an ultimate fastest, and it's going to be the Tracer. So Snozlar is the one that they immediately take down, and the reason that they're able to keep such a good track of that ultimate is because they're building a pulse bomb up at the exact same moment, and they understand if Snozlar is able to escape that fight on the payload and double blink onto Cal's position, landing the pulse bomb, Fire's not in a position of being able to flail them off the Ana, and they're going to lose the sustainability that's keeping Alisu anchored on that card, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath for them to try and face. Such good gameplay coming through from Timeless Ethereal.
Oh, for sure. You know, and I'm surprised that we're seeing such a... I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised considering these two players are so, you know, good on Timeless. But, you know, obviously, that was just such a fantastic backline performance. And, you know, not only Cal, like you said, but it's also, you know, Baya, too, on that front line. I mean, just getting a lot of those flails and overall fantastic positioning so far for Timeless to equalize it. I mean, they look really good on Numbani.
Yeah, not just that, but also the shielding coming through from both of these Winstons, both Sniper and Alisu has some really clutch Winston bubbles, being able to block things like the pulse bomb, but also being able to block the line of sight on the other Winston too. Every single time one Winston would try and dive into the backline, you would immediately see the enemy Winston bubble in front of the Ana, understanding that the heals are not going to be able to go through the shield. And if you have ever played against a Sigma who knows his stuff, knows to position something like that shield continuously behind the tank that an Ana is healing, you are going to understand one iota of how frustrating it was for both of those Anas to deal with.
All right, well, let's see what happens the rest of the series. We'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you for that match number 3. Welcome back, everybody, to the Radiant Hero Majors 2, and we are in the playoffs at the moment between both Timeless Ethereal and NYXL Academy. Moxie, we're 1-1 right now. It's been an incredibly close series, as the first map obviously went to 99 on Ilios, and now on Nubani, it looks like Timeless Ethereal are in a pretty dang good spot.
I mean, we almost got to see two sides of Numbani. So it does hold in tradition for these two teams when they've met each other. The last time they went to Gibraltar, I believe it was a 5-4 scoreline there, but we've already broken from tradition because the last time they met in that major number 1, it was a 3-0 victory for Timeless Ethereal. So for NYXL Academy, already seeing massive improvements, but I mean, doesn't this series, it's so close. We've got 2 maps at least still to play for. Wouldn't be surprised if we see it go the full distance, because both of these teams have such a good understanding of their strengths, of where they want to position, and also of the win conditions of the team that they're facing.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting that we actually do have that first map third, because I think between these two teams, like you said, I mean, it's been one-sided. I think these teams even played in the Swiss stages too, and even that was a sweep. So now that we actually get that 1-1, you know, it's interesting that this rivalry's kind of been going back and forth, and it especially so, you know, I mean, it's not early on in the tournament necessarily, but obviously, you know, with things kind of leading towards the end, you know, with these teams both being in that upper bracket final, you know, we could easily see either team in that grand finals unless an upset happens down in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I think a big part of it as well, Dora and Tala talked about this a little bit earlier, is just how wide both of these teams are in terms of hero pool, right? So a lot of the time, counter-stratting or trying to mirror, you're never 100% sure what the other side is going to bring to the table, purely because of all of the different compositions. We've already seen them play. We know as well that they're incredibly versed in being able to flex onto all of those different heroes, but still being able to output the insane mechanical prowess. Like, we've seen Bun on the Echo so far. We are yet to see her on the Hanzo, which was her standout performance, in my opinion, on the last series the NYXL Academy played. Her performance on Midtown, I'm pretty sure she had something like 85% accuracy on Hanzo. It was ridiculous.
Bun's a really good player and just constantly improving for NYXL Academy. They're glad to have him. They're also, their backline too has been playing so well to support, you know, both Sniper, Snozlar, and Bun with Jinx and Aramori. And now on Dorado, it's going to be a difficult time for them, right, Moxie, as a support player yourself? I mean, you know how difficult Dorado can be to deal with some of these good DPS players.
Yeah, we yet to really see Aramori play the Baptiste as well. I'm a little bit sad. That was one of the heroes that she was known for back when she played the Bumblebees in the last iteration of Calling All Heroes, but her Ana has been absolutely standout. Some really good nades coming through. The fact as well that we're not really seeing either of these Anas go down incredibly quickly in the neutral. A lot of the time the kill comes off of a pulse bomb, which does become unavoidable if you don't have something like the sleep dart up to be able to dissuade the Tracer, and even then, so many of these different approaches that Tracers can be able to find from the high ground drop downs, you really do have to have ice in the back of your head sometimes to be able to tell when they're on those flanks.
Want to see if the backlines can deal with, you know, both DPS. Meanwhile, a teleport play comes through from Timeless to get far up to that high ground, as well as the Brigitte, but NYXL knowing that, look to just pressure that cart to make sure they can't push it, because, you know, obviously they need some more members down below. Kira's the one doing a lot of that heavy lifting towards the cart with some support from Alisu. They're taking their time now down below as Par looking for each of these shots, right? It's kind of shooting, playing Hanzo's kind of like entering the lottery, right? Every shot you send, eventually maybe it hits somebody.
It's gonna hit something, and you also have that one-shot potential. Bun, on the other hand, has the advantage of zoning. AoE damage with that dynamite is going to connect onto so many of these players with how compact this composition is, as well as forcing here either off of the payload or to use that recall too early, and that's when the trace becomes vulnerable.
Going for a coordinated attack at the top side. Snozlar finds Par. Pretty much solo. Had some support from Sniper there, but no assist in the kill feed for that tank player. And Timeless now have to back up because Cal has anti on them as well. And NYXL so far doing a good job, though. Sniper gets poked out. Timeless eventually will regroup towards the cart, but Bun finds Cal over that top angle. Snozlar with the pulse bomb too, still available. Don't even have to use it onto Alisu. NYXL's defense looking strong.
Yeah, and NYXL Academy, their positioning is perfect too. They don't hold too aggressively around this high ground because they know that Par has that one-shot potential and is also getting pocketed both by Bayer's break shield but also Alisu's bubble. As a result, they just play patiently, wait for Ethereal to properly commit that dive and then poke them down once the Winston bubble has been removed, and it puts Bun into a position of not having to take the 1v1 against Par. Instead, you literally just get to poke all of these angles, all of these corners to dissuade the attack and force even more time off of the back.
Sunzar did use the pulse there to no avail. Mana boost re-engage onto Sniper, and it connects onto Par with Snozlar there. Hira is able to find Jinx, but with Sniper in the background, it's going to be hard to deal with. The Sleep Dart came through from Cal. Amazing shot from him, or from them. Sniper as well still has that Primal Rage ready to go, but Baya with the rally to keep everybody alive on the inside. Force the Sniper away. Has to use that Primal Rage. Thought that they could maybe be a bit greedy in that fight, but eventually they'll come back to Primal, though Alisu had to use theirs too. No kills just yet on either side until just now. Par, Storm Arrow finds Aramori from across the map. Bun, though, with the Dynamite, able to find Baya too. No cleanse there because obviously no Rico in the game. Par makes that a 2K, connects onto Bun, who has been a nuisance for Timeless. Alisu goes so low. Oh my god, grabs the health pack just in the nick of time to stay alive as well. But the rally here from NYXL, they really want to make sure this defense is successful. Or, yeah, this defense is successful. Jinx finds Par on the inside angle as well. Sniper goes so low because of that anti-grenade from Cal, and eventually is found by Cal. The aggressive in a play there too. Snozlar still has that pulse from ready to go, but has to come back for that Tracer. Recalled from Hira, but it's Bun back from the spawn doors, able to find them, though the pulse bomb for Snozlar is there too, and the DPSs of NYXL close out Timeless, force them back to the spawn for now.
Buys Bun her life as well. She was anti-nated and on an absolute slither, a pixel of health, but Snozlar with the pulse bomb is able to peel the Ashes position. Timeless Ethereal, however, sitting on 3 ultimates to be able to commit in with the Dragon Strike to be able to zone NYXL Academy away from this payload and just push it a little bit further to be able to pick up that checkpoint and freshen that time bank. As Parse is waiting to get challenged, Snozlar is the one marking the Hansel's position. Just again, Academy positioning themselves away from the one-shot.
Yeah, and they do a great job. I mean, Jinx and Aramori just staying alive there is huge. Snozlar is able to find Hira. Eventually, Alisu finds Bun, so it's a 1-for-1. However, the Tracer gone for Timeless. Alisu tries to go in for the dive, build towards that Primal Rage with 0.85 meters left to go. They find Jinx, also go for that Primal in the backline. Dodge that Sleep Dart from Aramori. So that cooldown's already moved now. 0.34 meters left. They're so close to finishing it. Alisu with the Primal finds Snozlar too. Amazing work from the Winston player here. Par also finds Sniper, and sadly for NYXL, it was too much to deal with. 2 minutes and 26 seconds now in the streets phase as Timeless capture point A.
Yeah, Aramori just standing still to be taken down faster and rejoin the rest of her team, as Sniper is a lot closer to the Primal. The fact that Alisu had to expend it in their efforts to be able to push that payload and get that checkpoint is going to eat into snowball potential, but I don't think NYXL Academy have actually noticed that Cal's creeping around the side for an anti-nade.
Connects onto the Winston. Sniper, get down to 25 HP. A bit of a cheeky nade from Cal there, build up to 62%.
If that had baited Primal, I would have lost it.
I think Sniper is a bit too smart to fall for that in that fight, though. Alisu goes for that dive. Bubble used there as well on the high ground. So that cooldown already removed. Cal now the inside. Oh my god! What a sleep dart onto Snozlar from Cal. Amazing to shut down Snozlar. The Primal as well from Sniper is there, but no follow-up damage against that rally, though they did force that out. So NYXL can at least take that aggressive anti-grenade. Connects as well into Aramori. I mean, it's just one after the other. They throw in the nano boost there too. Unfortunately, it's just a bit too hard to get these kills through that rally, though they are able to find it with some follow-up damage onto Bun Falls. I mean, they're just getting this cart pushing through the streets phase with relative ease. Sniper goes so low. Maybe gonna have to get an nano boost from Aramori. They do so to get the ring gauge, but the sleep dart from Cal is there as well. Immediate wake up though. 2.39 meters left. It might have been smarter to leave them, but Par is able to find Snozlar, and NYXL slowly but surely are getting poked out from each of these angles. Sniper falls too with no ultimates there. Paul drops down from the high ground, and oh my god, what a street space from Timeless and Cal in particular.
Cal is 4 for 4. Their last 4 anti-nades have landed on absolutely clutch targets. Sniper on the first one, Aramori the second, Sniper again on the third, and then Jinx on the fourth to be able to just force Nano Boost, Rally, Primal out of Academy incredibly early on. As again, another anti-nade lands onto Sniper and just keeps them stuck inside this Winston bubble, so Power on the Ashe can land the Dynamite and immediately push Academy off of the high ground, allowing Ethereal such an easier entrance to die.
Early dive from Timeless. Jinx tries to get him the start of the bubble. Primal Rage used by Alisuda comes back for Bun and finds Bun. Finds that target on the side. Alisuda, the Winston player, Timeless. Good job sectioning off targets to find those easy kills, and NYXL Academy are losing the grip on this game at the moment.
On does have the Bob to be able to send out and peel, so NYXL Academy won't have to physically touch the payload to keep it stalled out, allowing Snozler to try to push through unnoticed. We'll be able to take Par down, but you need to find one of the backline, you need to find a support.
Also looking for the back. Nice anti-grenade set up by Aramori. Eventually Snozler comes back for the kill. On to here. Alice was able to find Jinx, who is building that rally too. Timeless looking to sustain on the inside with their own rally. Force that Primal Rage from Sniper. At least try to give out what Live in this fight. Versus Sniper, who has to back down. Forces Cal off the high ground. Still have that Nano Boost available. Timeless press the go key if they really want to win this fight. Use on Alisua in that backside. Now goes for the dime. On to bolt that backline of NYXL. Par's able to find Snozlar too via that pressure provided from Alice. Bun also has to use the diamond on himself. But oh my god, what a shot on the Cal from that left angle with the Nano Boost as well. Looking for that action. Sniper's there with the follow-up damage. Last second as well, 30 seconds left. They're able to stop Timeless.
Rally, however, is committed from Jinx, even though Ethereal were lacking that Ana burst healing. They at least won't have a rally to be able to get aggressive and try and sustain through this poke phase that's going to come out from Bun. Dynamite is going to be so hard for this team to deal with, but more so if you're lacking the Ana. Snozler tried to find that stick onto Cal, but doesn't manage to find the kill.
Nice avoiding that pull, so it would have been scary if Snozlar got that stick off. Shield on the top to maybe force Timeless in a weird spot, but Hero's able to find Snozlar via the low ground. Also, Par connects on the Sniper too, so this is looking rough for NYXL Academy at the moment. Nobody else can touch too, and Timeless in overtime will capture out on Dorado.
No one can touch even if they want to. Alisu is just primaling right in everyone's spawn. And as a result, Bayer literally just gets to AFK on the cart and push it that little bit further. It's definitely a slog. It's definitely an uphill road, as is the way that we tend to see from Dorado. High ground can make it incredibly hard for attacking teams to be able to find any momentum. In this map, if they get stopped, if they lose a single fight, they're immediately sent all the way back to square one, and above them, the defense just waits and gets to have that poke phase coming through where your Tracer immediately gets to find contact with the backline and still be able to make it out unpunished, buying even more time off, and that's before you even have to throw in the dive that comes out, as well as the Ashes sightlines too.
I mean, well, actually, this is also like, you know, on map number 1, we saw on Ilios, you know, N1XL did a great job in a lot of these more, you know, dicey fights where you lose a member, come through in the clutch. But it seems like on these payload maps, Timeless really understand how to play them and don't, like, lose members in a lot of the clutch and just keep coming through, you know, last second, especially on Dorado, like you said, when it's so hard to capture out.
Well, we're getting to see the hero special. This is something that we sometimes got treated to all the way back in Contenders last year. Hero swaps off of the Tracer onto the Tourbillon. This is still the same idea, right? The Tracer is meant to keep a mark on Snozler's location. A lot of the time we did see the Tracer 1v1 as both duel to try and bypass the other and get into that backline. As Hero on the Tourbillon with the turret is going to be trying to keep an eye on where Snozler pops up from, but it also eats into the movement that Bun is going to have access to on the Sombra, as they've identified that Bayer on that Zen is going to be a pretty easy target, as long as you're able to get through the gauntlet of obstacles that Ethereal have laid in your path.
So it pans out for them. Anti early on to Snozlar to force that recall there as well, so not a lot of fault. They dive on the Tourbillon early, who has that Harmony Orb and double pocket. Meanwhile, they come to the backside. Bayer now aware that the Tracer coming through on the left. Really trying to pressure out this payload. They have the Discord onto that Brigitte to make sure Jinx can't really play that corner aggressively. Here still has an aggressive spot too on the Tourbillon. Sniper tries to go towards that right side on the inside to keep pushing this car forward, but it's Alice who's stopped NYXL's backline from really getting a lot of space. Hero just spamming out for this Sombra. Anti connects onto Hero, but uses that cooldown to keep healthy until Snozlar follows through. 2-person assist as well. Snozlar finding the kill onto Hira. Baya, though, does find Aramori over that top angle onto the Ana. That's a lot of the heals gone. Baya now pressured out by Snozlar. Dive connects from Sniper. Perfect coordinated dive onto Baya, who is a little bit separated from Cal. And Timeless Ethereal now have to back up. This cart still being pushed forward by NYXL.
Yeah, Bun is off the Sombra as well, onto that Hanzo to try and use things like the wall climb to be able to pressure this high ground hold that Ethereal have, so that Par here, Bio and Cal have absolutely no place to be able to stay safely, and it impacts how aggressive Alisu gets to be in these counter dive initiations, as NYXL Academy are still entirely uncontested, just pushing this cart as everyone was so busy fighting for space around it that the objective was entirely forgotten.
And they're still pushing this car here forward, as well as Cal just kind of had like a Yakuza moment fighting that 1 versus 4. Everybody stared around. Sniper finds Baya early on. That's a great opening pick for NYXL, who were missing Snozlar earlier on. Now 4 meters, 3 meters left to go. It's just Alisu to touch, and can't do so even against this rallying NYXL team, who is really doing a good job rotating ultimates at the moment as they move on the streets.
Bot at the moment is entirely uncontested as well. Par is having their hands full at the moment, having to deal with all of these other threats of Sniper going in, of Aramori's antis, of Snozlar trying to find these flanks, but Bun is just free to be able to land these arrows into Alisu before the dive is there for the Winston. And as a result, every single time we see that dive attempted, before Alisu is even able to hit the ground and land that bubble, their health is immediately diminished to about 50%, as there's the revenge. That's definitely personal, as Alisu finally dethrones Bun.
Here also swapped off that Torbjorn on the Tracer. You gotta swap up something. I think also eventually after they use the Trance here, Timeless looking to swap off the Zenyatta. They don't even use the Trance there. Sniper at the time will able to find Baya. Cal does trade it back on a Sniper. Obviously still wants to hold in the Trance. It's a strong ability. Cal also with an anti-grenade in the regular body shot onto Aramori finds that kill. Timeless hold on last second. Par also finds Jinx too.
Yeah, so that's the correct call, in my opinion, to hold on to Zenol. You're so close to the cliff. Sniper is midway through Primal. If you go off the cliff in that Zen ultimate, we're not going to let you live it down, and your team's probably not going to be able to live through this next Dragon Strike that comes through from Bun. As it is, Timelessfield can hold on to the Zen ultimate, hold on to the Bob, and have the means of being able to peel and sustain on the payload and that high ground. One Bun tries to use the Hanzo ult to clear up.
I just don't like the Zenyatta here. It's just like he's just sitting at the back of the map pretty much doing nothing, right? It's just hard to actually get a lot of value in these fights, though. The Harmony Warp does connect. Again, Bun finds Baya on the backside, or over in the low ground, actually. Finds that shot, Pulse Bomb, and Bob. Really just the shutdown. Bun's tough to deal with. Alisu also finds Jinx, and I guess Baya is just a sacrificial lamb at the moment, because without Baya, they're just destroying NYXL at the moment.
Yeah, so like you said, Baya is at the moment that point of initiation that NYXL Academy are essentially forced to go after. If they leave this, then not only are they leaving so much burst damage on the board, but they're also leaving Discord on the board. And when you take 25% increased damage from all sources, dive heroes, they're not meant to be durable. You have to have an Ana line of sight. You may be able to supercharge up your Nano, but you're going to lose players in the process. So long as Baya, because they've won these points, these fights, can stick on the high ground, it forces Academy into using these dive cooldowns. And it means that once the dive leaves, and they've only been able to pick up the Zen, he'll have the means of sustaining through the rest.
Early Transcendence there as well, just to prevent a potential dive there for NYXL, and the reposition as well. Meanwhile, Alisu, oh my god, Snozlar! 2K Pulse Bomb onto both Cal and Par. Amazing from Snozlar and NYXL's side. They can't really do much here. Bun finds Baya too. Sniper, as well as the rest of NYXL, looking to pressure even more. Amazing pulls from Snozlar.
There's the Snozlar that we know from Pirates in Pajamas. Double Pulse Bomb kill. Picked up for NYXL Academy's Tracer, as it will allow momentum to carry through. Point B picked up. Cal taken down late. And Ethereal are going to have to give up even more ground, as Bun is not done. Once the ball this Bob throws in the dynamite to be able to get a little bit more ult charge and makes it back to the rest of her team to be able to go unpunished.
Oh, Hira with a Pulse Bomb on the Jinx there. Prevent that rally from coming out, though. The cart still pushing forward. Almost makes its way around the bend, though. NYXL to keep backing up. Bun's totally fine waiting as they have so much time bank left in the clock in this third phase.
Alice there tries to show up to keep the car contested, immediately naded and dynamited, as Bon just wants to make sure that she's able to survive and use this bomb to good use onto that car to peel when Ethereal actually decides to commit Cal's nano boost in this next fight.
On the low ground, forces Snozlar's recall, now has to back up towards the rest of their team. MXL do have a lot of those ultimates. Use that Bob early. Zone out that high ground. Timeless have to back up. Use the nano boost before Cal surely will fall here. Actually down so low. Does get attacked from Baya there too. So Sniper really not able to find kills. Just to zone off the backline gets left here too. And Sniper is trying to force away Cal and the rest of the backline of it. Timeless gives up the life for it. But it might not matter because Snozlar is able to find par. Alisu also fell. So MX will have that advantage. And here on the low ground falls to Snozlar. And like you said, Moxie, Snozlar is kind of come online at the moment. Cal does trade back Jinx, but loses the life for it. Ara Marcy also finds Baya. It's just Alisu to potentially touch, who is trying to build that Primal Rage, but just took a pulse bomb to the face. 98, 99, no! Can't get the Primal Rage. Fun there with the follow-up damage. Make sure Alisu does not pop that. The rally here from Bias to try to touch last second, but NYXL will close out. Have a minute and 57 seconds in the time bank.
It's such important kills that come through for NYXL Academy in that fight. You talked about the Primal not coming online in time. Here is so close off that Pulse Bomb in the Tracer 1v1 to at least be able to not just stick it on the Tracer, but stick it on the cart, to be able to allow Timeless Ethereal some time to be able to regroup and move their forces out of spawn and onto that objective. But Snozlar wins and chunks through that Tracer 1v1 and then gets to continue chugging that payload further and further to the finish line. And there's nothing Timeless Ethereal can do about it except conga line right back into the spawn a little bit faster.
And I think a lot of this also, for the side of Timeless, a lot of this was because of that Zenyatta Torbjorn competition, right? It's like they tried to run a bit of cheese and it really didn't work out. Like the way I see it is like Zenyatta, you talked about the 25% Discord orb and stuff and the potential damage output you could do. But the problem with Zenyatta is a lot like kind of like a basketball player. It can be kind of streaky, right? You always want that Zenyatta player to be able to get a lot of damage and be in a position to frag. Because otherwise, if your Zenyatta is just always the target that you're going to dive, then Zenyatta is going to be cold, right? And you're just like, what, just a Discord a Harmony Orb bot? You're not really getting a lot of value, in my opinion, at that point. And Timeless, I'm sure, aware of that at this point. I'm sure on their defense, they're going to swap away from that.
Oh, look at this pincer that NYXL Academy set up. Tempsfield do notice it. Paul sends a dynamite to be able to dislodge Sniper, but Snozlar's still waiting. The anti-nade connects. 3 players purple on Ethereal side. No kill picked up. However, no point distance as that payload comes to a stop around corner, and NYXL Academy just reset that pincer movement for the next time.
I'm surprised that nobody died there in that little room. It's very hard to get some kills in there, I suppose. And Timeless still getting that car pressured forward. Another nade comes through to keep their tank alive, and a sleep dart eventually on that front line. Meanwhile, Par finds Snozlar. Now the rest of NYXL, knowing that Snozlar is gone, have to back up. Timeless take this cart space under that bridge side. Will keep it pushing forward. NYXL waiting for Snozlar to come back. Sniper goes so low, but we'll be back into Aramara, who's already built up towards that nano.
Oh, good purple comes through from Cal yet again. Both supports hit with that nade, but like you said, Aramara is so much close to that nano. Sniper just waiting in position to be able to receive it so they can go aggressive into that backline.
Waiting with the nano ready to go. Overtime is now ticking down. That's the only ultimate on the board. Talent's built up. The nano on the other side. Nano on the Sniper after the jump cooldown comes up, but it's left and flailed away as Par is able to find Jinx here with the full spot. With Alice, who's dives, able to find our Mori. And now it's just Sniper here on the cart. Surely going to die there too. Timeless will keep pushing in overtime now after capturing first face. Snozlar was able to find Par, but Timeless do capture off point A.
They needed that. They absolutely needed that because now they can move forward and play a little bit more aggressive and take what should be immediate high ground access for Bun off of the table. Yes, they don't have the nano boost, but Alisu can actually play a lot more aggressively outside of Cal's line of sight because they've built up that primal.
Part about to make its way around this bend. Usually this is where you see a lot of teams get stopped in overtime. It's very hard to win fights here with all that positional disadvantage. NYXL have that Bob coming up as well as Sniper with Primal Wave. Snozlar sitting with the full spawn rally on the low ground. They zone out that pulse. Baya gets the nano boost. Gets the rally to stay alive. from that pulse bomb with Snozlar, and Hera's there with the peel onto him too, or onto them as well. Baya also finds Sniper in somehow, some way, in a very unfavorable position. They peel off the pulse bomb with the rally. Bun does find Par, but Timeless still keep this payload pushing.
It's Allison. It's all Allison. Every single player, barring Bun, that NYXL Academy tried to position on the high ground, gets knocked onto the low with the primal. And as a result, the payload gets to continue moving.
Sniper does have that primal rage. Jinx also with the rally. Timeless don't really have a lot of ultimates. Just gonna have Hera's pulse bomb to work with in a moment, but they're not really set up in a position that is aggressive just yet. Now goes for that early engage onto the Anna, forces the rally out. Pulse bomb drops onto the mini, but it's avoided narrowly from Aramori. The sleep dart is one to the tracer. Amazing work from the backline of New York Excelsior Academy. Primal Rage from Sniper there as well on the buy to stop this cart from pushing in. The Nano Boost is on to Par. Unfortunately, it's not enough to keep anything going here. Bob also was hacked by Bun. And in overtime, they're stopped. But that was a very, very far push from Timeless.
I mean, without that primal, that payload, like you mentioned, stays stuck around that first corner heading into B. Without that primal, that is where it stays, and NYXL Academy with 1 minute 57 seconds literally only have to win fights on A and just have the momentum and ultimates to be able to, again, position aggressively, take the defensive high ground away, and allow them to immediately take such a significant advantage heading into that final and most impactful fight. But now Timeless Ethereal have so many areas that if they lose a player early because they're playing aggressively to burn time off of NYXL Academy, they have so many spaces to be able to fall back onto and regroup.
I mean, this is going to be tough for NYXL Academy, but obviously they've done it before. I mean, do we remember how fast did they take their attack? Was it within 2 minute time frame, Moxie, when they were on their attacking side?
It was a little bit slow. Remember, Bun was initially playing with the Sombra, then went on to the Hanzo. We were seeing a lot of sniping and trying to feel out others' positions as well around Clock Tower. That is going to be a luxury that NYXL Academy do not get to have. They have under 2 minutes in the time bank. They have to stick with a composition that they are going to carry on the rest of this map with. They cannot afford to reset their ultimate charges.
Well, now on NYXL's attacking side, they are getting that payload pushing forward while Morimori is sitting towards those bells. Sniper does get the anti on them early. Just Alisu looking down below to see if anybody else has anti-grenade as well. Comes back up to the high ground, now 1 minute and 37 seconds. Going for the anti-grenade. Connects onto the backline of Jinx. Hera's there trying to find that kill. I mean, they're committing their life for it, and it works. Hera with the follow-up on the Jinx after Cal's anti-grenade. I like how Timeless is engaging on those nades, but Bun does find Hera on the low ground. I mean, we talk about the Bun show really keeping NYXL in this.
Yeah, that Tracer is so vulnerable to the Ash one-tap with the headshot, coach. As Dynamite immediately sends so many of these members of Timeless Ethereal just around that corner, around that wall, and as a result, Sniper is sent in to try and capitalize this, poking away at Ethereal's defense, is trying to bait out that nade early so that NYXL Academy can't use it aggressively. As Hero finds Bun, another anti-nade set up that one. As Ethereal still have to stop the cart from moving, but they will be able to dispatch this attacking team relatively easily. And with 40 seconds left, gonna be down to Aramori's Nano to find any movement for NYXL Academy to work with.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see Bun get a pop-off moment here. At the moment, it's like a Hero versus Bun show. It's tough for Snozlar to set up on these flank angles just at the moment. Looking for the backline early. Nanobu's still available, though. The car under that bridge side. Nanobu's still there. Sniper uses the bubble early. Aramori is looking for the peel of Alisu with the Primal Rage to go coastal. Try to avoid that Primal Rage. Cal also finds Sniper. Sniper was a bit separated from their team. Now 10 seconds left. We'll have to come back from the spawn doors. Alisu gets the Nanoboost too, just to keep things going. So they have the Nano Jinx in this fight. Primal Rage from Alisu also has the follow-up damage onto Bun. Amazing work from the Winston player so far. Of Timeless Ethereal. Overtime now ticks down. The Sniper will come back from the spawn. Jinx will use the rally last second to keep Aramori alive there. Snozlar with the pulse bomb finds Hera. That's that kill you need, but Alisu's back towards that cart. Finds Snozlar. Rally's still here, but Sniper gets slept and into a Bob. Needs to build the Primal Rage, but it might end up like it did in that Streets phase earlier on. Baya finds Jinx. Nobody else there to touch too. Timeless will hold on Dorado to go up in this series 2-1.
Oh, it's such a good counter dive coming from Timeless Ethereal too. Aramori hits that nano boost as Sniper dives in, and that should be the moment that you go for the nano, right? Your Winston's already low. You're looking to try and build that primal up as quickly as possible. And what did Timeless Ethereal do at that exact moment? They send their Winston in. They send their Winston in, and Alisu occupies the entirety of that screen, and Aramori, alongside that Brigida, is forced onto staircases, forced onto coastal side, and out of line of sight of that Winston, who immediately gets antenated and immediately goes down. And like you said, the nano boost then has to fall onto the Brigida shoulders to try and build the rally. It's the only play that NYXL Academy have available to them because Timeless Ethereal did such a good job of wrangling that Anna's position.
I mean, what a series that we have on our hands, guys. So obviously, Timeless, you know, you didn't really want that overtime push to come, or sorry, not overtime push, because NYXL did have a solid time bank. But it was obviously dicey at the very end there. But, you know, a lot of heroics coming through from Cal and the rest of, you know, with Hira, too, and Alistair on the Winston. At the moment, it seems like, at least on the payload maps, Moxie, everybody's kind of coming online for Timeless.
I mean, you saw the coordination, right? That Cal would hit that anti. Alisu would then jump in, just initially to provide a little bit of pressure and bait out some of those abilities, forcing everyone from NYXL Academy's composition to split and scatter because the Winston has cleave damage, right? So it is literally ingrained into your DNA that when a Winston dives, you all try and play as far away from everyone as possible so you're not contributing to that primal rage. And what does that do? It plays into the Tracer's wheelhouse because the Tracer is meant to isolate targets, chase them down, one-clip them, and then recall back to a position of safety on the high ground. And that was the chain that we kept seeing repeated again and again and again when Timeless Ethereal had control of those two high ground buildings right in front of the spawn ground for NYXL Academy. Once when it happens, okay, coincidence, but we saw it 3 times. It is a set play that this team were taking full advantage of.
In the next map, Moxie, obviously, I think it's going to be push, right? So, you know, we'll have to see. I'm worried, honestly. I thought NYXL were looking good on map number 1, and obviously you called it like they were kind of dominating, but, you know, what do you think? Does push kind of favor the players that play a bit more, you know, like scrappy, like you would see on like on control, or do you think it favors a team maybe like Timeless, who on payload maps are looking kind of unstoppable at the moment?
I think it's all about what push map we actually see, because when you say push, skyboxes come back in, and something that we didn't actually get to see on Dorado, interesting enough, was the Echo. And you want to go back and talk about why NYXL Academy was so dominant on those control. Well, a lot of it came down to playing around the Echo, playing around Bun, being able to just zero those targets down with that, being with those stickies and all of the spam damage to be able to block off the angles so that Timeless Ethereal don't get the luxury of setting up those bait plays where they were able to sit back and sit on those angles, have Cal be in a very defensively favored position that makes it incredibly hard to be able to intrude towards them. The Echo gets to negate all of that because, surprise, you can literally fly over everything and drop down on their head.
Yeah, it's not like, on that note then, so I imagine you're thinking that NYXL are going to be in a little bit of a better map for them than the previous two. And, you know, obviously, if we go to that map number 5, that would be huge for NYXL because obviously then we go back to another control map. So it's a lot of things that are kind of, maybe this is their map, right? This is the map they need to win, obviously. You know, not just for the series itself, but, you know, just for momentum alone, right?
Yeah, and it really is going to come down to which push map they actually want to take us to. I'm going to be really surprised if we see Coliseo. I am expecting either Esperanza or New Queen Street purely because of the diversity of compositions that you can play. The Echo is favorable if you want to go towards the Tracer and the Sombra. You've got it if you want to be able to pull something niche out of your pocket like a Sojourn, which we have seen these players feel towards when push comes to shove. Ironically enough, it can still be incredibly strong as well with control of the high ground, especially those really nice early angles to being able to pick off one of those players as the team starts to rotate into actually going into combat. You and I are very, very, very well versed. Some would say tragically so, in how long push maps can really take to actually find a kill. It really does come down to the mind games for a lot of this and just control of those angles, control of those avenues. And it's something that NYXL Academy have shown prowess in the past for.
Yeah, and this just reminds me of like, I mean, obviously it's not out yet, but when Flashpoint hits, I mean, I'm really curious to see how that kind of impacts a lot of these, you know, first to threes. Because, you know, obviously then I guess instead of control for them at 5, maybe we'll see Flashpoint and stuff, or even for that map 1. I mean, that's obviously way in the future, but I'm just thinking about like how maybe things will work out in the competitive scene for that. Now, obviously on push, it's kind of been, like you said, these maps can last about 20 freaking years. Like at times, teams, I will say they last a long time, but you can see like from the beginning, you know, a lot of the times you can say, okay, this team is easily favored, right? They're already at 90 meters compared to where the other teams made it like 20. And it seems like they always just make this setup back for the defensive side. And Esperanza is a map that we see a lot of that, right? A lot of the advantage taken, and then immediately did they just kind of come back and set up at the defensive hold, right?
Yeah, high ground. It is all about the high ground. None more so, like you said, than on Esperanza, where we are potentially going to see one team actually take a fight win, but still not aggressively push and try for straggle picks. Instead, they will prioritize being able to hold those chokes, hold the high ground, so that when these fights next break out, they're in a more favorable position as opposed to their opponent.
You like this map, Moxie? I'm gonna put you on the spot. Do you like Esperanza? Or do you think this map is is your favorite out of the push map series? I'll rephrase it that way, so I don't really throw in the hot seat too much. Do you like this map more than New Queen Street Coliseum?
I mean, it's better than Coliseo. I don't know whether I prefer it or not to New Queen Street. New Queen Street has a lot of flank angles. There's a lot of these really annoying staircases and the hallways and high grounds that you have to keep an eye out for. But Esperanza kind of trades it to be a map of two extremes. It can feel incredibly open where you look at where this first fight takes part in, but anywhere else on this map just feels so claustrophobic. And again, that really does just highlight how important it is that you win these fights so that you have that ability to be able to position yourselves before the next fight begins, so you're never going to be on an angle that's easy to take advantage of for something like a Tracer, or if we do see it, the Echo.
Interesting points. You know, or you could have said the cop-out answer that, you know, you don't like all of them. You know, that's like, I mean, the cop-out answer, that's probably more of a negative Nancy answer, isn't it?
Okay,
but,
the reason I love this map so much is because I literally just lock Farah and play around Clock Tower, land a concussive, drop down onto bridge, two-tap the hit scan, and then move on to the rest of the team still fighting.
She's a Farah cheeser. She's a Farah abuser. She's a Farah abuser. Oh my god. I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm casting with a Farah abuser right now. This is... Jesus, man. Like, okay, all right, Moxie. I appreciate you coming out like that, you know? Coming and admitting to your demons. The demons of other people, I guess. Because definitely, like, it's not fun playing against a good Farah player, like you said, with that knows how to abuse that cover. And in this series, Moxie, I think we've seen a lot of Echo, you know, on both sides. And, you know, I think we see a lot of Farah players play both characters, right? Do you think that... Obviously, the heroes are a bit limited for both Bun and Par at the same time, but like obviously you think that they'd translate well over to be potentially even being Farah players, maybe expanding that hero pool to be a bit larger?
Well, we've seen Bun. We've seen Bun Farah. We saw Bun Farah on Havana Attack versus Good Boys on, I believe it was Major 1. The difference in why both of these teams are looking towards the Echo is that it means far less resources taken away from the rest of your team, right? If you're running the Farah, you have to run the Mercy. If you're running the Echo, well, not only do you not need the Mercy for survivability because you have that ability with your shift and also being able to vary up your speed and descent based on how long you hold the spacebar or not, you also have the damage potential to be able to just go through these squishies incredibly quickly, as opposed to the Farah who relies so heavily on the damage boost.
And also, I mean, to add on to that too, you know, every Echo or Farah player that requires the Mercy Pocket automatically admits defeat. They're the worst Echo player, right? If you're the Echo player that uses the Brig, not the Mercy, I mean, you're just the better player.
I dare you to tweet at Labda and say that he's
I've already said it.
Echo because he needs a pocket.
Trust me, that's why I said about Yazan in World Cup. I was like, you know, they're playing Echo without that Mercy, and you know what?
Okay, here's a shovel. Here's a lovely patch of dirt. I'll let you continue digging yourself into that hole, but we can see that there's no Echo online either. So our lovely discussion, Dustin, has turned into ash, as it is the Tracer Sombra mirror instead.
You know what's kind of turning into diamonds is Cal so far, right? Obviously, anti-grenade connects onto the back line of NYXL, forcing to already give up that robot first. I mean, within the first 30 seconds, Timeless takes some good positioning. Bun goes to the hack onto Cal and looks for the dive, but it's sleep on the Bun! And Par is there, I mean, could you say anything more? I mean, I know we're talking about Cal a bit too much, but I mean, they've just been playing so well in this series. As Hira connects onto both Snozlar and Sniper, Timeless will win first fight handedly.
I mean, Sombra is not traditionally the go-to peel avenue, but sure, that definitely works. Par coming in for the backup, not I think that Cal needed it, but it always does. Good to be able to make sure that your Ana will be able to survive. Hira's already got a pulse bomb, by the way. Has been an absolute menace in NYXL Academy's backline, as you can see the spy check come through just to make sure that Bond doesn't get past.
We talked about earlier also we've seen on broadcast. I mean, Here's plays so well. Alisu as well with the dive on a Sniper. Shut them out early. I mean, NYXL look like they're collapsing.
Oh, not again. Bond got slapped again.
He's typing too. Cal's typing as well. They're typing the chat. I saw that for a second.
I mean, when you back-to-back sleep a Sombra, you 100% hit up the match chat.
Oh, they got the checkpoint too. I mean, this has got to be rough mentally for NYXL. Hack came through onto Hira. Hira maybe baiting the hack out by AFKing towards the robot for just a moment. Bubble used early by Sniper here too, so that cooldown remove. Alisu gets entered in though, so that's a lot of pressure removed. Has to back up, get some heals here. Still waiting with that pulse bomb ready to go. Cal goes for the nade down below, does not hit it. Nano boost available over the top. They go into the back. Alisu goes, does get the flail up into the sky though for a second, but Jinx bubbled away, trying to find the kill as Alisu. But as long as Alisu doesn't die here, they're distracting both of the supports of NYXL, making so that Snozlar goes solo. Needs some support down, basically to 1 HP. The dive comes through. Hack eventually there from Sniper as well. Perfect dive onto Cal, right above them. Sniper also finds Fire too, so the supports are moved, and NYXL finally reclaim that robot.
So that is the problem. When you have a Nano to Winston pressuring the backline and it doesn't actually find you kills, you are playing into Aramori building up the Nano boost. So even though the anti-nade connects onto Jinx and forces the breakup of the angle, Aramori is still able to land the Nano boost onto Sniper and send them straight into Timeless Ethereal's backline as Sniper with the final can play aggressive, but gets hacked and slapped, woken up now, and is displacing a whole lot of Timeless Ethereal's forces, but in the meantime, Alice's already taken the breakdown mid-rally.
Yeah. Does cost Alisu's life, so it's a 1-for-1, but it's the Winston die, and that's always rough for Timeless, who are trying to play around this inside angle. In fact, go all the way around. They have that rally slow to go, but into an EMP. Par does find Aramori. With the EMP, Sniper's able to find Cal too. Nice engage with EMP there from NYXL. Still trying to get some more robot positioning to reclaim that advantage.
Europe just making it harder for NYXL Academy to be able to consider this high ground ledge their own. As Sniper's going to have to try and spy jack, so both Par and Hira playing around there, so do know that there is going to be a recontest to come through. However, Hira just immediately gets shredded with Sniper. I mean, their name is accurate. The Sniper's there onto that Tracer. However, Timeless Ethereal see that no one else other than NYXL Academy Sniper actually committed to trying to take that fight, and as a result, objective moves away from those early respawns for NYXL Academy.
Sniper with the pull, still waiting over the top. Timeless reclaim that robot, but have to be aware of Snozlar over the top too. The double pocket still available for Snozlar here, so they could easily go for that duel if they need to. Immediately pulse bomb ready to go. Connects on Devaya before the rally could even be used. Amazing pulse from Snozlar again. Has been so good. Hira though does trade back Sniper, though Snozlar has found Hira. So after that pulse bomb came through, they immediately traded their life for it too. And as long as Snozlar is alive, it seems like NYXL are in a solid spot. The Nano Boost engage comes through, a hack onto Alisu, but the sleep dart onto the Brigitte of Jinx forces Aramori to use the Nano. NYXL want to keep moving forward. Snozlar again, make that 3 with some support from the Brigitte in the backline of NYXL. They keep this robot pushing forward and claim that checkpoint.
Yeah, really good usages of those blinks coming through from Snozlar. Able to land behind Bayer, land that pulse bomb right onto the break spine through that shield to stop the rally from coming through, apply even more pressure than onto Alisu, who's the only one who can try and keep the objective in check, forcing and baiting out that Nano Boost early so that Aramori can send it onto Jinx to keep NYXL Academy pressuring around that low. However, they lose Snozlar. They still don't have the advantage in terms of distance pushed either, as they're even denied original respawns. As EMP comes through, NYXL Academy trying to do everything they can to be able to come up in terms of the distance. But it's going to have to be a fight win for the amount that they've committed into it.
They commit the rally too. Armor is still purple. Eventually it'll go off, but Jinx gets Alisu, and NYXL doing a great job fighting around this spot. You know, reclaim that robot, going near that checkpoint to take that advantage. They're looking for a Tracer or somebody here. They find the Sombra first. They had the hack ready to go, and they're able to find the kill onto Par, knowing that hack was going to come through because Par was the only one alive. And now the rally has to be popped by Baya. They really don't want to give up this positioning, but Snozlar with a pulse bomb connects, and NYXL take the advantage with 4 minutes left to go. Amazing work from NYXL Academy.
Such a clutch hack coming through from Bond to deny Par from being able to pop that EMP as well. And NYXL Academy have been able to take the lead in terms of distance as well as access those early spawns. And when you're running such mobile heroes, you're going to be into these fights incredibly quickly as Par gets found out trying to creep through alley to set this EMP up. As a result, Aramori is going to know exactly where the Sombra is to position out of line of sight and use the nano to peel for whoever gets hit.
That was just unfortunately a bit greedy from Bond on the left side is found. Par still waiting. The EMP has to back up though, really far away in fact, and Snozlar finds Hira. Meanwhile, because Par is fairly far away from the fight, and now the rest of NYXL just continue this pressure forward. Nice sleep on a Snozlar from Cal, but is the follow-up damage there? It doesn't look like a Snozlar just wakes up after a short nap. Sniper finds Par too, just continuing the pressure of NYXL with the Primal Rage. It seems like NYXL has found their footing with the kill on the Cal.
Yeah, the fact that Snozlar gets slapped actually works in NYXL Academy's favor because it means it's not there to stop Sniper's Primal, and as a result, they get a better target. They take down Par with the EMP still in pocket. Bun is about to lap Par in ultimate charge.
Still waiting with that EMP. In a moment, Par on the left side, looking towards the Ana Brigitte, does get the EMP off, and also finds Jinx there in that engage. I don't know if he had a lot of, or if she had a lot of follow-up damage there, but Jinx is removed. Now Timeless trying to continue on forward, but they're all a little bit low, need a little bit of healing. Baya does find Sniper, but now has to back up. But the forward spawns are here for New York on their attack.
Hera's gonna have the pulse bomb. Baya coming up to the rally and Alice the primal, but Bun's going to have EMP and Snowfall lands that pulse bomb onto Cal, and that's the floodgates opening once again as Academy gets roll heavy, but Hera with the pulse bomb trades back.
I mean, both Tracers really coming online on this map. Esperança is a great Tracer map, so they're able to find with that Primal Rage. And NYXL knowing ultimates were committed, just going to back up temporarily.
They're still sitting on the EMP though. This is going to be the clutch moment. If Bun can pull off this EMP and Jinx is able to follow up with an aggressive rally, and NYXL Academy are going to clean house.
Ready with that rally. Towards the cart. Hera's pushing it. Bun's still waiting with the EMP. Been in this position many times before, so maybe Timeless are aware of that. Want to play it a bit passive. Really trying to avoid the EMP of Bun, so New York knowing that now try to back up a bit. Still set up Bun on the left side. Ready to go on the low ground. Hack now comes through. Now they know where that Sombra is. They poke out Bun. Try to force the translocator, but Bun knowing they don't want to use the translocator just tries to get some healing. Back now under. Recall used from Hera there in that fight. Bun now wants to go through the main side instead. Understanding the left angle, not that great. EMP connects onto 3. Though the rally and Nana were there to counter it. So what's on to Alice, who can now go for that counter dive. Just jumps up in the air, knowing NYXL are looking to pressure. Then Bun goes so low. Has to try to regroup with the rest of their team. Timeless build up towards that pulse bomb. Hera has gotten it. But the counter dive now from Sniper. The Nana Boost does have that Primal Rage as well. Just a second. We'll use it there in that fight. Trying to find some value with the Primal. Needs to have some fantastic mechanics. But the rest of the backline of Timeless are doing a great job just peeling it off. Par's there with the EMP in just a second. The rally there for New York. But it's pulse bombed by Hera. Par is here with the EMP after they've lost Cal and Byra. So backline removed. Though they've gotten rid of Sniper, they can continue this forward. If Timeless gets some kills here, this would be great, but they're so low with no support from the backline and no time left. 6 meters left to go, or sorry, 10 meters left to go and 3 seconds on the clock. Snozlar finds Hera. There were no heals available. Par will touch, but gets answered, so has to back up. It's just Alisu desperately trying to build towards that Primal Rage. Just has Baya here. Because they have the forward spawns, they have regrouped, but they have to keep touching. Alisu loses their life because of it. It's just Baya that's going to be able to touch, but they don't have any of that frontline pressure. No Primal Rage is here. Baya does have to go to touch to separate from their team. But no other support here for Timeless Ethereal. NYXL look to close it out. Just Par with the Grita. They do have the rally. They're able to find Bond, but the pulse bombs from Snozlar, they've been on fire so far on this map. Sniper and Jinx combined for 2. And NYXL will close on an Esperança to bring us to map 5.
The target focus, again, Alice 94% to Primal. if we see them actually get to pop that primal and really set in motion that rally coming through, Timeless Ethereal, with those faster and closer respawns, probably would have been able to shift the fight in their favor, given that the fray that happened before that overtime push is every single person panic throwing in an ultimate to try to guarantee for NYXL Academy is them trying to hold on to that distance advantage, because we can see how close that objective is in exceeding the distance that they've been able to set up. From the other end for Timeless Ethereal, they're the ones thinking, if we can continue applying this pressure and finding these kills, throwing these ultimates in, we're going to be able to win the fight. We're going to have enough plays to be able to hold our own objective, and we're finally going to be able to exceed the distance. But the target focus coming through, the sustainability and positioning from NYXL Academy in that second last fight allow them to smoothly regroup without losing the pillars of the backline. And as a result, when Timeless Ethereal try and regroup for that overtime push, trying to build into that primal desperately, they're denied it entirely. And Dustin, the series continues.
Map number 5 coming up, and Moxie, do you think it's fair to say that, you know, both these tracers play well, but in particular for Snozzler, is it fair to say Snozzler's finally online, or was that more of the fact that Esperanche is a great tracer map?
It wasn't just the traces, it was the Annas.
Yeah.
Aramori was coming in with kills in that second to last fight, and I have to talk about it. I have to laud Cal's praises. That push where they know that Bun has the EMP and they are literally just not pushing through Archway, they're buying time for the nano boost to be available. You see that the rally is available too, and everyone is just waiting to be able to move forward with Bun's EMP into that aggressive rally to be able to wash over Timeless Ethereal. But the second that Bun's EMP hits, Cal hits the nano boost onto the Winston, and everyone from NYXL Academy makes the correct call to disengage, a back turn, and tactfully retreat, giving up the EMP, giving up the pride position, and allowing Timeless Ethereal to almost push NYXL Academy to the absolute brink. Both of these Annas are playing absolutely out of the park.
Map number 5 coming up. We'll have to see after a short break who takes it. Be right back in just a second. Welcome back, everybody. We are in an incredibly intense matchup at the Radiant Major. We have such a great series between NYXL Academy and Timeless Ethereal Moxie. We're going to the map number 5, and the other 4 maps previous have really been so close.
I'm surprised we didn't, in that first control point, get to see all 3. But other than that, like you said, it has been incredibly close. Overtime push. We've got to see back-to-back pushes as well on Dorado, where they had 2 rounds. Numbani was such a nail-biter as well, really going down to the wire of whether or not teams would be able to full push all the way through. And now, just like Time is a Circle, we're right back where we started. It's another control map, and no surprises. It's not going to be Lijiang, it's going to be Oasis. Another map where you could potentially roll towards something like that Echo alongside a Winston and a Tracer, but that's most likely going to be if we had someone like City Center. The likes of University is going to be a lot of flanks, a lot of Tracer, a lot of Sombra, potentially a little bit of Ramatra. We haven't really got to see him come through just yet. I don't believe Kindred has been subbed in, however, so I would be very doubtful if we do see any movement away from the Winston.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I mean, the Winston seems to be the hard lock at the moment, just to kind of mainstay in the meta. I mean, how long has this been meta for, Moxie? This like Sombra, Tracer, Winston kind of set up. It's been like 6 months nearly now, almost a year. I mean, like how long has it been?
It feels like it. It feels, however, like we've seen a little bit more of a movement away from the Winston towards the Diva. Purely because of just how strong defense matrix can be, and also like being able to just deny anti-nades and sleep darts. The Winston unfortunately having to expend a much larger cooldown of that bubble, and when you're in Primal, you are just one of the biggest hitboxes, if not the biggest hitbox in game. Actually, I wonder, is Winston's Primal hitbox bigger than Ramatra's Nemesis?
Probably, right? It must be. He's got more meat on his bones, whereas Ramatra is just kind of like a robot, right?
Yeah, he's kind of like the hulking shoulders.
Yeah, he's got big boulder shoulders, big delts, Death Star delts. Meanwhile, Timeless still locking that in. Oh wait, Moxie. No, okay. He's
I was
locking
gonna
them.
say, it's
still.
Sniper. It's
Yeah.
Sniper. There's no Kindred. If Kindred was on the board, I would maybe expect to see that Ramatra, but it is just gonna be that mirror dive to come through. And we've seen both of these Winstons really putting on a good show, being able to pressure the Ana, deny a lot of the line of sight as well, to be able to sustain the other side. There it is again. Bubble immediately to block line of sight, pushing with that hack alongside NYXL Academy. Sniper having to play so much more passively and allowing Timeless to feel full control for high ground.
Timeless still sitting above. Hack available for par. They actually, NYXL just kind of rotating all around the point. Sniper still sitting above that pillar side, looking to get that re-engage off. And the nade into flail, and the engage was perfect. Par and Baya both just fall immediately to the New York Excelsior Academy backline of Mori and Jinx, and they claim that point fast.
Sometimes, you know, as a Sombra, you get hit. It's a little bit like bullet hell, right? You're trying to dodge and move around all of these movements and damages coming out around you, and you're not able to duck out of the nade, and you get spotted out. And again, like, so much of this dive hinges on Par being in that forward position, chunking these targets down, denying Sniper the ability to either be able to drop the bubble or jump back to the rest of their team. And without the Sombra, the dive goes up in smoke.
Hard, just kind of looking for that dive in the low ground. NYXL rotate through the main side. A nade comes through onto Aramori, and the hack is there from Par. Perfect engagement from them on the re-engage dive from Timeless Ethereal. Now with that, they get to kind of push forward to that point, take the objective. The Bun comes back for Par, able to find that Sombra on the side. I mean, Bun's been playing so far better than Par in that Sombra matchup. Hero with the pulse bomb, trying to equalize a sleep dart from Cal, but no, the follow-up damage isn't there. Hero is able to take the mini health pack, drop the pulse bomb as well on the Jinx, which just presses that shield up. Does block it though. Salisu eventually will find Jinx and claim that point back.
Yeah, Alistair has the primal. TheIMPACTPLay finally able to find the flip, but NYXL Academy stalling to 57%, building up an EMP for this next fight as well, which they're going to be able to use to burn out this nano boost from Cal, and then they have just the ultimate economy in their favor as Bun sets up the translocator. Has Cal in her sights, just decides when she wants to actually reveal herself, and there it is, the EMP onto the Ana. The dive immediately followed up upon. Cal cannot nano themselves. This isn't deathmatch, and as a result, the Ana's gone.
Ana removed immediately by as well will be found by Bun with Sniper's Primal Rage. Perfect engage from the New York Excelsior side. Just after the EMP and Primal Rage claim the objective again.
Paul's gonna have to do the exact same that Bun just did now. The problem is that there's an extra hoop to jump through, and that is that Jinx has the rally. So your EMP can't just hit onto the Ana to be able to get saved by that nano. You have to hit the brick at the same time.
Goodbye, Cal immediately removes them with the Pulse Bomb. With that, and Excelsior also used the Nano Boost too onto Sniper, though really just to pressure off Timeless, who we're trying to regroup for this last 15%. NYXL want more, but won't find it necessarily. Just back up, give Timeless some space.
Still has that EMP, but Sniper doing such a good job with that coil of trying to check the Sombra's location. With that jump will be able to land onto the break and the Ana, but doesn't use the EMP until just now, and the rally had come through, but the target focus from Alisu followed up is there. The backline is gone. TheIMPACTPLay now just need to clean up.
They're doing so quite well. Sniper does get that mini health pack, but Alisu actually gets pressured off, so it did get cleaned up a little bit. However, Alisu kind of has to be careful because both support ultimates were used for Timeless, and all they got is that pulse bomb. Bun's gonna set up down the EMP.
Yeah, and there is, like you said, no way of peeling. You don't have Primal, you don't have Nano, nor do you have Rally. It is now going to be on Spy Check or an early kill to come through from Hero's Pulse.
Hero waiting though, actually just looking for the peel first. Surprisingly, Bun setting up that EMP, just connects onto Cal and Alisu and Hero actually. So EMP connects and Hero goes so low, down to 1 HP. Does have the heals there. Sniper's pressured out. Objective almost reclaimed by NYXL, but Timeless there to touch it. NYXL is actually the one in terms of the health disadvantage of the most. Not great. Baya found Snozzler as well with the flail. Amazing work from the Brigitte of Timeless. Also disrupts the jump of Sniper. Down incredibly low armor, desperately trying to build that nano boost. 87% on the board. Timeless still reclaiming objective time. Sniper also, oh my god, what a pulse bomb from here onto Aramori with 90% on the board now. Primal Rage from Alisu on the Jinx too, sending them towards the cars. Will just finally kill them as well. No Ana there or Brigitte. Sleep Dart from Cal there too, just to continue their current advantage. Sniper out of the Primal Rage will have to come through to touch the point. Bun also gets antied, translocates away. Snozzler touches the objective. Sniper gets the nano, but with no jump cooldown, doesn't get a lot of value. Also flailed the way. Cal found Snozzler earlier on. This is really rough for NYXL. Sniper goes so low, eventually found. Overtime ticks down. The Brigitte Jinx tried to touch the objective, but against an EMP and nano, tough to live in that situation. Timeless take round one.
TheIMPACTPLay are such a good team at understanding when they have any opportunity to be able to pick apart your timing and momentum and just disrupt it entirely. Like, they are just the butterfly effect. Is probably the best way I would define it, right? They see NYXL Academy on an attempted disengagement. Immediately, Hero goes in with the pulse bomb, lands it onto Aramari, and you think, okay, maybe that's going to be the amount of pressure that they use. They're going to pull back. Alisu then commits the primal, and TheIMPACTPLay just continue shoving these ultimates onto NYXL Academy shoulders until the weight is just too much to bear, and the team topple before it all. It's now we're headed to Gardens. This is where the dive can still be pretty potent, and once again, it's going to come down to the ultimate arms race. Who is going to be able to hit the nano boost or the EMP faster than the other side?
NYXL takes that high ground, has Sniper set up above. Meanwhile, Snozzler coming towards that hookah side, looking to pressure Alisu from the inside angle. Timeless taking a bit of a, direct approach from the main. Different than a lot of teams like to go on the inside. Anti-grenade comes through, and no Sleep Dart to save from Snozzler, who comes through and takes out Baya early on. Perfect anti from Aramori. Meanwhile, Cal has to peel off. Down a person in this fight. Looks to peel off that Tracer on the left side. They actually have to give that point early because of the early pick on a Baya.
out, just trying to build this nano as quickly as possible, using that entity, trying to just zone out any of this dive that comes through from NYXL account. Because like you said, Timeless Ethereal aren't in a position you see a lot of teams voluntarily take. Normally they want to have Diana on the high ground where she is untouchable. Putting her on the low ground makes it so much easier for Academy to be able to formulate a dive and collapse that onto any of the space that Ana tries to hold down. It smells has such a monopoly of this space.
And the pulse, I mean, just such a fast pulse from build. Snipers there on the par too. Sadly for par, really not able to get a lot done so far on the Sombra. Meanwhile, here it's tracked down by Snozlar too. I mean, NYXO looking amazing in this round so far.
Snozlar is so clean too, with these one clips into the melee blink to be able to finish off Aramori. This is the position we were talking about with the Ana, absolutely untouchable. And there it is, Cal jumps away from the pulse bomb directly into the line of fire of Aramori, who finishes them up.
Great work. I mean, we haven't talked about Aramori all that much this series, but they've been playing incredibly well in their own right now. 50% of the board, crossing that 50% is a huge deal for NYXL. They built up the EMP, 80% for Bun. Meanwhile, Timeless trying to just stay alive, right? They're just fighting just
But
to
you
stay
can
alive.
see
Meanwhile,
how much
Par-
Timeless Ethereal are being shut out with in terms of just tracking their ultimate charge. Pure is 99% on pulse bomb, Par is yet to hit an EMP, and Cal only just got that first nano.
And they go for the nano engage. Sniper gets slept at least, but without Par in this fight, it's going to be tough. Here's going to have to hit a clutch pulse bomb, but Bun and Sniper combined. His sleep dart earlier came through from Aramori. I mean, Timeless have to reset again, but with 85% of the board. If they lose any more members here, this is rough. Alisu with the Primal Rage maybe tries to find a kill. Here it does. Connect the pulse bomb, but EMP on Alisu makes them lose their life. Sniper finds that trade onto Aramori after they lost them. 96%. Now Cal onto that Lucio. Desperation hours for Timeless. They try to touch through Cal. Eventually gets tracked down by Sniper. The Tracer has to recall earlier on, and EMP eventually for Par, but it just doesn't even matter at this point. NYXL, what a dominant round number 2.
Yeah, again, it really does just feel like that imbalance of positioning, right? The fact that NYXL Academy were able to immediately position themselves onto that high ground, and there was no contest. Coming through from Timeless Ethereal, it felt like they sort of saw the low ground and went, yeah, okay, we'll settle for this. And it just impacted every single fight. Afterwards, they never really got a full reset because Snozlar, Bond, Sniper, Jinx, even Aramori to an extent, were just picking apart those players mid-rotation before they got any opportunity to contest the high ground or launch Alisu into a dive position.
Now Timeless, we'll see if they, do you think they mix anything up here? It looks like they might run that Ramatra.
Yeah, Par on the hand. Oh, the Reaper. Hero on the Mei. Alisu, like you said, going to be on the Ramatra, which forces Cal onto that Baptiste to be able to use things like the Immortality Field, but also the Ant Matrix to set the Ramatra's primary up. For those projectiles, really good Mei wall. However, finds the value they were looking for. Sniper having to use that jump early is going to be incredibly vulnerable as Bayo just gets to hunt them down, and Timeless Ethereal take that point. As NYXL Academy, they're forced to just give up that first fight, give up the first control, and swap to Mirror.
I don't think they expected Timeless to run that. Maybe they thought the honorable Mirror would come out, but Timeless, takes that early aggression with the Ramatra. Also, they dive early on a Sniper who dies immediately before the lamp was even used from Aramori. And this is why you have to be flexible in a lot of these fights. Eventually, they lose Cal, but you have to be able to change heroes mid-series.
Oh, Pa. That is a risky teleport if you know that there's a Lucio still around. But this is the importance, again, of positioning. Because Timeless Ethereal already had the point in their favor, they get to utilize Choke. So every single time that NYXL Academy walk through that Choke, they're walking into Hero being able to wall one of their own. There it is again.
Oh, but Bond hits the shot on the Bayo. Wall riding over the top angle. Sniper also finds Par. What a shot from Bond earlier on. Eventually, Alisu surely will fall too. NYXL maybe just needed a little bit of a warm-up on this composition as they reclaim the objective. Eventually, they kill that Baptiste and Mei to reclaim the point.
That is the one thing that can trump prior positioning, being able to come in with those clutch kills, and that is what Bun has been doing every single match that she has played so far. Rockets up to that Dragon Strike to be able to zone out Timeless Ethereal when they have the Ant Matrix. Because Aramori does have one of her own to be able to contest it too.
They walk in, Timeless does, but against that Dragon Strike to be tough. Lamp used early. Wall here is one to Alisu. Does have that lamp though over the May Wall, great work to avoid that. Both amplification matrix come out. Sniper finds one. Snozzler finds two. Immortality kept NYXL healthy as well. Don't even have to use any more besides just the Annihilation. I mean, perfect ult engage from them to work their way up to 40% on the board.
Timeless Apparel, the second that they know that NYXL Academy still have a lamp and they're going to be able to win the fight off of it, they call for a fast reset, and they only use Amplification Matrix. They have every other ultimate available to them in this next fight. Snozzler has to land such a good zoning Blizzard to be able to deal either with Hero's Own or Alisu's Annihilation that allows the field to walk forward.
Oh, they just run all the way in, but it's perfect into the May Wall, in the Blizzard. It connects onto everybody. The Reaper ultimate on the back. The Death Blossom from Par could be decent enough, but unfortunately shut down by Snozzlar. Eventually, Snozzlar traded up by Cal, though, so it's a 1-for-1. Hero falls incredibly low. Meanwhile, Alice has to rotate towards that point with Baya. The rotation, perfect from Timeless. Even though Snozzlar's Blizzard was big, unfortunately, like you mentioned, Moxie, the damage output really wasn't there. Bun does find Cal. Alice will eventually come through and find Bun. Sniper does trade back Kira, but they're really low on this point. Just this Lucio and Ramattra on both sides. Back and forth the wall here as well to prevent a lot of the damage from Alisu, who now goes aggressive, but no kills. Just a point in the favor of Timeless. NYXL regroup. They're all here. They got 4 members, almost 5 waiting to come back. Now a Maywall on the backside. Alisu can't make it through it. In fact, falls before the Immortality Field was there. Snozzlar. Amazing work to find Alisu with the NYXL's frontline. Annihilation engages to make sure this fight really ends up a victory for them. Nobody else here for Timeless. Just this Hanzo to touch. 98, 99%. Overtime will tick down. Alisu can touch on the Wrecking Ball in a sec, but gets booped away in overtime. The May can't even touch either on the flank. And NYXL will win over Timeless in the upper bracket.
Well, Helen's Face may be the one that launched 1,000 ships, but Snozzler's Blizzard is the one that baits so many ultimates from Timeless Ethereal side, and it just capsizes their ultimate economy. The Blizzard, the wall, the fact that we saw so much that Timeless Ethereal had available to them, literally having to be invested to be able to stop those kills from being picked off of just how good that Blizzard was. Lamp comes out, Annihilation comes out, Death Blossom on top of it comes out, Counter Blizzard comes out, and as a result, they need to win the fight immediately. When you commit that heavily into a fight, you have to win it and stop that stall, stop that stagger, because if it goes too long, NYXL Academy can literally regroup and come in with ultimate advantage and overpower you that way. And that's exactly what we saw happen. NYXL Academy overwrite history, find the win against Timeless Ethereal, and are going to be able to continue in the upper half of this Major 2.
Oh my God, amazing work from them. And, that was a close series. I'm really interested to see how, the likes of Timeless bounce back in that lower bracket. Obviously, to punch their ticket to the grand finals is huge. And they look really good doing so, Mox. You talked about, overall, seems like they are a good team at the moment. It's tough to beat them. And obviously, with the upside of having Bun pretty much in any hero, it seems like they just have a lot of the heroes in the current meta that really enable them to get the win.
Yeah, every single one of them had really clutch moments, but that turning point, the fact that they lost that first fight on University by miscalling the composition that they would run into, and as a result had to give up first control, had to go back to spawn and swap Sniper onto that Ramattra. Bun comes along, finds that kill, scales the Hanzo wall, and opens the fight up for the rest of her team. And that is where they're able to offset that positioning advantage that's available for Timeless Ethereal that they would have been able to use to cycle through so many of those fights, be one-sided, build up ultimate charges, while on the other side, NYXL Academy have to scrounge for any scrap that they can. Such a deserving win for such a strong team.
Yeah, a very close series, too. I'm really curious to see who makes it to that grand finals. Obviously, we got some more matches ahead of us, and we are setting up an interview, I think, with one of the victors from NYXL Academy, because I'm curious to see. We have so many questions for them, obviously, Moxie. I think that series in particular was super close. I imagine, a lot of the anxiety, a lot of the pressure finally is relieved off of them. That was so intense. But obviously, we're going to do a short break. When we come back, we'll potentially see an interview with one of the winners from New York Excelsior Academy. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Obviously, New York Excelsior Academy, very close series with Timeless, and we've brought in our Amore for an interview. How you doing, Amore? I mean, what a series for you guys. Congrats on your win to punching that ticket to the grand finals.
Yeah, thank you. It was a crazy series. Yeah, thank you.
Speaking of a crazy series, I know Dustin and I were on the edges of our seat in anticipation of whoever would walk out on top. How did the team handle having to go through such a pressuring map as Esperanza and then moving into control, seeing the Ramatra composition come through on University, and I think not really expecting it, if I'm correct?
Yeah, we definitely thought that, their team was kind of like a one-trick dive team. So we were just like, oh, maybe we can just mirror on University, even though it's like a traditional brawl team. And then we saw like Reaper, and we were like, uh-oh, guys, maybe it's time to swap. Maybe we just go back into spawn. But yeah, I mean, we knew that when we played Oasis, we just wanted to kind of just mirror the Tracer Sombra, and we were pretty confident that we could play our game and do well. That's not to say that Timeless is bad, but at all. Like, they are very, very good players. We just knew we could play our game and be strong.
Yeah. Oh, no, so cordial. I mean, how do you stay so calm? Like, it's like you obviously don't sound like that anxious at the moment. Honestly, my hands would be shaking after that. I mean, how are you feeling? Obviously, after such a close matchup, it was obviously tough for you. You've had some fantastic anti-grenades we saw throughout the series. I mean, what's your strategy just to stay so calm in such a tight matchup where you guys go to that map number 5?
It's actually really funny you say that because like the last map, 5th map, my heart was pounding. Definitely after, I was shaking a little bit. So I'm glad I sound calm because I definitely don't feel it. um, but yeah, we have amazing staff with us that are just helping us stay focused, and good teammates that are also able to just like, once your head's like in the game, it's very easy to just stay calm and focus on what you need to get done.
So then, talking about teammates, obviously you took the predominant Ana role for the team today. We saw Bun a lot of the time be on things like the Sombra, sometimes we got to see the Hanzo, but most notably the Echo. As an Ana player without a Mercy, how does it feel being really the only one within line of sight who can help Bun survive?
It's stressful sometimes. Like, I feel like as an Ana player, a lot of times your teammates are all in like leashes, and you kind of gotta reel them in sometimes if they're going too far, right? So it's a lot to deal with. Like, I know some people say like flex support play is the most stressful to watch because there's so much you have to juggle. You have to make sure your monkey is taken care of. You have to make sure your echo's taken care of at the same time as your other support, and at the same time you need to look to be aggressive and look for these nades. So it's a lot, but I really enjoy it. I wouldn't have it any other way.
And for you in particular, I think it was like obviously that change as well, having to swap over from Ana to Baptiste after pretty much playing Ana the whole way through. I mean, can you talk about making those transitions over to Baptiste? I mean, it's obviously something you practice, but, after playing, 4.5 maps basically of Ana, then having to play Baptiste, I mean, that must throw some sort of wrench, into your guys' whole system, right?
Yeah, I definitely feel like when I swap over to BAP, I'm a little bit more like jumpy. Like, I fall into like the bad habit of
Oh,
BAP where I'm just
of pressing
jumping into the
spacebar,
air.
yeah, you keep jumping all the time.
Yeah, which is definitely not great. But when it's like a
Fine,
BAP meta.
calculated, totally doing it. You never know when a Maywell is gonna pop up and you need an extra boot to throw out that immortality field.
Yeah, yeah, I'm definitely thinking about it. Actually, I changed my answer.
So then, speaking about that, because that was actually one thing that we got to see, your immortality field usage was a lot better, it feels, than the other side, especially in being able to take advantage of things like amplification matrix. As a Baptiste, how do you decide when the right time is to throw out the frisbee?
I mean, it's really just a battle of like both teams' BAPs trying to stretch, not having to use it first. And I feel a lot of times my team was just, I was lucky in the fact that my team was the more aggressive one who was able to kind of like force their hand first. And then I could look for like even greedier like lamps. Like, you were referencing the window where, I'm not gonna lie, I screamed a little bit with the window. I wasn't expecting them to turn the corner with window, and I just kind of was lucky that I wasn't the one who had lamp force early.
in your whole series, right? I mean, like, can you guys talk about Timeless in particular? Like, why do you guys think that you came through the edge? Obviously, the map number 1 worked out, but then going down 2 immediately after that on some of the payload maps, how did you guys kind of refocus on Esperanza to make sure you guys got the win today?
Yeah, I was saying like I think we just really like Tracer Sombra. The other two maps we had played like the Echo and the Hanzo. I think it was Hanzo. I don't even remember. We've played so many maps today. But we just knew that Tracer Sombra we could punish certain things and look to do certain things that we really couldn't do with the Echo, and that played a lot more to our strengths.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Well, obviously, Aramori, awesome talking to you. And is there anything you would like to say before we let you go? Obviously, you guys now make it to the grand finals. Is there any shout outs or anything like that you'd like to say?
Yeah, thank you so much to my team for putting me in their backpack, it feels like sometimes. No, I'm kidding. But
Oh, you
yeah,
play well.
to my thank you. To my team and to my staff, just thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Aramori, for coming through. And obviously, congrats to New York Excelsior Academy for making it, after such a close series. So we'll have to see you later, Aramori. And, what a series, Moxie. I mean, what a dang series. It was super fun to watch from the outside. Obviously, Aramori is probably, a little sweating after that one, like she
I
said.
think it was
but
2 hours. Like
2 hours?
It was something like that.
Oh
We've
my.
been going for like an hour and 50 minutes on this shift alone, Dustin. This is the first match that we're covering, so logic would point to it being around about an hour 50 minutes of Overwatch. It's
Well,
a long one.
How much do you think, like, because obviously, like chess players burn, what is it, like multiple thousand calories a day? I mean, Overwatch players got to burn like 100,000 calories, something like that a day, right? It's got to be like crazy. It's a very stressful game to play at times, right? I mean, how many calories do you think an Overwatch Pro burns? It's got to be up there. There's no way. But
I have no clue.
We'll
You're
have to-
asking me the wrong kind of questions. I don't know how much calories you burn in like a walk.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, listen, I just want to know how big the meal after these players eat. But obviously, we had to talk about everything that kind of happened today so far. It's been a very eventful day. I think that a lot of 2-0s, 3-0s happened earlier on, but it just kind of made sense for these two teams to kind of come together in the upper bracket finals and have such a banger of a series, right?
Well, we knew. The second that these two teams were going head-to-head, we knew it would be a long one. We knew it would be a close one. All of these players have such good experience as well in terms of playing in that competitive scene, already getting access as well to coaching opportunities and VODing and scrimming to be able to better improve and have that macro game sense, which a lot of the time you got to see from how Tracers were playing around Brigidas, from how Annas were playing around EMPs, from how we were seeing Sombras operate with those hacks onto Winstons to stop them from getting primal off the second that the Winston gets targeted, as well as things like going for those health packs, shutting off the angles, even in the Tracer 1v1s. Some people moving forward, taking the health pack, removing it from their opponent so that you get a little bit of a cheeky advantage and are able to find the win. That's the sort of thing you see from Tier 2.
Yep, and we'll be going to a short break. When we come back, we'll see you guys for the Rising series. Very first time it's going to be on broadcast. You're not going to miss it. We'll be back after just a short break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Radiant Heroes Major 2. And obviously, we had a very close matchup in the last series. And also, today's been a very eventful day. But we have got one more game for you guys today. And it's actually going to be a bit of a mix-up. We'll be going over to the Rising series, Moxie, for the first time in a long time, actually. I don't know how long it's been or if we've ever done this before. But it's a Diamond and Below only tournament, right? For the Calling All Heroes Rising series. It's going to be incredibly exciting to watch this matchup between Marmore's Guppies and Kaiju Corp Mix.
Yeah, so Radiant is all about trying to build up these players, give them the space where they're going to be able to improve, to allow them to be able to mesh together alongside that Path to Pro avenue, and the Rising series has that exact same idea, right? Where the usual major series are trying to push these players into the Contenders and Overwatch League competitive scene, this series is aimed towards trying to get these players into Open Division so that they can better improve, adapt, and then hit into those Tier 2 scenes. But I love these sorts of matches because it's where we get to see the niche picks. It's where we get to see things like Torbjorn, Symmetras, a little bit of Zen to come through, a little bit of Farah maybe. It's all about those comfort picks.
Yep, I'm really curious to see what people decide to play, and I love how one of the players' names is Holo Can't Aim too. I mean, we'll have to see what comes through from all of these players. I think it's been a long time since I've seen a tournament like this, and like I said, I think it's awesome. It's really cool to watch, everything, because obviously overall with Overwatch, we just in the pro scene, we're just watching all these pro players, but really we don't get a lot of view on what's happening to the average player, right? Like a lot of the lower ranks, what's going on with them in that competitive scene, and today we get to watch that, like you said. So I'm really curious to see who stands out. Obviously, some of these names: Sandwich Maker, Mozzie, Jorah, Kitten, and Cybelli. I'm really curious. I'm actually, what do you think is going to happen in this series? I'm not really sure what happens in these Diamond 1 ranks.
Well, I have been promised a Genji and a Torbjorn, so I am going to anticipate we're going to see a Genji versus a Torbjorn, and that does somewhat favor the Torbjorn, right? Especially if you're running a Sombra alongside that Genji. Both of those two DPS are all about trying to set up the Sombra, the Genji, the Winston, all trying to chunk those targets slow enough so that the Genji with the dash is able to find the kill relatively quickly, get that reset, and make it back to the rest of the team. The Torbjorn turret, however, throws quite literally a spanner into that works because the turret immediately chimes out those players' location.
Yeah, that's a good point because, I think that, obviously at the higher ranks, it seems like Torbjorn's, doesn't get as much value, but definitely, over here, in these kind of more competitive series, it feels like I hear a lot of people don't like Torbjorn, right? Like, that's like a very common take, right? That Torbjorn's very annoying here to play against.
Yeah, because again, you have to go through the turret, and then whenever you get him low enough, surprise, he has the ability to just immediately get a little bit of not just extra armor, but also extra speed. Plus, the ultimate is actually really good on maps like Control, and being able to shut all of that space down. So in overtime, it can be absolutely killer.
You're right. I guess as a former pro, it's tough for me to relate to the whole hating Torbjorn thing. But obviously, for both of these teams, we get to see a bit of maybe even that Ramatra composition come through that we saw in the previous matchup, and potentially even some Lifeweaver.
Yeah, it does limit where you're going to be able to take these fights, right? If you're running this Ramatra, you're looking to take these fights around choke so that you get the most value. With Cinnaburst Maywall, the problem is that Marmore's Guppies are going to be running an incredibly mobile composition, so if anyone does get walled off, they all have the means of being able to navigate up.
Let's see Moira coming through like that pick there for the side of Marmore's Guppies. Meanwhile, Corp MX takes that high ground spot. Plays together from a bit of a poke angle instead of taking a bit more of that brawl, while Marmore's Guppies really trying to take a lot of that space in this neutral ground. Go for that dive early. Vortex committed to just peel off the back line, but oh my god, going incredibly low. Yuko on the front line, though still alive. There's a lot of pressure coming through at the moment on the Kaiju. Meanwhile, they have to give them space now. Marmore's really doing a great job with the health pool they have, diving on, forcing that immortality field, and now the rest of them surely just fall, though Hayuka has found Vasu. Nice work from them to take out that Winston player. Sandwich Maker goes incredibly low, wants to re-engage with no health, but Cinnabar takes them out, and with those two kills, Mozzie has traded back one. Kaiju takes point A first.
Yeah, so if you're running the Winston, it's not the Maywolf that you need to watch out for, it's the Reaper. The second you try and dive in to close up the distance and properly put that coil to cleave, you're just gonna get absolutely melted with the Hellfire shotguns. As Vaso is still gonna be sticking on to pick up that Winston. Nicky getting taken down incredibly early as well, as Vaso's just not able to find an opening that she feels safe enough to take.
Cinnabar has found 2. Sandwich does trade back 1, but off of those picks from Cinnabar, that enables them. They did use the beat in that fight, though, so that's 1 ultimate gone, whereas Armodas don't have that point control, but at least they're building them an ultimate.
Cinnabar's going to have a Blizzard as well to be able to isolate Guppies. They're at least running this Lucio, so they do have the means of being able to speed the majority of their composition through it, as well as Nathan Kitten coming in with that coalescence to be able to keep everyone topped up to full. The problem again comes in the form of actually rotating into these fights and early, and it's just going to be a reset.
Hello, can aim. I mean, you look like an aim there. Nice work from Kaiju on the attack. 60% of the board now. Marmonis, Morris Guppy's trying to switch something up. They're going to put Kuriko on Kitten. Meanwhile, have that EMP to set up in this fight. Kaiju kind of playing back. They did use that Ant Matrix, but have done a good job rotating those ultimates.
Mozzie's in position.
You know, Mozzie waiting over the back towards the staircase. They actually rotated to the point. And the EMP, as the rotation came through, meanwhile, Blizzard was used. And that EMP as well on a Kaiju who goes incredibly low. The Death Blossom there as well from Sandwich. And also Sandbox on their side is able to find 1. Kitten falls on the backside. Tasu goes so low. Sandwich, though, comes back to the point after 1 Death Blossom. 4-2 kills there. Now has to fall back. No, not a lot of healing. Does have the beat, though. Re-engage. Perfect timing on that beat drop. Now to re-engage towards the point. Basu as well. The Primal Rage will use it right before going down. Perfect with that. Sandwich also make that a 3K in this fight. Primal Rage could boop them off into the train, but unfortunately slows down a bit from Kaiju, who's doing a great job slowing those kills from coming out. Mozzie also finds Hollow, and Marmonis actually going to recontest this point, or Marmonis, sorry, recontest this point. Kaiju goes incredibly low with Hayuka, falls to Mozzie, who also takes down the Sandbox God. They reclaim that point at 90%.
It's a really good primal from Vasu because she actually keeps Hayuka contested in annihilation form, so Kaiju Corp can't actually coordinate and deal with the players on Guppy's brought low by that Ram Altars. Mozzie is just going to be waiting, spawn camping, giving information. Gets spotted out, doesn't actually get followed up on. However, as Kaiju Corp just wants to try and rotate the point.
Ooh, Vasu gets poked down so low too. On that point, the rotation comes through from Kaiju now. As a unit, they're all pretty healthy too. The hack did come through, but you know, we need to see some more healing maybe from Kitten to keep Vasu alive. It's tough with that Lucio Kuriko comp. Now EMP from Mozzie, but they've lost their team already. Able to find Sandbox, Immortality feel perfectly placed on the opposite side. Also have the Amages and Beat Drop just to make sure they're healthy. Now that Katsuna Rush really being used for pretty much nobody here on the point. Eventually is going to be ran out of cooldown as well. Overtime now it takes down. Could it touch? Eventually one does. Mozzie comes through, but down, poke down to 1 HP. Regatech now comes through. They have the beat drop re-engage. They have 5, and it's a clean re-engage. They're here on the point with the Death Blossom into the backline. Sandwich Maker in the boop onto Hollow K&A from Cybel. Amazing work. The Blizzard here just unfortunately is a bit too late. Kitten teleports away from it. The Swift Step perfectly timed. In the Regatech last second. Oh my god, what a last second clutch from Moist Guppies.
Oh, such a good boop coming through from Sybil right into the arms of Sandwich Maker's Death Blossom. And it actually allows the team not just to be able to sustain their hold on the point, but also to deal with the after effects of Cinnabar's Blizzard, something that Kaiju Corp could have used to immediately break through this choke. Moist Guppies now trying to hold on to his high ground, making sure that Sandwich God doesn't get that high ground to be able to drop with the Death Blossom onto the team below.
Oh no. Lemme got picked off by Mozzie, who got the hack off them early. Now without that Baptiste, they decide to reset or push forward. They have to make the call right here and right now. Looks like they're just going to place... Oh my god, Mozzie finds Cinnabar. Sandbox does trade back 1. Kitten. That's at least something for them as they wait back for now their May player. 82% on the board, Mox. This is getting scary.
Bass is going to have Primal as well. This is where it gets even more scary, as Kaiju Corp are going to potentially have to invest all of these ultimates just to be able to break through choke. And at the end of the day, they're walking to EMP and Primal for the same full gut.
There's no care though, but if there's that EMP onto the Maeve, Cinnabar goes down. Death Blossom, no, to counter that dive with the Annihilation is too much damage for Kitten and Cybel to deal with. Wayme also finds Vasu. Regatech looking strong so far for Kaiju as they've regrouped around the point. Mozzie has the Translocate out. Throws the Translocate to the point, but it's broken by Sandbox God. has to run in without that translocator. Mozzie falls. Who else is going to be able to touch here? It's a Lucio in overtime. Also, the Kariko is here. We'll see if the follow-up damage is enough to take down Kitten. They have 5 people looking at that. Kariko, it's enough to take them down. Kaiju take round number 1. And, wow, what a first round that was.
Oh, what an annihilation, but I mean, what a lamp. What a lamp coming through from Kaiju Corp. There are a couple of things that could definitely be improved. I think we both picked up on the fact that Mozzie twice was spotted out early and twice was able to get way too much value before being forced to translocate out. But when it comes to being able to throw out these immortality fields, Kaiju Corp have it on lock.
Wow, okay. See if Kaiju can continue their prowess. So far, going to swap over to the Baptiste again. Same compositions except for Marmoris. Maybe they're going to lock Orisa.
Yeah, I think they're anticipating the Ramatra. And Orisa is a pretty decent counter against it with the Javelin. The Reinhardt, not so much. The Reinhardt does find value with Mega Base, forcing these teams into the up close and personal. A lot of those chokes allowing Fire Strike connections, but the Ramatra beats out the Reinhardt 9 times out of 10, unless you're just charging and taking advantage of being able to pin the ramp.
See if Vassar can get value. Nope, gets shut down immediately, but does have some support from both Sandwich and Seinbell, who get 2. Also, perfect anti-grenade. Force that immortality field from Women. Now they have to back up as well. Just continue to give up some space, even though Marmoris lost Vassar earlier.
Are we going to see the swap? No, Vassar is still going to be sticking on her pick of this Reinhardt as Hayuko is waiting to isolate one of these target slow forces that may block early out from Mozzie, so they're not going to have it to be able to sustain when the Ram comes in with the Vortex and traps everyone in the close.
I mean, it was a perfect May wall on Vassar. Eventually, they're able to find the kill 2 after the charge came through. Sandbox God also finds Mozzie. As the rest of Kaiju, does fall low HP, they're still up in the kill department, though. So really just have to do is Reaper now and claim that point back in their favor.
Okay, there's the Orisa pick that we wanted to see come through. As Kaiju Corp will be able to pick up that point, the Javelin now is going to really come into handy. Being able to push Hayuka not out of the Nemesis, but still far enough away so that those pummels don't cleave into the entirety of the team, allows Guppy to hold on to a lot more of this utility far longer.
Both walls used. Oh my god, nice Javelin, but the immortality goes there into the Blizzard. Actually gets moved out of the Blizzard, but they're still able to they get the kills. Mozzie and Vassar combined for those 2. Now, without any support, they use that beat, by the way, in this fight, even though they're down members. Hollow does find Mozzie, at least with the beat drop, but now just alone with that Reaper. Death Blossom committed by Sandwich.
A little bit unnecessary, I will say. The Death Blossom is going to mean that they're at a pretty heavy ultimate disadvantage in this next fight. You could have used it to be able to peel this Blizzard or even Annihilation to come out from the Ramatra in this next engagement to be able to fully take advantage of Choker's Javelin spin from Vassar, who falls incredibly low. The Maywall too committed to make sure the Orisa is able to line of sight back to the Ana. This just means that Hayuka gets such a free path for Annihilation.
Kaiju rotates around the backside. They go through the bridge. Marmoris actually looking to take that fight with an Nana boost on the May, of all things, into that Blizzard from Cinnabar, who zones it back. Freezes that Lucio, who got the beat drop off before, though. Nice work from Simon to do that. Now they rotate to the point. Vassar gets that Javelin on the 1, and then into the Terror Surge, where Hayuka's kind of stuck in it, but the Immortality Go keeps them healthy. Now Vassar has to find some kills, but it's not enough to deal with Kaiju in that Annihilation. Amazing work from their matcha player, and his Kaiju reclaim the point.
A lot of ultimates invested from both sides, but it is now going to favor Kaiju Corp, given that they are in control of the choke. And Ramatra is, as the name implies with Tempo Tank, all about slowing and speeding things up, especially when you're trying to rotate an Orisa onto point, as Vassar takes so much damage early on.
A little bit of space created from Vassar with the little bit of the Javelin spin. Meanwhile, Cinnabar has to use that ice block and walled off perfectly from Mozzie. Sandwich Maker capitalizes off of that. Now they rotate towards that point down Cinnabar. We'll have to see if Kaiju can maybe get some kills on the outside, throw in enough damage, potentially do something. Hayuka finds one, Wemi finds another. Amazing 2K, even though they're down a member of their team, they're able to continue for some kills and continue to hold this objective.
Yeah, Wemi going to be able to have that amplification matrix for this next one. Again, really clutch Immortality Field coming out from that Baptiste, not pressured out early from Guppy's, not shot down immediately when it's on the field either. As Mozzie is going to have the Blizzard, Damage Maker, the Death Blossom, but they have to prioritize baiting out the Bap's utility.
Use the Blizzard there. Now the Ant Matrix is here above the point, but it's walled off immediately. Mozzie's been playing so well with those May walls. The beat drop to sustain here into the Death Blossom, though. No, as they rotate, they have to deal with Sandwich Maker, though. He only finds one with the Death Blossom. Anti enables them to find more, though. Vasu also connects onto Hollow Can't Aim. Nice work so far. As that Raidiant came through, 92, 93%. Reset has to happen fast. I don't know if they get another touch.
I don't think they can. Cinnabar goes down. Sandbex is going to have a Death Blossom, but a wall comes through from Mozzie to stop anyone trying to take the downstairs approach, and we are going to be headed off to Sanctuary. And now this is going to be really interesting, because are we going to see Vasu try and stick on this Orisa, predicting the Ramatra to still be on the side of Kaiju Corp?
I don't know. Yeah, that's curious. I mean, Vasu has shown a bit of flexibility so far, and it has enabled them. I mean, why not, right? Why not continue with the Orisa?
So the Ramatra does fall off a little bit in this instance, purely because of how open a lot of this map can be, especially if you're in control of that point. You can make it pretty easy to just be able to sit something like Knitten Kitten on this Ana all the way on an off angle far away from that ramp, and it puts so much more value in Cinnabar's walls to be able to try and block off any support for Vasu, who without that Ana sustainability, especially because it's backed up by Harmony Orb from Sybil, going to be on the Zenyatta, you're a sitting duck.
This is so interesting. This is definitely like an Overwatch 1 composition. Rotating around that point, Damage Maker trying to take some space over the backside. Cinnabar, though, finds that pick on the May. They've done it before. Why not do it again? Snidel removed from the game, but oh my god, what a Helix rocket from Sandwich Maker onto Cinnabar. After finding the opening pick, it cost them their life. Vasu also with the Javelin connects onto Hollow. And this is getting tough now for Kaiju as their health pools dwindle. They're slowly working their way towards this point, and Antidote does not make that any easier in Haruka. Kaiju now slowly falling away as Maramoto, the Guppies, they've already reclaimed the point earlier on and just find stagger pick.
Yeah, so they may have lost Sybil on the rotation, who immediately, by the way, is actually going to switch on to that Kiriko to protect themselves when that Ramatra tries to push onto them. They, however, have the Orisa where they want it to be, which is on that point, anchoring that composition, and Sandwich Maker is able to lengthen the distance, take that angle on backside, and just hammer poke damage into Kaiju Corp, allowing you to play off of those anti-nades as Mozzie with the Dragon Strike is going to set up an absolute stunner to get caught in the interim, as we see Kaiju Corp absolutely sent packing.
Do you think they can even like find a counter here at this point? I mean, just pointing right to the Dragon Strike. They're running out of options now here, Moxie.
So it feels like they're trying to run on to the Zarya, just so they can literally just run at this composition, right? You've got the Reaper, you've got the Lucio, you've got the Zarya. You beam this poke damage, you bubble the poke coming through from both the Hansel and the Soldier. So what should be an advantage for Guppy's turns against them instead. The problem is that Hayuka takes so much damage early on, and Vasu is entirely untouched.
This is gonna be tough to recontest. 20% now to go. Guppy's really entering last fight territory with Kaiju at the moment. Anti-Grenade goes far into the distance. Does not connect, but the Ant Matrix over the left side is disengaged. Perfect by Guppies to rotate around this point. Meanwhile, Vasu's just waiting with that Terra Surge as Kaiju attempt to walk in. They send in the Visor. Doesn't have the Nano just yet, but now it connects over that backside with the Visor. Connects onto one with the Aim Hex. Vasu also with the Terra Surge is able to find Cinnabar. Mozzie also connects too. It's just Cinnabar to find one with the Blizzard, but Sandbox God falls. The rest of the Kaiju Corps, I mean, they just have to stagger on this point. Hollow trying desperately to run around as Lucio. Can play pretty evasive, but eventually is found by Knitten Kitten. Guppies, what a flawless round for them. Take map number 1.
Yeah, other than that little hiccup where they lost Sybil in that rotation towards that point, which is honestly a sacrifice you take every day of the week. It allows them to be able to pick up such important positioning, both for Sandwich Maker on that Soldier, but also for Knitting Kitten on that Ana. Every single time we cut to that Ana's POV, she's knowing that she's going to get poked potentially. by the Mei as we see Kaiju Cup try and rotate, but because she has that corner, because she has that wall, she can mitigate so much of it while still sitting on that nade, keeping the Orisa in line of sight. And even though Orisa without the Ana isn't going to last very long, as long as you're communicating when you have Javelin spin up, you can mitigate a lot of that poke rotation damage coming through from the other side until you know that your Ana is in a place of safety and the Mei is just actually trying to do something else.
I want to remind you as well that, like, this entire Rise of Heroes setup as well is like $1,500 prize pool, right? And whoever wins this series will lock themselves for sure into that second place. So obviously both teams really want to win right here and right now. And, they're showing a lot of flexibility. I didn't think we would see so much compositional changes on a map like Musan, where you would think that maybe they would lock one thing or the other. The Ramattra was getting a lot of work done, but at the end of the day, it resulted in Vasu kind of figuring out, okay, we just want to play this Orisa, just kind of rotate around. And at the end of the day, it seemed like Kaiju was just a bit too slow to make those rotations.
Yeah, I mean, Ramattra has his place in the meta. There's a reason we see him so often in these compositions. But when you're in one of those maps and you don't really get the opportunity of being able to utilize things like the Vortex to pin down some of those players, there's too much space as well on either side of the Mei wall because, again, really smart positioning coming through from Guppies in terms of where they're taking those fights, understanding that they can potentially get walled off, that they're not running a counter Mei because they're prioritizing poke damage with the Soldier and the Hanzo, looking for those one-shots, looking for those early kills. They don't have a counter, nor do they have a Baptiste to be able to jump over and land that lamp. It just comes down to being cognizant of the Mei wall potentially being there and playing into spaces where it's going to lose a lot of its power.
We'll have to see what the next map is, specifically, obviously, loser picks, so we'll have to wait and see what that is. And, obviously, Moxie, I think that the different meta as well, right? Than traditionally, what we just saw previously earlier on, I think that's been the biggest thing for me that I've noticed so far, Moxie. What do you notice so far in this matchup, I guess, as we go to Nubani, that is different than what we saw earlier, maybe in the GM kind of tournaments?
I think we're seeing that dive coordination is incredibly hard to replicate.
Yes.
It's the hardest meta. It's the hardest composition to be able to play. We hear it from tier 2, we hear it from tier 1, just because how much has to go right, how much you have to be able to engineer, as well as what you're relying on being able to take advantage of from the other side or create those opportunities yourself. It becomes a lot harder to find the value. So if you sort of compare the value that Guppies were finding with just the Hanzo, the Soldier, on that last map of Sanctuary, to Mozzie not really being able to find those avenues to open up space when we saw the Sombra come through from them, it is a world of difference. And I think the reason that Guppies were able to have such a dominant stamp on Sanctuary was because that they understood, okay, just by trying to run to what should be quote-unquote meta, it's not going to work for us. Let's just go for what we know are our strengths. And interestingly enough, that was something that Aramori actually talked about in her interview with us a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to make those decisions, and I think that, like, overall, it is pretty interesting to see that the difference, like you said, it's really hard to play that dive. It's not exactly easy, and like when you see in all these tournaments and stuff too, I think it's a big thing. Like, the casual player doesn't really understand how a lot of these teams run these compositions, like that Winston, like the Sombra, like some of these characters that are way better in GM. Whereas when you come down to like Diamond and stuff, obviously, like you said, everything just looks so different. Different heroes have different win rates and stuff. And obviously at the end of the day, that's what Overwatch is kind of, balanced around is, that kind of like Diamond range, right?
Yeah, we also have a vastly different meta on ranked ladder to actual pro play, which is why you see all of these people on forums talk about how crazy some compositions are on ranked ladder, how annoying they are to play into, because you don't have that coordinated environment where you have 4 other people on comms, you're all ult tracking, you're all on one page with what you want to play. So it makes sense that for some of these players, that comfort pick is going to come down to the more self-reliant heroes, the likes of Hanzo and Soldier, who their own utility, let's face it, is pretty selfish.
We're going to see some Winston come through from both Vasu and now Felix on the opposite side. And Mozzie as well, kind of showing some flexibility over to the Ashe. A lot of these players making those swaps through. Also a Genji on the offensive side is quite interesting.
Yeah, very ironic that despite it being her home grounds, Orisa not meta on Numbani for the pure reason of she's pretty hard to be able to engineer onto that high ground unless you're running a Life Weaver. So dive is the be-all and end-all, and that's why we've seen the Genji come through to accompany these Winston jumps.
Dive early came through, but Sandwich Maker hits onto Felix, forces Sandbox to back up. They already just want to wait for their Winston to come back as well. They just give up a lot of space here.
Mozzie's going to be doing a very good job too, being able to utilize these dynamites every single time we see that Winston jump attempted, as we're actually going to see Holocon aim swap onto the Mercy to either damage boost Cinnabar or just allow a damage boost onto Sandbox to be able to have that extra little bit of damage for the Genji to be able to claim the kill.
They use the Sonic on the inside. Know where Kaiju's coming from. They bubble off as well. Both bubble cooldowns used, but a lot of value being found by Sandwich Maker at the moment. Really pressuring out Felix. They want to back up, wait for Felix to get healthy. They go to the coastal side, so they make that rotation. And knowing that, Guppy's now backed up. They want to play at a distance, not really take control some of that space. They want to give some of the space to Kaiju to find shots for Sandwich Maker. Anti-grenade thrown in there, but it's Mozzie to find Cinnabar early on, the counterpart found of the Ashe. Amazing first kill. The Resurrect could be found in the middle of everybody's. Well, Vasu gets poked down incredibly low. Doesn't have a lot of those heals just yet. Will back down to the cover, get those heals up, but it may not be fast enough rate. However, they dive back in, back to full HP. Mozzie able to find Cinnabar again. Perfect work from the Ashe player of Mozzie with his high ground space. They're able to find so much value. Vasu finds a little bit more by going a bit deeper, but gets slept as Kaiju tries to reset.
Yeah, so this is one thing that Memoris Guppy's composition has over Kaiju Corp's shield break. Cinnabar is really the only one who can try and chunk Vasu's shield down fast enough. Sandbar's God is literally just going to try and ignore it for as often as possible. But between Mozzie and Sandwich Maker with things like the Viper from the Ashe as well as Storm Arrow from the Hanzo, that shield is gone within seconds.
Sandbox gets dynamited, but has that Mercy pocket, so they can stay healthy. Meanwhile, Vasu with the Nano really trying to look for that Genji, able to melt Sandbox. Resurrect still could be used, and Holocam was going for that Valkyrie. Meanwhile, with the ET, it's enough for Vasu to find that front line and the two. Morris Guppy trying to take some extra value too, going towards his bus side. Try to find Sandbox, but only a minute left. I mean, Guppies are looking dominant at the moment.
Kaiju Corp are stacking all of their hopes on this Nano Blade. The problem is it's taken them so long to build it. Mozzie is sitting on the Bob to be able to peel from it, and it's going to have to be a sleeped up that comes through from Wimei High to be able to shut that Bob down.
There's that Genji played early. Finds Cybele, no sleep dart. Mitten Kitten on the backside. Felix also has found Sandwich. Perfect dive for them, though. The Dragon Strike is able to find Cinnabar. Eventually the pills come through. Onto Sandbox. Anti, perfect. Before the deflect to come through. Sandbox down to 65 HP as well. And also falls, too. So does Hollow, 2 to Mozzie, who came back in that fight. Felix now. Desperation hours for that attack inside as Mozzie finds 3. Tries to back up. One last fight territory for Kaiju.
Yeah, there's the Nano Blade, but there was Bob anchoring onto that point, and as a result, Kaiju Corp do not get a single tick of that point secured off of that wombo combo. Sandbox got now off of the Genji onto the Reaper, just trying to counter Vasu. Get up to the high ground. Gorgeous coach gun comes through from Mozzie, but does expend that cooldown. So now Sandbox can hunt after him, but the Raven already forced the peel available from Guppies. Secures the Ashe's position.
It might just be too hard. Now the Dynamite on the front line, they're all low. They do have Bob at least doing something towards that point. Actually getting 2 ticks as well. And Bob finds Vasu, so the most valuable player of Bob follows up with Felix as well. Sleep dart onto Felix for now, slows him down, or slows them down. Mozzie also finds Cinnabar too. But it's not enough. It's too hard to find even more value. The anti is there onto Felix, but eventually the heals are here. Cinnabar also finds Sandwich. The 2 ticks were given earlier, and now that 3rd tick comes through. Kaiju in overtime. Capture pointing.
Yeah, Felix Felicia's having a really good primal, just juggling all of Memoris Guppy's players out of position so they can't coordinate as one unit and take that Bob down. And as a result, finally, point A unlocks and we're into streets. The problem, however, is that Kaiju Corp had to use so much to be able to secure it. Now it's just going to be Felix Felicia's taking that face tank damage to be able to jump back to her Ana and build the Nano.
Able to get that.
Oh wait, that's not jumping back to your Ana. She provides it to the Mercy who already has Valk.
Jeez. Well, luckily, you know, eventually they give that nano over. Close enough anyways. Teleport come through. Early nade. Unfortunately, timing not exactly there. Sleep dart as well, but they are scared away. Nano boost now on to Mozzie. The zone back. Bob also there to zone. Mozzie able to find Felix. Mozzie's looking so good as Sandwich Maker also connects with the full spawn. Now they can deal with that Reaper over the top out of the Fade form. Coach Gun to get away. Valkyrie onto the inside too. Bob as well was getting some maximum value on the low ground. Meanwhile, Sandbox God trying to find some space. Does have that Mercy pocket. Oh! What a shot from Mozzie as Hollow tried to fall back to their team. Dynamite also connects flush. Just that Ana. Nade to keep a little bit healthy, but the Dynamite doesn't find the kill. Now a minute left for Kaiju.
Mozzie has been an absolute standout on their pick of this Ashe. So hard to be able to unseat as Sandbox God has the Death Blossom, but Mozzie with the Coach Gun is going to be able to disrupt any plan the Kaiju Corp have of using it.
Each of these Dynamites is finding maximum value. Now Vassal goes through with the Primal Rage. Mozzie over the top looking for the Mercy. Connects easily. Also onto Cinnabar. Coach Gun almost finds Sandbox, but at least boots them away for now. Sandwich also found one. Vasu connects as well. Now 38 seconds left for Kaiju on their turn.
Sandbox God, the only player that Kaiju Corp had an ultimate for, gets staggered out of the fight late. Sybil's going to be able to have Sound Barrier to sustain long enough for Mozzie to cycle up into this next use of that Bob. Kaiju Corp have to find these kills and quickly.
Full bomb from Sandwich. Waiting over the top. Recalls early because they took too much damage from that Winston. So give up that high ground. Drops to the mini health pack. Good movement so far from Sandwich. But the team of Sandwich is kind of dealing with the Primal Raging Winston at the moment of Felix. Meanwhile, Death Blossom still available. No, nice sleep. Connects onto the Winston to slow down that Primal. Meanwhile, Fade committed by Sandbox. They want to group around this car. Overtime ticks down. Teleport over the top. Has the Death Blossom ready to go, but nice Coach Gun as well. Boots them away for now. Sandbox drops the Death Blossom onto the Tracer and Lucio. Booped away again. Unfortunately, into the Bob as well. I mean, what a tough life that Sandbox has had to go through. Paulo was off the Valkyrie trying to get the Resurrect, but died as well. Kitten also connects on the Felix, and unfortunately, Death Blossom was the only thing. They couldn't even get the Nano Boost in this fight. Sandwich eventually will find Cinnabar 2. And Marmoris Guppies will stop Kaiju on that attacking offense in the streets thing.
I mean, Mozzie just looks unstoppable. Let's be honest, Mozzie was on absolute fire. Every single Dynamite was incredibly impactful, being able as well to track Holocon Aim's movement on that Mercy and deny a lot of the pocket that they were trying to use to be able to put Sandbox God into a position where the Reaper could chase after the Ashe, after the Winston. But again, it really does feel like for some of these plays at the level, when you're running this dive, especially when you're running the Winston rather than the Diva, there's a certain cycle that you sort of have to have. There's a trust that you have to have in your support line. And I understand why you're running the Mercy. You want the damage boost, you want the resurrection, you're playing into an Ashe up on high ground who's been finding those early picks, and you don't want to have to wait 30 seconds to respawn and reset every single fight yet again. But when the Mercy who already has Valk is the one healing the Winston, well, it should be the Ana, so you can get that nano boost online, put it onto Felix Felicis, send her onto the high ground, disrupt Mozzie's position. That way is these small learning moments that separate some of these teams from being able to climb higher, and hopefully they'll be able to use those moments to learn and improve as they continue that Overwatch journey.
4, 3,
See on the attacking side, if they want to swap things up, obviously Guppy's at a pretty good spot. Rocking that Pharah this time around, Mox.
Oh, this is a mean crossfire. Mozzie has been hitting so many shots that Kaiju Corp are pretty much going to be just trying to take this Ashe down. They've essentially been conditioned. And as a result, Sandwich Maker is going to get so much more room. But likewise, if so many players look at this far, Mozzie gets an absolute free run.
You're right. Now Sandwich goes for that dive early with Vasu, and that connects immediately to 2. Sandbox, though, does trade back 1. However, Vasu on a Cinnabar makes that 3 now for the Guppies. Gavasu also finds Felix. Sleeps are amazing sleep, and then Sandbox is there for the kill. Or, sorry, deflect to the sleeps, rather, for Sandbox. But unfortunately, this point was taken relatively quickly for Marmora's Guppies.
Yeah, no nano boost needed. Just send a fire and distract the entirety of Kaiju Corp's backline, and it just allows so much more movement for both Basso and Mozzie as well. The swap's immediate from Kaiju Corp. Felix Felicia's going to be going onto that Diva to be able to defense Matrix, but also use the boosters and close up the distance, dealing with the fire and the barrage that way. The Cinnabar onto the Cassidy, trying to find the 2 taps, however. With that 25 health nerf, it's pretty easy to run you down, so you have to be incredibly careful of the angles you take.
Dropped off the high ground, but we'll get back to it. The rest of their team tries to throw. Grenade, like you mentioned, but just looking for some poke. Well, the card is still getting a lot of space, meanwhile, for the Guppies. Nade comes through from Kitten, but does not connect. Rather, it's Sandwich to find Felix over the top side. Cinnabar looks for that kill, but eventually will find Cybele as well. Nice work from them, but Mozzie turns around, finds Cinnabar, and this payload's not slowing down Mozzie.
Yeah, the one nade we saw Cinnabar throw was baited out. Sandwich Maker was able to avoid it, and then immediately teammate Felix Felicius. And this is the floodgates opening. Memora's Guppies. This is what I was talking about, right? Ranked ladder meta has an entirely different outlook to the esports scene sometimes. And even though we are seeing Farah really rise prominently into the esports scene for the EMEA region of Tier 2, in this environment where you have a Farah and you have the understanding of sending a Mercy alongside it and an Ashe to be able to use that crossfire, there is just so much pressure on the defense that you just have to keep giving ground and giving ground and giving ground. And if you're denied that Cassidy, that one line in the sand that you have to try and hold on to any of street space, everything else goes up in smoke.
Yeah, it's tough at the moment on the other side. Obviously, we're going to look back at everything that just happened there. But like you said, it just seemed like the Guppies, they were just figuring things out. Perfectly timed dives in. And at the moment, they're just looking like a dominant force in the Lamit.
Such a good understanding of the cooldowns that are available for the other side too. That was what really impressed me about Mozzie. I think there was only one time that we saw Coach Gun being used a little bit too late, and as a result, Sandbox God on that Reaper was able to find that kill. But Mozzie had still done enough damage in the fight before, and the team were able to come out on top as a result.
I mean, so far, so good for them. Obviously, up 2-0. They get this last one, that'll close it out for them, lock them into that grand finals. And that'll be a huge deal if they can get that spot. Meanwhile, obviously, we got that map number 3 coming up, but we'll see after a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for that Rising map number 3. Welcome back, everybody, to the Radiant Heroes Major 2. We got our last match of the day underway, and it is in the Rising Heroes kind of tournament that we got going around. We got Marmoris Guppies versus Kaiju Corp MX, and obviously the Guppies are up 2-0 right now, looking to close out on that map number 3. First two have been pretty amazing wins for them so far. It's tough to see how Kaiju can potentially come back, but obviously not all hope is lost as they've chosen Dorado.
Yeah, I mean, other than that little bit of a hiccup at the very beginning where we saw Vasu try to play that Reinhardt into the Ramatra, this team has looked incredibly dominant as we head, however, towards Dorado. I wouldn't expect to see the Ram. I would maybe think that we're going to be seeing more of this Winston. I'm hoping if we are, that either it is going to be that Winston or the pivot towards the Diva, as Felix Felicius did play it out when she saw Farah come through on the other side. And honestly, in my opinion, I would favor the Diva in this dive, just the way that Kaiju Corp have been playing it previously.
Yeah, I think so. I think that I would 100% agree with you, especially with the, Ash gameplay that we saw earlier. It's tough to say. It's tough to think that, such a dominant Ash player would slow down on a map like Dorado where it is so favored.
Lots of high ground, lots of sharp angles, lots of places where Dynamite can be just the absolute bane of your existence if you're trying to flank and you get caught out by it. The fact as well that neither of these teams really feel towards that Kiriko removes the Suzu, and obviously with like Winston bubble cooldown being what it is, you're not really going to be able to consistently block every single usage of Dynamite, which is why I would much rather see something like the Diva.
Yeah, maybe. Why not? Yeah, why not rock the Diva here? I mean, it seems like a lot of teams have favored it, at least at the higher level. Meanwhile, no way. They're on attacking side, right? They're just messing around about in the spawn, right?
I mean, we can talk about attacking side later when, like you said, they've actually locked on to a composition. We do have to acknowledge that Marmoris Guppies have seen how horrible that pharmacy was to deal with in the previous. That I know that sensitivity. It's actually pretty smart for Mercy players, right? A lot of Mercy players will have different sensitivities. So when you're rezzing, you can 360 spin and obscure your hitbox on your head for as much time as possible. And then when you're actually doing Mercy things, you'll have it on a different sense.
It's kind of that's the same approach to it for sure. I'm curious to see if that is the case. It probably is for a lot of these great Mercy players, like you said. And now
Hitters do it too, to obscure hitbox.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, because it's really hard to hit that character. Meanwhile, God Sybil falls so low. Does bounce back the rest of their team. Meanwhile, that Tart really not getting a lot of space. Kaiju trying to get that pressure towards it. Sandwich Maker's not giving them any amount of space to work with. Still launching rockets from above. Meanwhile, the bubble used already by Felix has to create some space here. Nade utilized as well to sustain. They're doing a great job just building towards that nano. And actually send the Genji over the top side. Felix falls low though. Sandbox dies to Vasu over the top. Now Sandwich given that space just looks to pressure even more so. Force everybody on the inside to build that barrage.
I mean, that's the sign of an experienced power, not sending the rocket into the deflect, but instead splashing the damage behind the Genji and getting it past the cooldown. There's damage boosted pocketed. Barrage will be able to take 2. They do manage to take the power down, but we're actually going to see a res onto Vasu to try and buy the space for a res to come through.
They did buy in that space, like you said. The sleep dart eventually into Felix while nano boosted was a great sleep. Meanwhile, Vasu takes advantage of Hollow not having anybody to really fly to. Able to get that kill. Really has been a standout player for Guppies. Meanwhile, Felix finds Mossy. Shuts down the Ash player who's going towards that Bob. Meanwhile, Primal Rage still available of both Winston players. Sandbox desperately trying to build towards that that blade. Will not have a nano to go along with it. So we're just building up towards that drive blade. Looking for the dive early with the Winston. Unfortunately, doesn't get the dash close range, but they do get that pressure down range. Vasu actually takes down Sandbox God. Unfortunately for Sandbox, did not get the dash reset because that Mercy pocket was there. And now Guppy's in a great spot. Felix has to jump back away. Does not have anybody else to go for that dive. Bob also inwards towards that car. Unfortunately, gets stuck. He got wedged. A little bit too big, sadly, to squeeze through.
Bob does his job, though, of confining Kaiju Corp onto this low ground. Mozzie, however, does get jumped onto. Still finds the kill, however, onto Weemy High. As Vasu with the Primal gets to play a little bit more aggressive and out towards the open. Even if you get pressured, she's still going to be able to use the ultimate to save herself. and keep Kaiju Corp disconnected.
Oh, I don't even think Vasu meant to kill Cinnabar there. Literally just like came to the doorway, smacked Cinnabar, said goodbye. Back to the spawn door you go. Guppies as a team are looking so good.
Felix Felicius now is actually going to be onto the Diva, even though the Pharah is off the board. Sandwich Maker came back on the Tracer to be able to regroup faster with the team and keep this payload stuck in choker. Sandbox Guard doesn't have the blade, but Weemihai close that nano. Are we going to see them hold on to this blade until she's ready to get that nano boost for the ultimate? It definitely looks like it is.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it, but actually, no, they use the blade now, and Cinnabar also goes into 1. They did Nano Vasu early on. That's 2 with just a dry blade. Coach Gun here, dash, unfortunately, but deflex onto the Dynamite 2. Nice 2K blade. We'll take that. Also, the Dynamite 2 onto the Ash, but grabs the mini health pack 2. 30 seconds left. No blade to go. We'll have double support offense, like I said. Sandwich coming back with that pulse bomb, but Guppy's now just spawned. Ozzy's going to be a little bit late to this fight. 2 meters, 1 meters. Nobody else here to touch, sadly. And Kaiju Corp will capture out point A.
Yeah, Sandwich Maker already actually forced to use her recall as well. Means that payload is going to get to continue to move a little bit longer. However, Mozzie on the Ash on that high ground is going to make it really hard for Kaiju Corp to be able to get that payload any further than the first corner. Keep an eye on the Tracer. As 6 on the payload, but the AoE is still enough to take down Sandbox Guard.
It works. Yeah, what a full spawn from Sandwich. Mozzie also with the Dynamite onto Hollow. Burns them away. Also to make sure the Valkyrie can't be used. The Diva also staggered out of the mech. Sandwich now comes back for that Ana, but avoids some of those shots from both the Baby Diva and the Ana. Will escape with their life for now, and they have such a favorable position with this high ground. In fact, find the stagger kill into Felix.
Vasu approaching that primal, but Mozzie's going to have the bob first of all, and this is really problematic for Kaiju Corp because if they try to make any advance with this nano boost, when Weemihai, Mozzie can just put Bob onto the cart. The Sandwich Maker, entirely undetected at the moment, waits on that right side to jump onto one of the supports.
Oh my god, Sandwich though is pressured out by Kaiju, who just move as a unit. Anti onto the high ground, actually goes over the top side. Maybe you want to look for a wall in that situation. Bob in, no sleep dart cooldown available just yet. It distracts them enough for Vasu to not come in. Throws the nano boost out while separated, but Bob is able to find Sandbox. So with the nano boost on the Diva, unfortunately they're not finding a lot of value just yet. Mozzie's able to get Hollow on the low ground. It's just kill after kill with Mozzie sitting above the high ground. This is what we were worried about for Kaiju Corp. When you have Mozzie on the high ground, it's just so much value. Guppies win, they had to get another fight.
Yeah, that's what I talked about too, right? They put the nano boost onto Felix Felicius, who does eat the pulse bomb coming through from Sandwich Maker, but no inroad is made on payload distance because Mozzie's Bob was there to peel for the entirety of that nano boosted tank engagement. Once again, Sandwich Maker not even looking for a kill at the moment. It's just delay strategy. Sees an Ana burning out, however, and might have been able to find something even better.
Sandbox gets killed by Vasu. Diva Bomb here. Maybe somebody could die to this. Everybody ducks away. AT as well connects on to Weemihai. Mozzie also connects on to Cinnabar, and this spot is just so hard when you get stuffed this many fights over.
Yeah, Tracer can guard that right angle. Mozzie has full control of high ground. Sandbox God is going to have a blade, but again, the Ash can just coach gun you away, and if you don't get that dash reset, well, you're not going to be able to have the high ground angle to be able to connect the blade onto those squishy members. As Vasu with Primal again just gets to cut off another avenue for Kaiju Corp to approach.
Nade comes through, slows everything down for now, while Sandwich just looking for those follow-up kills, building up towards the pulse. Meanwhile, Mozzie in the low ground with Boss doing the Primal Rage, able to burn out Sandbox Gun. Also connects on a Cinnabar, so that's 2, and then Bob from Cinnabar. Maybe that could give them something here, but Mozzie's Bob, meanwhile, is doing a lot of work. The Resurrection Hollow is there. Vasu, though, capitalizes onto Weemihai. Sandwich Maker tosses out the pulse bomb on a Cinnabar to kind of close things out for them. The blade from Sandbox God could find something, but with the anti-grenade, they're down to 1 HP, and then getting just melees the Genji blade, saying Ana Fist greater than the blade. Genji shut down just Felix with the Primal Rage to the cart. Is slept, does have that Diva Bomb, can kind of mosey around the payload, but unfortunately it's avoided, and the payload is stopped in the second phase by Guppy.
Blade, coach gunned, naded, mercy pocketed. Finds absolutely no value. We knew it would be a tough task when we saw it was Dorado. that got picked, I definitely had a couple of questions coming into this. I thought maybe we would see a different game plan. Maybe we would see that D.Va a little bit earlier, because it really did just show in the high ground control that Mamoru's Guppies are just able to exude and extend into such horrible anger in the opening of B that Kaiju Comp really just weren't able to get out from the stranglehold that Guppies had on every single avenue, every single road, every single position that this team could have tried to find an early kill was just shut at every single time. Every single push, just dynamite, Tracer showing up, Winston jumping in, nade from Knitten Kitten, and if you're able to find a pick, Sybil was there with the res.
It's just so tough now for Kaiju. I can see kind of why, you know, a lot of Diamond players in particular really say the game is quite snowbally, right? I mean, Overwatch is a very snowbally game, but it feels like in particular it could be, if you're just outmatched, I mean, it could be really tough, right?
Now, Kaiju Cup now are going to be on the defense. They are running a very similar composition. In fact, they're running the same composition. Cinema's going to be on the Ashe. Sandbox got still sticking onto this Genji. We do have to see the infiltration into this backline be a little bit more successful. I'm hoping that we get to see shades of what we were seeing previously from Timeless, where they were controlling these two high grounds and they would send that Winston in, the Tracer alongside it.
No!
But not if Mozzie's going to be able to find a kill immediately.
Oh, Mozzie finds that kill early on. Sandbox, though, resurrected. It's tough after dealing with that one, though. Just climbs back up to deal with the Winston and Genji, but it's Mozzie again. I mean, just get the resurrect, give Mozzie yet again another kill on a Sandbox god. Mozzie looking like an amazing player at the moment. Comes through the top side, still has that Mercy pocket. Shuts down Cinnabar. I mean, you might as well just give Mozzie all the kills at this point. They're backing up through that night market side, but Felix is taking a ton of damage. Knitten Kitten also there with the anti-grenade. Connects onto that back line as they're trying to fall back, and it's just stagger kill after stagger kill. Now this cart is not stopping.
Now walking into a damage boosted Mozzie who is 83% to Bob. As we can see, Felix just trying to jump onto this payload and open the space for the rest of the team. At least buys distraction from Mozzie's crosshairs, but that's going to be temporary as the Bob comes through.
It's just unfair. Like, just use Mozzie's in the lobby. It's like, what do you do as the other team? Just feels like you can't do anything with this Ashe player is just not missing.
Coach Gun cancels the resurrection as well as Hollow can't aim, just swatted against the windscreen like an insignificant fly. And now Mamoru's Guppies can just take this high ground, set Mozzie up to be able to pick apart Kaiju Corp as they walk out from its respawns, and all the while the payload pushes uncontested.
Well, we'll see. Kaiju comes over the top towards that mega health pack room. Still able to dive towards that cart is Kaiju. In fact, it's Coach Gunned away again. Already, Knittenkin's found Sandbox off. Valkyrie used earlier on. They got the heals for Mozzie, who's now dealing with a Winston. Meanwhile, Sandwich in the front line of Knittenkitten and Vasu able to find Felix and Cinnabar. Nobody else here to touch, just a Mercy as the Glock is whipped out from Sybil. Marmoris wins. Marmoris Guppies win 3-0 over Kaiju Corp.
Yeah, I mean, we can't sugarcoat it. You said it yourself, it's tough. It is tough when you have a DPS player who has that mechanical skill. The team understands that they have that mechanical skill and they just put resources into that DPS player, into that Ashe, and you get so much value to just be able to turn the lobby into a shooting gallery.
What the heck? Are we sure that's a Diamond player, Moxie? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's like insane shots after shots, not missing. I mean, that for sure Mozzie should be grinding the ranks anytime soon with plays like that.
Yeah. That is the thing, though. It's really interesting to see why some of these roles are locked into the ranks that they are. For some DPS, it's not about lacking that mechanical skill. Sometimes it's lacking the game sense. There were a couple of times where we saw blades come through from their opponents, and the bob peel wasn't immediate. So as a result, the blade did manage to pick up 2 kills. So again, mechanical skill, absolutely there within spades, and the team has identified it. But there are still improvements to be made for both of these teams when it comes to that game sense and macro decision.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that, you know, overall, just a little bit more time in the game, and then obviously on the outside, like you said, the game sense needs to be there. That's just a lot of practice, a lot of ranked, you know, a lot of these things kind of enable you. And I understand a lot of people, like, I have people talk about ranked anxiety and stuff like that, like queuing for ranked, really struggling with that at points. Now, I don't know about these players, but I know you need to get that practice in regardless of that pressure on the outside, because it is a hard grind in Overwatch with how many talented players have been playing since, Overwatch 1's release in like 2016. I mean, that's a long time.
Yeah, I think as well for DPS players on ladder, it forces you to be incredibly self-reliant, right? A lot of the time you're not really getting to full queue. So it comes down to you either hitting your shots or not. And a team is going to be looking at you from an outside POV where if you don't find those kills, they're not going to help you. They'll probably cut you loose and consider it just a trade, a sacrifice where, hey, at least they're not coming after our backline. If our DPS can't hit anything, what's the point in them even being alive? At least with their death, we're finding some form of value. So it pushes these DPS players to have that mechanical skill to be able to land those shots. And it does lead to players like that being here in these kinds of ranks.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, obviously, for a lot of these players, I think that also, I mean, I've seen a lot of comments from at least pro players in the Overwatch League and stuff saying along the lines of that, like, at the point, Overwatch 2 is really mechanically skilled, like more so than even overall team synergy. So we'll have to see if a lot of these players can continue that forward. Obviously, for them now moving to the grand finals, we'll see if they can finally close it out tomorrow. But we'll be going to a short break. We'll have an interview with one of the members from the team that just won. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back with the interview and wrap everything up for today. Welcome back, everybody. Obviously, the Guppies just what a win from them. 3-0 for the last game of the day. We've brought in none other but then the star of the match, Mozzie. What's going on? How are you feeling? Congratulations on your win.
Thank you. I'm feeling great. We're all pretty excited after that win. It's a very fun match.
Oh, yeah.
So then, speaking of the match, I know Dustin and I were both incredibly surprised that they picked Dorado up against the team, especially with how dominant Nimbani had been with all of the control of high ground and obviously your absolute standout performance on the Ashe. Were you expecting to be taken to a different map?
Honestly, we were kind of expecting Dorado just out of the principle that all of us don't like playing Dorado, so it was a pleasant surprise, I guess, for once that we were able to play the Dorado since we were doing so well in the span. But yeah, I was shocked too that they picked it because I don't know, we just kind of sat up on the high ground and farmed the entire time. So
Yeah, you really did, and overall for you guys, Monty, I mean, how long have you guys been playing together for? Because it looked like it wasn't even close. It was like a 3-0 win, and as a team, you guys looked incredibly cohesive.
Well, believe it or not, Sandwich Maker Jess, our honorary captain, actually messaged us about a month ago, and her pitch was 2 weekends, no commitments. We're just gonna have fun. So we played a little bit of ladder together, but a lot of us go way back. We're all very involved in the Marmers community. So it was mostly just a group of friends getting together. We hadn't really formally scrimmed or practiced or anything, but we've known each other such a long time, so I think it made it a lot easier for us to be able to come out on top because we've known each other for so long.
So with how well the team's been performing, would you ever consider the possibility of maybe signing up and taking this team into Open Division?
I'm not sure about this team specifically, where it was just kind of like a little pickup thing between some of my friends. But if any of us ever wanted to go to contenders and maybe try out for that, I'd be down. I'd be the first one to say sign me up. It's just about getting whether or not we can get the whole group together or not.
You're a pretty hyper competitive person then, because obviously, I mean, myself and Mox have been wondering like how long you've been playing the game, like how long you've been playing Overwatch for.
Since the open beta of Overwatch 1.
Wow, open beta, nice. So I didn't get in the closed beta either. I was only like a couple people into the closed beta. What do you think about this? Is a little bit. This is a personal question because you played the open beta too. What do you think about like what's happened to Widowmaker with like the old well, I'm really curious because you're a really good hit scan player. So I'm curious what you feel like. Old Widowmaker was so much fun, right? In the open beta where you said the instant one shots.
Yeah, I kind of am a little bit grateful for the Widow nerfs because I'm a lot better at hitting my shots up close. So when the other enemy Widowmaker, who's a lot better than me, has to play a lot closer, I think that definitely gives me the advantage. Because I wasn't really good at Widow when she could one shot across the map like that.
Yeah, fair.
So is Ashe then your go-to? It definitely seemed to be the hero that you were the most versed on being able to hit things like dynamites, timing bobs really well as well.
Yeah, I consider myself an Ashe enjoyer. She is usually my go-to. I mean, it's a little bit different now that Widow got nerfed, but before Ashe was my go-to because I could play a little bit more closer mid-range, and not have to rely on the long-range one-shots.
Well, what rank are you at the moment, by the way? I'm just really curious because it seemed like, from the outside, you were kind of just destroying, like you said, just farming. I mean, what rank are you at the moment?
I hit Masters 5 after the registration closed. I'm very grateful that I was still allowed to play because we the night before the first weekend, we all had gotten together and we were like, oh, let's play some comp, let's practice together. And I ranked up from Diamond 5 to Masters 5 in one re-rank. So it was a little bit. I was like, oh no, am I still gonna be allowed to play? But luckily I was, and I'm grateful for that.
I've heard like the rank system has been a bit silly recently, right? With like everybody kind of just going all over the place at the moment. So that is an incredibly fast rank up from friggin' Diamond 5 to Masters 5. But like obviously, I would not be surprised if you kind of stay in that similar range because you're just really a standout player. So thank you for coming in for the interview, Monty. Is there anything that you want to say before we let you go? Any last words for you or your teammates or shout outs you want to say?
Let's go Marmor's Guppies. We got this, guys. Not scuffed. We did it. We're here.
Thank you so much, Mozzie. I mean, awesome interview and pleasure talking to you. Good luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Well, that was Mozzie from the side of the Guppies, like you said. And what a fantastic series that was. What a great way to show, what you have and what skill you have. Because obviously we haven't had really a tournament like this ever for any of these Diamond players in the specific section of the scene as well. So it's awesome to see. Especially to showcase at a Radiant Major. I think a lot of these players will look back at the VODs, right, Moxie, and really take away a lot of things, like you said.
Yeah, again, like for some of these players, hopefully it's a learning experience. I know a lot of players think that they should have a certain rank, don't realize why they're not being able to attain that rank, and also don't really get the opportunity, even though we have the replay system, of being able to sit down with a professional eye and figure out where something went wrong, whether they blame someone, but it could have actually been something that they'd contributed to doing, which meant that it resulted in something going wrong along the line too. Like, Overwatch is a very team-coordinated game, but at the end of the day, what other people do tends to be influenced by what you do at the same time as well. Things like when the other support uses an ultimate, probably because you didn't use an ultimate, or they hold on to theirs because you used yours. And hopefully this initiative, this opportunity allows teams to be able to properly get that experience, properly hear that outside of POV, and manage to actually push their gameplay up as a result.
Yeah, and in general, it feels like Diamond players have improved to that level, like you said, where they're not really overlapping ult set points anymore. And, I didn't really see a lot of blatant macro mistakes per se either. But obviously, we're going to have to kind of wrap everything up for you guys, kind of give a little bit of an overview of what's happened. Obviously, I think today's been incredibly exciting. So, we can get a little bit of an overview potentially of what's going on. Obviously, tomorrow we start at noon, so be aware of that, guys. We'll bring it up one more time before the broadcast ends. But obviously, this is what happened today. We had earlier on broadcast the NYXL Academy team play up against Bad Boys to get that 2-0, and NYXL was rolling on through pretty much everything, and same with Timeless until that winners final, where both of those teams had a very close matchup. Meanwhile, some of the off-broadcast games, we also had some close matchups down below where Rift Guardians are making their way through against Strix Bad Bloods, which we'll see tomorrow. And they also have some really good players, with H-Key being on their team. I mean, I would not be surprised to see that team take Strix to the distance, obviously. And that grand finals will also be tomorrow, Moxie. So we're looking forward to that as a unit.
I mean, no matter what team it ends up being, I've got personally my fingers crossed that we see the rematch of the rematch and we get another rerun of NYXL Academy versus Timeless Seville. If you're just tuning in now, or if you joined us in that second half and you didn't get to see that match, I thoroughly recommend that you rewind the time by a good 2.5 hours to be able to catch up on that absolute marathon of a 5-mapper that both of those teams went through. Because honestly, Dustin, it's probably the best match we've had in the entire history of the Calling All Heroes initiative.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that was such a thrilling matchup. And like I said, guys, make sure to tune in tomorrow at noon PT, right? Pacific Standard Time, 12 p.m., not 12 a.m., okay? I mean, obviously, as as somebody as dumb as me, I would assume, okay, 11 a.m., 12 a.m. No, it's 11 a.m., then 12 p.m. Obviously, I have to go back over that because people might have a similar sized peanut brain than I do. So thank you guys for coming out to the broadcast of Radiant Heroes Major 2. That's myself, Dustin, and Moxie, and the rest of Prod. Wishing you guys a good night and good evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at noon. So come back. See you guys tomorrow.